encourage the youth of Uganda to actively participate in shaping the country and shaping the future. You are the majority. You have enormous potential. The future is in your hands.
Cable Corporation Limited is located at Lugazi, Uganda, between Kampala and Jinja. Uganda got its first electricity grid in 1958 with the commissioning of the Owens Falls Dam. Cable Corporation started in 1968 as Uganda's first cable factory. It was set up in technical collaboration with Sumitomo Industries, Japan, to manufacture domestic and power cables and conductors, which before then were being fully imported into Uganda. Cable Corporation has continued to expand since then and has the capacity to meet more than half of all Uganda's domestic and industrial low-voltage cables. It can also meet most of Uganda's annual low and high-tension conductor needs. Good cables are made from electrolytic-grade copper and aluminium. We ensure only the best quality raw materials are used in the manufacture of our cables. Cable Corporation makes all sizes of domestic copper cables from 1.5 square millimeters to 300 square millimeters. These cables are made with special properties such as flame retardant low smoke cables, FRLS, to enhance overall safety. We also make twin ECC cables, flexible cables, and multi-core unarmored cables. Industrial armored cables, suitable for both overground and underground use, are made in both copper and aluminium. Sizes range from very small, 1.5 square millimeter cables, to the large, this being 4-core 300 square millimeter armored cables. Cable Corporation has emerged as the single largest supplier to the utility sector in Uganda, making the entire size range of conductors such as aluminium conductor steel reinforced, known as ACSR, all aluminium alloy conductor AAAC, aerial bundle cables ABC, as well as metering cables solid arc, and special cables to order. Cable Corporation is an ISO 9001-2015, 14001-2015, and 45001-2018 certified company. We also have all the relevant Uganda National Bureau of Standards certifications for our cables and conductors. We focus on quality. Our laboratory is state-of-the-art with all the necessary equipment to test all aspects of our cables and conductors to Uganda National Bureau of Standards and International Electrotechnical Commission standards. The entire manufacturing process has various quality steps built in to ensure that our cables perform to the highest standards. Electrical cables are designed to carry electrical current safely at specified voltages from one point to another. The size and purity of the wire determines the current that can be carried, and the purity and thickness of the insulation of the wire determines the safety of the cable. Therefore, a good cable has 4 key criteria of quality. 1. The purity of the conductor, whether it be copper or aluminium. This should always be 99.95% pure. 2. The cross-section of the conducting wire. It should be as stated. 3. Quality and thickness of insulation, which determines safety. Again, it should be as stated in the IEC standards or exceed them. 4. Length of the cable. It should be the correct length as specified. At Cable, we test the cables at every stage of manufacture, from the raw material to the finished product. The process also contains safeguards to ensure perfect quality each time and every time for every single product. We test the physical quality, the electrical quality, the insulation quality, as well as the finished product. In short, when you buy a Cable Corporation product, you can rest assured of its quality, safety, and reliability. Our cables and conductors have been exported to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan. Since 1968, we have been supplying the cables and conductors that form the backbone of the distribution network in Uganda. Our cables carry the electricity to the home and provide the life for light.
It's 3 p.m. and you're 50, and some say
It's too late to start saving now.
but the truth is,
It's never too late.
every rand saved is a rand earned.
It's 10:30 a.m. You're 35, and life's good. But next door, they're living the big life. Really, really big. But so is their debt.
Six p.m. You're 60, and the work game is over. What's next? To enjoy every adventure ahead. Invest what you have wisely.
In the heart of Uganda, power, transformation, and a vision that shines brighter than ever before. Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, UEGCL, is wholly owned by the government of Uganda. Its mandate is to establish, acquire, maintain, and operate electricity generation facilities and promote research and development in the electricity generation sector while on sound business principles. UEGCL, generating for generations.
According to records of the Uganda Company, from 1906, there was already electricity in Uganda, powered either by generators, steam, or suction gas, although it was only for limited use. The limited use was expanded with the introduction of thermal electricity around 1915, and finally, in 1954, the first hydropower plant was commissioned at the Owen Falls Dam in Jinja. The commissioning of the 180 megawatt Owen Falls Dam triggered a transformation of the country's nascent sector that in the early 2000s went through sweeping reforms that have placed Uganda's electricity sector at the highest ranking on the African continent. Today, Uganda boasts over 1,365.2 megawatt installed generation capacity from a mix of renewable energy technologies, including hydro, grid-connected solar, cogeneration, and thermal. What began as a plan to construct a single dam to support the growing economic activity in the country has now transformed into a robust, self-sufficient electricity supply industry with huge investment potential in the entire value chain of generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity.
The reforms brought about increased generation and also transmission and distribution. But the reforms also brought technology transfer because we have trained our own staff.
At the time of unbundling, we were talking about only 3 generation plants. But now, as we speak today, we have grown to 41 generation plants.
We have seen increase in generation capacity in 2000 from a mere 280 megawatts to now 1,365.2 megawatts.
Owing to huge public and private investments in the electricity sector over the 2-decade period after the reforms, Uganda is currently home to some mind-blowing electricity infrastructure, such as large hydro plants, tunneled power plants, solar plants, harnessing the advantage of being located along the equator, and mini hydro plants from rivers that contour the Rwenzori and Elgon region. Commissioned in 2012, at the peak of an energy crisis occasioned by fast-growing demand for electricity and limited generation, the 250-megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant was the first largest privately owned hydroelectric energy source, not just in Uganda, but also in the East African region. Situated across the Victoria Nile, Bujagali harnesses the energy of its namesake, the Bujagali Falls in Uganda.
Back in 2004, there was a shortage of electricity, shortage of generation. We were operating with up to 12 hours rolling blackouts in Kampala every day. So the government at that stage decided to go to international tender for the construction of the Bujagali project.
In 2019, the country also welcomed the 183-megawatt Isimba hydropower plant, the first major power project to be built under public and private financing arrangements. Located 4 kilometers downstream of Simba Falls on the River Nile and approximately 50 kilometers downstream of the source of the Nile, Isimba is currently the second largest fully operational plant in Uganda. Uganda's electricity is now welcoming on board a new hydropower architectural marvel in the 600-megawatt Karuma underground plant. Not only is Karuma a boost to the country's energy portfolio, but it is also a stunning tourist attraction for both local and international tourists. Benefiting from the rapid development of photovoltaic technology, solar energy generation as an important component of the renewable energy mix has been witnessing an exponential increase across the globe for the past decade. Uganda's solar profile consists of 5 grid-connected solar photovoltaic plants with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts. 2 other smaller capacities serving the Kalangala and Lolwe Islands, and a number of off-grid projects in the pipeline, expected to accelerate access to electricity in rural areas. All the energy generated is transmitted by a transmission grid stretching 3,386 kilometers and high-voltage substations that include the 60 MVA 132 33 kV Nkenda substation, located in western Uganda. Nkenda substation is central for evacuating several power plants located in the Rwenzori sub-region and supports the heavy mining and agricultural activity in the region. This substation will also be the point of interconnection with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 100 MVA 132 33 kV Tororo substation serves the far east and northern regions of Uganda and is the point of interconnection with Kenya. It evacuates the 10-megawatt Tororo Solar North plant and 10-megawatt Tororo Solar PV plant. This substation serves mainly industrial loads in the eastern region, including 3 cement factories. Commissioned in 2020, the 126 MVA 132/33 kV Uganda substation powers industrial activity in Uganda and the surrounding districts. Perhaps the largest on the list is the 400 MVA/220/132/33 kV Kawanda substation, which serves the main load centers in and around Kampala metropolitan area. It evacuates the 250-megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant and will receive power generated from the 600-megawatt Karuma hydropower plant upon commissioning. Kawanda substation is the main supply point for western Uganda, and the interconnection with Tanzania and Rwanda through its 220 kV backbone in Masaka and Mirama, respectively, with 4 transformers serving 11 and 33 kV loads around the eastern part of Kampala city. The significance of Lugogo substation to Uganda's electricity supply industry cannot be undermined, as it houses the National Control Center, where dispatch of electricity across the country and interconnection with neighboring countries is controlled. The distribution segment comprises of 80 distribution substations across the country, which supports the delivery of quality supply to the different categories of consumers, ranging from domestic to extra-large industrial. Among these substations is the
There's a warm breeze blowing outside my window tonight. And the faint sound of music down the hall sure feels nice, yeah. As I listen to the words I'm feeling, it puts me in a lover's mood, yeah. Alone with the sweetest thoughts of you, together makes me wonder, do I ever cross your mind?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the Africa Electricity Symposium is here on us, and everyone is welcome. We want to get started. We're privileged to have our keynote speaker in the house, the professor. We thank God he was able to travel to come to Uganda, and his presentation is going to be followed by a very formidable team of discussants trying to do an exegesis of his presentation. So in a very short while, we'll be starting. Actually, we have enough quorum to get started. The rest of the people will catch us in the course of the day. The only thing holding us from getting started is having the CEO era seated here. And she's within the compound. Once she walks in here, we will certainly get started. The rest of the people will find us moving. And sound team, yesterday we did a very good job. And please do the same today. With providing the slides mover or the clicker that the professor would like to use it. So if you brought that, that will be very good. So I will be back here to tell us that now it's time for us to get started. Thank you.
According to records of the Uganda Company, from 1906, there was already electricity in Uganda, powered either by generators, steam, or suction gas, although it was only for limited use. The limited use was expanded with the introduction of thermal electricity around 1915, and finally, in 1954, the first hydropower plant was commissioned at the Owen Falls Dam in Jinja. The commissioning of the 180 megawatt Owen Falls Dam triggered a transformation of the country's nascent sector that in the early 2000s went through sweeping reforms that have placed Uganda's electricity sector at the highest ranking on the African continent. Today, Uganda boasts over 1,365.2 megawatt installed generation capacity from a mix of renewable energy technologies, including hydro, grid-connected solar, cogeneration, and thermal. What began as a plan to construct a single dam to support the growing economic activity in the country has now transformed into a robust, self-sufficient electricity supply industry with huge investment potential in the entire value chain of generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity.
The reforms brought about increased generation and also transmission and distribution. But the reforms also brought technology transfer because we have trained our own staff.
At the time of unbundling, we were talking about only 3 generation plants. But now as we speak today, we have grown to 41 generation plants.
We have seen increase in generation capacity in 2000 from a mere 280 megawatts to now 1,365.2 megawatts.
Owing to huge public and private investments in the electricity sector over the 2-decade period after the reforms, Uganda is currently home to some mind-blowing electricity infrastructure, such as large hydro plants, tunneled power plants, solar plants, harnessing the advantage of being located along the equator, and mini hydro plants from rivers that contour the Rwenzori and Elgon regions. Commissioned in 2012, at the peak of an energy crisis occasioned by fast-growing demand for electricity and limited generation, the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant was the first largest privately owned hydroelectric energy source, not just in Uganda, but also in the East African region. Situated across the Victoria Nile, Bujagali harnesses the energy of its namesake, the Bujagali Falls in Uganda.
Back in 2004, there was a shortage of electricity, shortage of generation. They were operating with up to 12 hours rolling blackouts in Kampala every day. So the government at that stage decided to go to international tender for the construction of the Bujagali project.
In 2019, the country also welcomed the 183 megawatt Isimba hydropower plant, the first major power project to be built under public and private financing arrangements. Located 4 kilometers downstream of Simba Falls on the River Nile and approximately 50 kilometers downstream of the source of the Nile, Isimba is currently the second largest fully operational plant in Uganda. Uganda's electricity is now welcoming on board a new hydropower architectural marvel in the 600 megawatt Karuma underground plant. Not only is Karuma a boost to the country's energy portfolio, but it is also a stunning tourist attraction for both local and international tourists. Benefiting from the rapid development of photovoltaic technology, solar energy generation as an important component of the renewable energy mix has been witnessing an exponential increase across the globe for the past decade. Uganda's solar profile consists of 5 grid-connected solar photovoltaic plants with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts. 2 other smaller capacities serve in the Kalangala and Lolwe Islands, and a number of off-grid projects in the pipeline, expected to accelerate access to electricity in rural areas. All the energy generated is transmitted by a transmission grid stretching 3,386 kilometers and high voltage substations that include the 60 MVA 132 33 kV Nkenda substation, located in western Uganda. Nkenda substation is central for evacuating several power plants located in the Rwenzori sub-region and supports the heavy mining and agricultural activity region. This substation will also be the point of interconnection with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 132 33 kV Tororo substation serves the far east and northern regions of Uganda and is the point of interconnection with Kenya. It evacuates the 10 megawatt Tororo Solar North plant and
Madam
10
Milena
megawatt
Shimuli,
Tororo
wherever you
Solar
are,
PV
could you
plant.
please show up?
This substation serves mainly industrial loads in the eastern region, including 3 cement factories. Commissioned in 2020, the 126 MVA 132/33 kV Uganda substation powers industrial activity in Uganda and the surrounding districts. Perhaps the largest on the list is the 400 MVA 220/132/33 kV Kawanda substation, which serves the main load centers in and around Kampala metropolitan area. It evacuates the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant and will receive power generated from the 600 megawatt Karuma hydropower plant upon commissioning. Kawanda substation is the main supply point for western Uganda and the interconnection with Tanzania and Rwanda through its 220 kV backbone in Masaka and Mirama respectively, with 4 transformers serving 11 and 33 kV loads around the eastern part of Kampala city. The significance of Lugogo substation to Uganda's electricity supply industry cannot be undermined, as it houses the National Control Center, where dispatch of electricity across the country and interconnection with neighboring countries is controlled. The distribution segment comprises of 80 distribution substations across the country, which supports the delivery of quality supply to the different categories of consumers, ranging from domestic to extra-large industrial. Among these substations is the 28 MVA 33/11 kV Moniko substation, which not only supports the industrial load in Lugazi, but also evacuates the 26 megawatt cogeneration plant operated by Sugar Corporation of Uganda Limited, SCAO. Whereas Uganda's electricity distribution segment is run by 8 licenses, Umeme Limited, one of Africa's most benchmarked power distribution companies, operates 95% of the network.
We've actually made the sector financially viable and weaned it off from government subsidies. Losses have reduced from 38%, now we are talking 16.7%. Bill collections has gone up. Now we are running at an average of 99% over the last 10 years.
Our customers are now used to a continuous supply. And that goes a long way to speak to the improvement in the quality and reliability of supply. Now we are no longer talking about outages, we are talking about surges, blinks.
We are moving towards middle income. We are seeing total social transformation by giving this service.
Now we are talking about nearly 2 million households connected to the grid. But also we have done so well in creating an enabling environment for off-grids, mini-grids, solar home systems, to the extent that now 38% of our access to clean energy is through those technologies.
Right now, we can use the household equipment that we need, that we have, that we can afford.
So when you look at the journey over the last 17 years, it has been really very fast-paced. We've readied the platform for takeoff.
We promise that we shall continue to deliver our mandate as Electricity Regulatory Authority.
Has been a journey of a lot of focus and sacrifice from all of us to be able to build the electricity supply industry sector that the globe now is admiring.
We actually have a surplus of electricity, and we are building more dams, as you know, not only on all the sides of the Nile River, but even on the smaller rivers. With abundant and cheaper electricity, will mean faster industrialization.
Looking back on the journey, Uganda's electricity subsector is a success story attested to by several local and international benchmarks.
"2024 is a unique year for the German Development Cooperation in Uganda, as Germany and Uganda celebrated 60 years of partnership following the signing of the bilateral agreement in 1964. Since then, Germany and Uganda have worked hand in hand to uplift communities and enhance development in various sectors and regions across the country. Development cooperation is implemented through two state-owned implementing agencies, that is GIZ, which focuses on technical cooperation, and KFW, which focuses on financial cooperation.
Our main thrust of how we work together with our partners, the ministries, the civil society, is that we have advisors who are sitting at the heart of those institutions and organizations. Our approach it's a multi-level approach. We support Uganda on a policy level, say maybe the local economic development strategy with the Ministry of Local Government. And if it doesn't make a difference to people up there, it's no use.
How we work, it's not that we are sending expertise. It's not that we are sending technical advisors, for instance, to implement a program together with the government and partners. So we depend between the German government and the government of Uganda that they agree upon focal areas of cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are now ready to start. The chief executive has walked in. So we are good to go. May I request all of us to stand up on our feet and we say the opening prayer. I have a head of the late in the house, Engineer Chizito. Could you come and say the opening prayer?
Okay, let's humble ourselves in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity that you have given us to serve you. We pray for the engagements for today. May you guide us, give us wisdom for the glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Engineer Chizito. Take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to day 2 of the Africa Electricity Symposium. Our population will continue to grow as the day unfolds. That's what the day yesterday revealed to us, and that's what today seems to be manifesting. It seems to be manifesting in the same direction. As we informed you yesterday, our program is fluid. It continues to flip as people or key speakers are available. We want to thank God that our keynote speaker for yesterday has made time to come. The professor is a gentleman with so many titles and so many honors. I would like to take the honor to invite the chief executive of ERA to perform 2 things. Number 1, to greet you so you hear her voice. Number 2, to introduce the keynote speaker with all his titles from heaven to earth. And then from there, she will invite him to come and get us started on the day. And thereafter, when he's done, I'll come and invite a panel that is going to discuss his presentation. Engineer Ziria, over to you. You see, it's always good to know your limits. John the Baptist said, there's a man who comes after me whose shoelaces I'm not even able to untie. He knew the limits of his honors and his reach. And so am I this morning. Let's put our hands together and welcome Engineer Ziria.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. It is indeed a joy and honor for us to again be here today continuing with our conversations that we started yesterday. Very expectant to hear from the Secretariat because I was noting resolution by resolution as the presentations and discussions were progressing. I welcome you to today. Good morning. God is good and all the time, and that is his nature. Wow, you are cold. It seems the tea didn't warm you up, didn't it? Thank you for that. A round of applause for God. Now, Professor, we go a long way. We have been in this journey of ensuring that we not only move electrons in the computer, but the electrons actually move through conductors and serve the underprivileged, because usually those are the far remote that we get concerned about, not the middle income. Of course, the industry is for industrialization, but these electrons, we want them to reach, to serve our great, great and grandparents if they are still alive in the rural areas, those who can't be in flats. So this journey brought us together when he was active at MIT, and I was a director technical by then. And there were many things that were moving on, and all of them geared towards improved the accessibility, reliability, and affordability of electricity supply. And we're looking at many things. How about coexistence of mini grids and main grids to improve reliability? Can we pocket in some mini grids in areas where we have documented and we have numerics and metrics that performance is in dire need and is affecting industrialization and provision of quality services? Where is the data that we can use to inform quality decisions? Then we also share a passion in regulation. He has a wealth of experience from the Florence School of Regulation. And I have lived for nearly the last 15 years doing regulation, but my entire adult life in the electricity supply industry. So we share that passion. He also has passion to impart knowledge. He has lectured. He has been in models as the seniors. You see him whenever we meet. Soon you will see. After his presentation, if he has time to catch up, we'll be drawing circuits on how we can manage wheeling charges. They are necessary, they are not necessary, because now the conversation is moving towards smart innovation and regional power trade. He also has a presence in the African School of Regulation. He does everything. That is all I can say. And it is very real and fair for me to be introducing him. He can introduce me because my CV is very short. And my exposure compared to his, I can say he has a wealth of experience across the continent and beyond. He has contributed to many reforms. He has understudied the electricity supply industry on the continent, from the Cape to the Cairo, as people may say. He has a passion for making things simple. If you make things complicated, even the most experienced, knowledgeable technocrats will fail to implement. Yesterday, we had a question whether it is the legal framework or its implementation. Where is the challenge? Now, he has a background of making things very simple. I want to warn him. Professor is a professor, really. He can explain. His passion is making sure that the audience or the single person is talking to understands. You can miss break it, you can miss lunch it when he's trying to make you understand. So please manage the number of questions, otherwise we shall only have one presentation the whole day. Professor, I really can't lay it all, but I want to believe that as we go through your keynote address and as we interact with you through the panel, the audience will understand and appreciate your wealth of experience, both in the academia, in regulatory, in the industry, across the board in renewables, in smart grids, in artificial intelligence, in regional integration, and being unique that despite the advanced age, you are still doing models both on computer and on paper. What a privilege to have Professor Ignace here with us. Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One, two.
Thank you. Yep. Well, thank you very much, Syria. I think that without any doubt, this is the best introduction that I've ever had in my life. And that places a lot of responsibility in what I have to say now. So good morning. I regret not being able to be with you yesterday because of problems with flights in the area of Qatar, and my flight was canceled. Yes, I share this passion with Syria about regulation of the energy sector, and I think that this is seen here in the organization of this first symposium. I love to see all the people discussing about regulatory topics at high level. This is a very important contribution, and this is very much needed. And this is what we try to do also with the African School of Regulation placed in Accra, in Ghana. And I am the interim director of that school for 1 week. So on July 1st, there will be a new director from Nigeria, and I will be an advisor to the school. So, I mean, this symposium is about innovation. And so my idea is to put together innovation in regulation and to see how we can do better if we look at the regulation that we have with a creative mind. So I will start with a quote that is attributed to Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking that we used when we created them. And I think this is the leitmotif of my presentation today. So I have chosen a number of topics that I consider that require innovation, require change. And I'm going to walk you through all of them with some comments about what are my ideas and the ideas that are floating around about how to approach them. So this is my list. The first one, we cannot miss it. This is the most important problem in the energy sector that we have in Africa, is the insufficient progress in achieving universal electricity access. So that could be attributed to poor performance and financial difficulties of the distribution companies, and also that the business models that we use for off-grid electrification, that is a very large component of what has to be electrified, are not scalable and are not sustainable, and they don't attract private investment. The second major topic is, well, this threat that is coming slowly without people noticing, but regulators should be very aware of that, which is that the regulation that we have of tariffs is not adequate to deal with distributed energy resources, not with the rooftop solar panels or with the batteries, everything that we call distributed energy resources. We see almost every week that solar companies around the world are collapsing, are going broke because of the necessary change in regulation that will make them less attractive. So people are investing all over the place. That happens in the United States, it happened in Spain last week. And then the regulators need to change the regulation because it is not adequate. Then wholesale electricity markets. I always hear everybody in the African countries, in my team, at the African School of Regulation, to talk about markets. Well, we don't have markets, but people talk about the distribution market, the market for renewables, the market for this and that. Where are the markets? We don't have markets, wholesale markets or retail markets in African countries. We have power pools where markets are possible. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the conditions that are needed to have real wholesale markets or retail markets. Then transmission is a big topic. There is no private investment in transmission. African countries altogether have less kilometers of transmission lines than Brazil, one single country. Large one, but not as large as Africa by far. So we have a problem, and when we need to attract private investment in transmission. And then cross-border trade. Cross-border trade has to do with transmission, lack of transmission among countries. It has to do also with the rules of the game, the rules of the power exchanges, the charges out of transmission lines. Okay, so I will try my 20 minutes to talk about all this. I'm going to skip the first topic because as I was missing my presentation yesterday, I will be talking later today and this morning, and I am going to talk about the first topic, the universal electricity access. So I will going to jump to the second one. So my other insight, complementing the one by Einstein, is that we might be able to solve our problems if we adapt what has worked elsewhere to the conditions that we have. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to see what has worked elsewhere, how that can be adapted to our current situation. So this is a review of things that have worked elsewhere and that we should take note and apply. Number one, that we need to pay the cost of service, including obviously a rate of return on investment that is attractive, to attract private capital. Otherwise, we will have donors, we will have concessional loans, we have grants, but we will not have the serious investment that is needed. We need to pay the cost of service of the activities. Second, number two, cross-subsidization, subsidies are fine. No problem with them, forever, permanent subsidies. People talk about cost-reflective tariffs. Cost-reflective tariffs don't exist. I don't know a single tariff in the planet that is cost-reflective in any country. You live, many of you, in Kampala. You pay a tariff that is the same tariff that people in the countryside connected to the main grid pay. You pay the same tariff and your costs are very different. Distributing electricity in the countryside with the main grid is several times more expensive than doing that in downtown Kampala. So people in Kampala are subsidizing the people in the countryside. And the people in the countryside connected to the main grid are being subsidized and pay less than they should, less than the cost. Nobody has a cost-reflective tariff. What is important is to have a cost-reflective revenue requirement. So the activities are paid for the cost of service, efficient cost of service, with rate of return, that's adequate, etc. And then the difference, what happens with the difference if the tariff is not cost reflective in aggregate? Well, you need a subsidy. And that subsidy could be temporary. So for a while, you may need to pay the difference between, you could do that with cross-subsidization. If you extend the same idea to mini-grids, so people in mini-grids would pay the same thing as people connected to the grid, and they will be cross-subsidized, you may need an additional input of money that with time could disappear. So subsidies are not the enemy. Subsidies are necessary, are permanent, and help a lot. Distribution concessions in many different ways are the method, private-public partnerships with different names to introduce the private investment without losing the control of the assets. Has been tried many times. You know very well, because you have had a very important concession here in distribution, and it is a tool that has to be used smartly. When we talk about distributed energy resources, we have to realize what is the value of these distributed energy resources. We should not be giving them the value of the entire tariff, because they provide energy and maybe they provide other things that we have to see how. But canceling the entire tariff, volumetric tariff, with the energy that they produce is not a good idea. It's a very bad one. Wholesale markets, I've been talking already about that. So you need some certain minimum conditions, and you have to have that very clear before jumping into the pool with water without knowing how deep it is. So it is necessary to understand what are the risks of having markets. Transmission investment is critical, as I said before, and it is necessary that that the mindset that we have about transmission is something commercial, something that is used to purchase cheap electricity in one place and moving that electricity to another place where it can be sold at a larger price, is the model for transmission. This is a very risky model, one that scares away private investors. And the proof is that there are no private investors in transmission in Africa. If we change our mind and we think of transmission as a piece of infrastructure, like an apartment, like a car, it's pylons, it's wires, it's insulators, and then you pay the cost of service of that thing, then you reduce dramatically the risk. And then it is possible to attract private investment at low cost. And finally, when you talk about the true markets that are possible at this moment in Africa, which are the ones in the regional markets, power pools, or even at continental level, then it is important that the rules of the game are not such that you shoot your foot by overcharging the agents that commercialize through borders. In the power pools that have been implemented successfully in Europe, in the United States, in Central America, in Australia, people have realized that this idea that A sells to B, crossing the countries A, B, F, and G, is a very bad idea. And we'll see what is the good one. Okay, so let's approach these challenges, except for the first one that I will approach later in the morning, using these best practices that I have quickly summarized and trying to be creative in applying those practices in the context of Africa. So let's jump to the second one, inadequate regulation of distributed energy resources. Well, we have to realize that the tariffs include the costs of the network, distribution and transmission. They include the cost of generation, producing the electricity, retailing costs that typically are embedded with the cost of distribution, other regulated charges, institutions like the regulator, system operator, subsidies of different programs, vulnerable customers, etc., and taxes. So the tariff includes all that. The typical end consumer tariff is volumetric. Sometimes you have a small fixed component, but very small. So let's assume, for thinking, that the tariff is dollars per kilowatt hour. So the tariff is paying energy, networks, other regulated costs, and taxes. Then if you have electricity behind the meter, so you have a solar rooftop panel, for instance, let's forget about net metering and exporting and everything. Just think of having something inside that produces electricity. Then what you have is that the electricity that you consume is partly or totally provided by that generation that you have embedded in your behind your connection point. That means that you are canceling the entire volumetric charge. So you are canceling not only the energy component, you are canceling the network, the regulated charges and taxes. Somebody has to pay for that. So by doing that, you are basically creating an additional cross-subsidy from the people that don't have solar panels to the people that have solar panels. Typically, the less affluent people to the better off people, which is the wrong idea. And that happens without taking care of whether it is net billing, net metering. That's a second derivative. The important thing is canceling the volumetric tariff that already contains not only energy, but other things. When people start to complain and regulators react to that, it is too late, because there are many people with rooftop solar panels that want to get a rate of return, to pay off the investment in maybe 4 or 5 years, 3 years. And they discover when the regulation changes that they will recover in 15 years. And then the solar companies collapse and people are very unhappy. Something else is that the standard meters, not all of them are like this, but standard meters turn in one direction when you are consuming, and if you are exporting, turn in the opposite direction. So that means that what you are canceling is electricity that happens at a certain time when you produce, typically in the middle of the day, with electricity that you consume when you don't produce, which is when the sun has set in the evening. And the cost of producing those two electricities is different. In the middle of the day, you are using less expensive generation. Well, I am talking more in general, not only in Uganda, where you have run of the river, hydro, etc., and the price could be more uniform. But in many countries, including here, you have, at certain times, you have to use thermal units that are expensive, and then that happens with at the peak time. So you are canceling things that have nothing to do in terms of cost. And again, somebody will have to pay for that difference. So the conclusion is that the tariffs cannot continue as they are. They have to be redesigned. They have to separate energy from the fixed charge. The fixed charge should include network and other regulated charges and taxes. And of course, there are many issues that have to be addressed regarding what happens with the fixed charge. Some people may complain that it is too large. There are ways of dealing with vulnerable customers. At least for the people that have DERs in the house for which they have to ask for a permit, you need hourly meters to distinguish what happens when you produce and what happens when you consume, and things that have nothing to do with one another are cancelled. And something that I will not go into any detail is that we have to be careful about avoiding distortions in the remuneration of distribution. If the tariffs are mostly volumetric and the production of electricity is reducing the volume of energy distributed, then probably the distribution company is receiving less money, and the tariffs need to be adjusted properly according to the volume of energy that is distributed, so the distribution company recovers completely the cost, the revenue requirement. Okay, another nut to be cracked: wholesale electricity markets. If you look at this list of countries in Africa, all the ones in yellow have an installed capacity of less than half a gigawatt, so less than 500 megawatts. And many of them, as you can see there, have only 1 gigawatt. Sorry, 100 megawatts, so 0.1 gigawatt. So they are too small to include power plants of the right size to have economies of scale, and certainly they don't have any size to have several competitors, so that you could have a competitive wholesale market. So people have to realize that wholesale electricity markets are difficult to implement, and for those that are involved in the Eastern Africa Power Pool, EAP or WAP or SAP, you know how difficult it is to create and to establish and place all the rules of a wholesale market. You need size to have several agents, to have a competitive structure, so that you have at least, let's say, three companies that could compete with one another and that have a reasonable, comparable size. Private investment in generation capacity is not guaranteed. When you create a market, then you are waiting for the private investors to invest, but maybe they don't invest. And there have been for 30 years a long discussion about how to attract private investment when it doesn't happen. It is what is called capacity mechanisms, and again, it is a hard thing to do. That is a pending topic in the design of the regional power pools in Africa. It is necessary that the regulator watches for incidents of abuse of market power. Of course, if the market is very competitive with many different agents of similar size, this supervision is not necessary or only slightly necessary, but otherwise market power is a major topic, abuse of market power. I've seen that in countries in Latin America where I've been an advisor. Well, lack of understanding of these requirements may result in countries deciding to go for a market when the conditions are not proper. The solution, obviously, is to have regional markets because they have the right size to have competitors, to have power plants of any size, etc. The problem is the design of these markets and to have the right connection capacity. So the next one is investment in transmission, and particularly investment in transmission in cross-border transmission. As I said before, the level of investment in transmission, private investment, is basically zero, although there are several interesting initiatives, one of them here in Uganda, also in Kenya. Several countries are trying to do that, but has not happened yet. And well, this plot is just a sample of 10 countries in continental Africa, looking at how much private investment has happened in distribution and transmission together. And it is 0.3%. The rest is all in generation. So there is a problem, and we need, in both distribution and transmission, fix the regulation so that private investment happens. what is the trick? What has to be done? Well, regulation should try to avoid financial risks. Private capital tries to escape from risks, particularly when they have to involve a large sums of capital. And then for one reason or another, we are including in the regulation risks that are artificial, that are unnecessary. I will tell you just an anecdote. I am collaborating with the Ministry of Electricity and Energy in South Africa when they need investments of the size of between 10 and $15 billion in transmission to bring the renewable generation that they need from faraway sites to the main load centers. And so they have made an amendment to the law to make possible that there will be private investment in transmission. Well, that indicates that people don't understand what they are doing. So they say in that law that the transmission and distribution licenses, so a private investor in transmission, should procure the energy that they use to cover energy losses. So imagine that you invest in a transmission line between point A and point B, and then you are being remunerated in some way, but you are responsible for the economic cost of the losses that happen in your line when your line will have flows and associated losses that are completely independent from what you do. You cannot control the flows in a single line between point A and point B. That depends on the generation all over the country or the region, whether it is raining here, whether this power plant is available or not. So this is an artificially introduced risk in the same way that the remuneration of transmission lines in many cases depend on the volume of flows or the differences in prices, which create a lot of uncertainty, instead of paying a transmission line like you pay a car or you pay an apartment in annuities that are predetermined for a certain amount of time. So transmission of electricity is an infrastructure activity, not a commercial one. You could do both things, but if you want to attract private investment, better you change your mindset and think of transmission as a piece of infrastructure. It's a natural monopoly because it gives you, the owner of transmission, an infinite amount of power. So, because if you charge a lot for the use of your line, people will have to pay if they want to export their power or to have electricity. So it has to be centrally planned. And once it is decided, it is in a plan, then you don't talk anymore about whether it is economically viable. It is, because it has been decided by somebody that understands, some agency that is given the authority of doing the planning, that is approved by the regulator and the ministry. Once this is done, the line has to be built, has to be paid for, and you don't worry anymore whether it is money for value or what. Having private investment in transmission is not jeopardizing security, because all the lines are being operated by the system operator, not by the owners of the lines. So there is no reason to impede multiple owners. As you can see in many countries, that there are multiple owners of transmission, all of them operated by a single entity. Okay, so the conclusion is, do not make transmission remuneration depend on the volume of flows or wheeling charges or losses or anything. Just use the cost of service you do with a car. The transmission cost is a fixed cost, and the trick is to try to ring-fence the annuity and to recover that with priority. Transmission is about 10% of the total cost of electricity. A few critical lines that you want to build with private-public partnership will be a fraction of 10%. it will be not a big deal to give priority to the payment of those annuities with the tariffs that are collected. And finally, well, the present situation of transmission in most African countries does not suggest to privatize or to concession the entire transmission system, but to attract private investment to key transmission lines that you want to build. And the final one is cross-border trade. We observe in the regional markets, SAP is one, the Western Africa Power Pool is another one. It will happen probably with EAP, low level of cross-border trade. Even now, between the countries without formal rules, the volume of trade has been low. And that happens, first of all, because we don't have much infrastructure capacity. Second, because of the rules associated to inefficient dispatch. So sometimes some generator that is more expensive is being used when there are other generators that are less expensive that are idle. And the reason is that they have a physical bilateral contract and they are obligated, mandated to produce no matter what. And finally, and this is the single topic that I'm going to comment, to the cross-border, those who trade cross-borders are unduly penalized. So they are charged in excess of what they should be charged. The idea that has been prevalent in the design of the power pools in the United States, in the European Union, Central America, Australia, etc., also India, is the single system paradigm that I invented this term. And it means that you have to look at the regional market as you would look at a country. I mean this. When in 1996, there was a European directive that told to the European Union countries, well, you can trade in Europe. We are in Europe, trade. We didn't know how to do that. So when Germany wanted to sell electricity to Portugal, they have to negotiate with the system operator in Germany, system operator in France, system operator in Spain, system operator in Portugal, to see what were the charges that would be applied in every country to cross those countries. The idea that we adopted was this one: let's ignore borders. If you want to trade from Germany to Portugal, the generator in Germany will pay the transmission charge in Germany, and the consumer in Portugal will pay the transmission charge in Portugal. So you pay what you pay in your country, and you have access to the entire regional market. And that would apply to the continental master plan and the continental market. I'm invited next Monday to talk in Addis Ababa about the continental master plan and the single electricity market. And I'm going to use these two slides to say we have done that and it is successful. It works. So, of course, that has some details that we have to work out. But basically, the idea is that you pay your charge in your country, you have access to the entire continent. Okay, so you have to do that in EAP. I hope that you will do that. Could be applied, and this is my talk in Addis Ababa next Monday. So the idea, and I cannot talk here because I am over time to justify each one of these recommendations, but I am available today and tomorrow to discuss with you. First of all, avoid this pancaking or accumulation of charges when you cross several borders. Forget about borders when you are designing transmission charges in a regional market. Second, and it is the same thing, ignore commercial transactions. What a generator in Germany has to pay to sell power to a consumer in Portugal, located 2,000 kilometers from Germany, is the same as if they were selling power to a factory in Germany 200 kilometers or 50 kilometers from the generator. The same. Commercial transactions should be ignored. How do we arrange things when countries say, I'm being crossed by the flows that go from Germany to Italy, and this is Switzerland protesting or Austria protesting and saying, well, I have to be compensated. Okay, so what we have in Europe, for instance, is rules so that when there is a new project, important project, the countries decide how much they are going to share about the cost of that reinforcement, that new project. If they don't agree, we have some rules to track flows and to determine how much that project is being used, tracking the actual flows by different countries. When we do these compensations, what happens is that the total cost of transmission of Austria, let's say, that maybe is $100, just to say some number, happens to be taking into account how much they use the transmission system in Austria and how much Austria is using the transmission system of other countries, that Austria goes from 100 to -10 that is used by others, +7 that Austria uses of other countries, in total, instead of 197. And then the charges in Austria are computed with the number of 97 instead of the number 100. So a little bit of a change, and with that, everybody has access to the entire system. Yeah, so this is what I have said. And it seems that in Africa, we are applying my second rule that modifies or expands what Einstein said, that this common sense transmission regulation that is wrong is being replaced. So this is on the left, the rules of the Western Africa Power Pool until recently. And the rules, this is the latest document that I have on the Continental Master Plan, that are based on wheeling, are based on pancaking, are based on overcharging those that have commercial transactions that cross borders, and that is being replaced in the WAP by new rules that adopt the same principles that I have already, that has been already accepted. And well, I think this is all. This is the nuts that I have tried to indicate how it could be cracked. This is, allow me a slide about the African School of Regulation. Our goal is to build human capacity in energy regulation that Africa needs to tackle these critical challenges that I've been describing. So there are new challenges that appear in Africa that have a different flavor from the ones that appear in other parts of the world, although they share common grounds. So use the best practices that have been adopted in other places, think of the local problem, adapt those best practices or invent new ones. And our role, our mission is to focus on these topics and try to create capacity building to address them. That's all. Thank you very much.
Wow. What a powerful presentation. Call it unpacking the theme. The good old professor has unpacked the theme. And I can see everyone listening so intently and following. It's like to say, we're still enjoying, please continue. Thank you so much, Professor, for unpacking our theme and demystifying the words behind it. You've done a great job, but you've also introduced very good commonly talk words like pancaking. Very interesting statements. And from what you have done, you have actually demonstrated to us that electricity can integrate Africa faster than any parameters that are meant to help Africa unite as one. And thank you so much for your job. Very well done. And now we're going to ask people to help us now do a reflection on the presentation by the professor as he takes a breath and drinks a bottle of water, and then we invite him a little later. So I am going to do a noble job of introducing and requesting a panel to come here and try to help us synthesize, do an exegesis of the presentation that has been done by Professor Ignacio. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request that you allow me to start by introducing the panel host. The panel host is a name that many of us who are Ugandans know, a name of a gentleman and the voice of a gentleman that's very common on our airwaves. He has been part of the sector and part of ERA in the course of time. And this is no other than Simon Kashate. Where is Simon? Give it up to Simon. Let's receive Simon. Simon has been a voice behind the microphones on Uganda's media, on TV, on radio, in the newspapers. Simon was the master of ceremonies when we were launching this brand of ERA. At the same time, he presided over our function to receive the ISO certification. Simon, you're very welcome. You may take your seat. Let me introduce your speakers, and then I'll invite you here to do your thing. You're welcome. The speakers, I want to begin with another academic. He's the first person I want to start with, a very known name in the academia. Engineer Dorothy Okello is the Dean, School of Engineering. Professor, actually, the Dean, School of Engineering, Makerere University. Professor Dorothy Okello. Let's welcome the professor. It is not easy being a professor, guys. Eh? Thank you, Professor. And with all the humility that she has, yesterday over lunch, we were having a conversation to see the humility that is in her. You are very welcome. Thank you so much, Professor. Very good. And then I also have another professor, Professor Muiwa Samuel Adramola. He's a lecturer in renewables, Norwegian University of Life Sciences. Prof, you're welcome. Let's receive. Okay. I told you this is a heavyweight panel. It's of professors. And then I have another two professors. We have our very own, our director of economic regulation, Professor Jeffrey Okoboy, professor of economics and tariffs. He's going to give us an exegesis and draw the lines and give us triangulations of the data on tariffs and electricity here. You're welcome, Jeffrey. Then I have another professor, Alexander George from Norwegian University of Science and Technology. He's been much around, the CEO is receiving you. He's been around on issues of energy transition. He's been to Uganda. He knows the villages of Uganda quite deeply and interestingly. You're very welcome. Thank you. So Simon, that is your panel. Over to you. Now me, I can go and have my coffee.
Distinguished guests, all in respective capacities, I feel very honored, yet in the same latitude, extremely challenged. And I must admit, this is the most high-profile panel I've ever had to moderate. In terms of the per capita concentration of academic papers. And it weighs heavy. I'm in fact sweating before I begin, so much so that I have lost track of the questions I had prepared to ask this panel. So what I'm going to do, I am just going to stand here, look cute, smile, and just invite them one by one to say what they have to say, and then we just close the panel. I think that's a fair thing. But again, coming in on the heels of an incredible presentation like that of Professor Ignacio, which had, interestingly, nothing but hard nuts to crack. I don't know how much justice we are going to do in cracking these nuts, but I think you had done the nut cracking in your presentation. So my panel is just now going to grind the cracks that have come from those nuts so that we in the audience, the lesser mortals, can pick the flour from the granules that you got after cracking the nuts. So in no particular order, you will allow me look through to the questions I had lost because of the weight of the panel, and then do the noble thing of putting the first question to what appears to me the best person on the panel. You've clapped before I mentioned the name. I know you mean Professor Dorothy from our very own backyard in Makerere University. And I'm going to put it to you very quickly and succinctly, Prof. And we'll start with the issue of policy and regulation. So from what has been presented, if I may ask, what board policy and regulatory reforms are needed to align Africa's electricity sector with global energy transition goals without compromising affordability, access, and national development priorities? We can answer this in the ambit of what was earlier set as a stage, that according to Ignacio, you don't really have to reinvent the wheel. You can use what has worked elsewhere, transplant and plant it here and see if it works. Does the shoe fit? Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. And panelists, you will allow me with you'll give me your permission to remain standing as you present, considering the weight of your presentations. If I sit next to you, people may accuse me of being as intelligent as you. So let me stand aside and watch you from a distance.
That's okay. So, all right. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the generous introduction, both to yourself and also to Mr. Wandera. It's on this. So, I think the question that you asked is very apt because having background of an engineer, one of the things is we do not like reinventing the wheel. Right? The wheel has been done. You just figure out how to make it better, how to make it appropriate to you. So I'll use that analogy in responding to the question around regulation. And really good to see you, Professor Ignacio, and all the work that you're doing in the space of regulation. So what do I think that policymakers and boards need to do? I'll bring in also the perspective that I come from the university setting. I think we need to uncover what really works for us. Right? We have the advantage of seeing, for example, the model that was shared for Europe. And we also see what others in the continent have done ahead of us. And I really love the term that you said, pancaking. Yeah, so we have seen that, okay? So we have things that are there already existing that we can compare and see what really is the best solution for us. And how can we go about this? This is what I really advocate for. I know I come from academia, but I think this is the critical role that the different entities can work with academia about, so that we do some regulatory sandboxing to test out and see what actually works best for us. Because we don't want to import directly what is working in Europe, because that also won't work for us as much as it is working in the case of Europe. We have to figure out what works in our context. Because if you see, for example, some countries are providing subsidies, some countries have different concession agreements that they have put in place. So if we are going to connect between here, say if I look at the East Africa region, if we are going to connect between Uganda, since we are actually a net generator in terms of power, so we would be happy to make use of this and sell it and get some good forex back. How are we going to transit, say, from here to Somalia? All right. So how do we go through Kenya? What would be the rules that apply in our context for East Africa? Because even if we have, say, the South Africa power pool, we can't directly bring what they have there. Their context is different from our context. Their context, in addition to being the power pool, there is the SADC arrangement that also has an impact on it. We have the EAC that will have also an impact on how we regulate. So I think one is let's take lessons from what is working. And I think Prof has given a very good elaboration on it. I came in the tail end, but I got the juice out of that. We have also initiatives in the region that have already taken off or are in progress. For example, the Africa documents that you shared. So we have what is working. We have some trends or insights in terms of where we want to go. So we are in a vantage position of saying, okay, what is the best mix for us. And this has to be driven by what is appropriate for our context within our existing policies at the regional level, but also at the national level.
Incredible. I think she deserves a hand clap for, in simple terms, putting it to us that yes, let's copy, but we cannot copy and transplant hook, line, and sinker. That we need to be cognizant of our respective contexts and be cognizant of the different, you say, municipal arrangements, so that whatever you copy comes to fit within a context of your space, of your region. And I think you hit it straight on the head that yes, like you in sciences do, when you're deriving from first principles, yes, the law is clear, it's Ohm's law, but then how you apply it to get the formula is what then determines how accurate you apply it. Thank you, Dorothy.
I think I'm going to recruit you as my teaching assistant next semester.
I am so
You
humbled.
summarized it so well.
I didn't know you wish this badly for your students, but good luck. I'll turn to you, Dodge, and we're going to talk matters innovation. Is that okay with you? Yeah. Great. So now, turning over to you, Dodge, let's look at innovation and technology. And from where you come from, which emerging technologies, for example, smart grid, battery storage, AI-driven energy management, are most relevant for Africa's electrification challenges? And how can innovation ecosystems be fostered to support their development?
Great. Thank you very much. I want to come with a disclaimer first. I'm an economic geographer by training. My focus is on economic development. But I'm here in Uganda because we have are part of a Norwegian development agency funded project called Just and Sustainable Energy Transitions, where we collaborate with different universities in East Africa, including Makere University Business School and Makere University here at here in Uganda. And you might be asking yourselves, well, why is a economic geographer coming here to Uganda to talk with energy modelers and that kind of thing? And it goes back into this question on justice. And the question that why economic geography comes into questions on justice relating to energy transitions is because when you're thinking about just energy transitions, it's not just moral grandstanding. You're not just saying that, we would like our energy system to be just, but it actually is trying to get you to reflect more deeply on what exactly a just energy system looks like. And to me, a just energy system is one that is related to an inclusive, just, and fair economy. One that isn't only focused on economic developments in the biggest growing cities in Uganda, but is also focused quite heavily on economic developments in other countries, in other regions. Now, I want to answer that question that you asked me. I'm sorry if this is a bit rambling, but if you look, I want to go back in history to the United Kingdom, to the development of steam power. Now, a lot of people think that steam power was developed because it was more economic, it was more efficient, it was more reliable, and it was less resource intensive because there was a lot of bioenergy. Let's go through those arguments. Because one of the things that isn't recognized with the adoption of steam power is Britain had another energy technology at that time. That technology was a water wheel. In terms of efficiency, at the time that steam power was developed, highly inefficient. It was a new technology. It wasn't as efficient as the water wheel because it's a lot of wasted heat as you're going. Water wheel is just rotation. It wasn't economic. Well, the main advantage with the water wheel is the energy is free. It's just a matter, it's the water, right? It's just transferring that water. Reliability. The steam engine wasn't reliable. It was constantly breaking down. You needed mechanics, everything to fix that. And cost. Again, as I said, it was much less costly. So why in the world would a steam engine be adopted if it doesn't meet all those requirements compared to the water wheel? Well, let's think a bit deeper what a water wheel was. It's a rotating energy that's used in manufacturing, textiles, spinning mills, all that kind of thing. So the key actors there were were adopting this technology were the spinning mills. So why would the spinning mills want to go from this highly efficient, cost-competitive technology to steam power generation? The problem is you need to locate water where it is. You need to locate your spinning mills where you get access to water. But that's not necessarily where labor is. There's a difference there. So what happened with the steam engine is it enabled spinning mills to get established around London and around the areas where there was population to work on these things. So when you talk about what technology is best or most adaptive, often I see this done in terms of cost benefits scenarios or something like that. But I would ask yourself, if the objective is a just and fair and inclusive society, what technology is best to give the people of Hoima a leg up in manufacturing? What technology is best to start to help people in the northern regions, which are based largely functional on subsistence agriculture? What is the best for them to develop an economy around those things? And then I would also be very clear on thinking about, is always electricity the #1 priority for the communities that we're in? Because if you're in those regions which are primarily agriculture, sure, a water pump is good, and a water pump is something that you can generate through a solar panel system. But I would imagine for those communities, and it probably differs by community, what they would probably want is a road. Because in order to get your produce to the areas where you need it, you need a road, right? And if you have a road and if you're able to bring your produce somewhere, you have income. And if you have income, then your next thought is, you know what would be best? Let's try to find a more efficient way to do farming. Let's have energy. So that's where I would like to sort of think about this when we talk about different solutions and innovation, is that it is very much dependent on geographical context. And you have to think through carefully what do the different energy systems produce, not only in terms of electricity at a certain cost, but in terms of a more inclusive, open society.
Thank you, Dodge. I think he deserves a hand clap as well. So, with this span of incredible professionals in their respective fields, I was told clearly that professors such as these know so much about so little and know so little about so much. But from the way they're answering my questions, I think whoever told me that was really wrong. You seem to know so much about everything. But I'll do justice to your school of fancy, which is inclusivity and justice and the just system, by putting to you a question in that regard before I let you go and go to the next person. But I also appeal to my panelists that if you need to chime in onto what a colleague has said, you don't have to wait for my question. You can just chime in and buttress it. For example, I'm going to debunk the argument he makes about agricultural communities now needing more a road as opposed to electricity, especially where we are. If the President of the Republic was in this room, he would possibly argue and say, we do not want to sell our agricultural produce as is from the farm. We need to add value to this produce and send a finished product. And he may give an example of coffee. That if I harvest my coffee, yes, I may need a road, but I don't want to send dried coffee beans that are not even roasted from my farm to go and export the hundreds of jobs, which is equivalent of dollars, to a country like Germany, which exports more coffee than sub-Saharan Africa and does not have a single coffee tree in the entire geographical space of Germany. So what does Germany have? Logistical prowess, and of course, a huge supply of electricity. Maybe if we had that down here, we would be exporting ready-to-drink instant coffee, brewed coffee, as opposed to coffee beans from the farm using roads. Think about that for a moment. But now, let's look to that question which you loved, Fancy. Do I still qualify as your teaching assistant? Ah, very good. So I am in the right space. Great. I told you I dropped the questions because of the weight of your panel, but here we are. In pursuit of net zero goals, how do you ensure that Africa's energy transition is just, inclusive, and leaves no region or population group behind? Dodge.
Great. Thank you very much for that point. And in response to that point that you just made about thinking about coffee roasting and that kind of thing, my simple answer to that would be to co-create knowledge with the communities. Ask the communities. The communities have these and these and these goals. They're the ones who are giving you the objective to do the research. These are my goals. I would like to do this and this and this. I would like to connect to these and these economies. And then you do the research exactly as you said now. And you say, okay, sure. But we have to think about the cost competitiveness, and we have to think about how this is there. What else could we do? Or where is the way forward? So that is my sort of idea of a just and inclusive society. It's not one that simply involves community involvement simply because we should that science shouldn't be involved, or that market analysis shouldn't be involved, or energy regulation shouldn't be involved. But it's the idea that the knowledge that communities have about what their priorities are should matter in one way or the other. And these things have to be much more cooperative, and they have to be much more collaborative. And at the same time, you need a government who is also willing to sometimes do things that's maybe not the most economic efficient or the most competitive, but sometimes is the only or one of the only options for that community to develop. And and that could include, for example, investing in processing at a loss in order to give income in order to have some kind of income for those communities. But of course, doing it in a economic efficient, or trying to do it in the best cost respective way in order to make sure that's done. But I would also say that the other thing is that think about what kind of opportunities energy offers you to do things that historically wouldn't have been able to be done before. And I think particularly in regards to solar panel power, and trust me, I'm not advocating for one technology over other. I'm just saying that there are some technologies offer opportunities that aren't there for other technologies. And the thing that I would say for solar is it has extremely short lead times. And with a good power purchasing agreement, it can be quite easily set up with collaboration with some kind of processing, some kind of manufacturing, some kind of service that requires energy. And it doesn't have to be a big 100, 200 megawatt power. It can be something that's sufficient for the kind of economic activity you want in that place. So I think what the energy transition offers us is a opportunity to think creatively about and to think more in collaboration with the communities on the way forwards than we didn't have before.
Thank you, Dodge. To the distinguished audience, I believe you're taking note and you may require some substantiation from the panelists. So at some point, we'll allow you to ask those questions. If you don't volunteer to ask those questions, my brief is to ask you to ask the question. So I will just speak on any one of you randomly to ask a question or make a remark. So you better be attentive. Now I'll turn to Okoboy. Let's talk some money. How is that? Let's look at finance and investment. How can African countries unlock new financing models to scale up grid and off-grid electrification, especially in high-risk or in underserved areas? The tariff man.
Thank you. When we are looking at underserved areas, high-risk areas, Uganda is one of these countries that we can talk about. So what about talking about Uganda? And particularly looking at mini grids, you will find that as a regulator and as a country, we have tried to deploy mini grids in various parts of this country. Mini grids that are solar-based, mini grids that are hydro-based, those are PICOs, micro mini grids. We had also biomass mini grids in the country. But what happened? You will find that a number of these mini grids has collapsed. And going back to the professor's issue of what do we need to think about when we are looking at mini grids? Do we look at the service or we look at the cost causation and the issue of what should we add up in order to make these mini grids sustainable or not? In Uganda, why have mini grids collapsed? For various reasons. And therefore, what should we do to make sure that these mini grids survive should be the question. Mini grids, in a number of cases, have collapsed because there is no market. When we do our models, our financing models, we think that there are consumers down there. But when you reach there on the ground, when you had planned for 1,000 or 5,000 consumers, you will hardly get even 500. And even for the 500, their consumption, the average consumption is even less than 10 kilowatts in a month. You have planned for 50 kilowatts in a month as an average for your return, but the reality is different. So what should we do to ensure that the mini grids survive and are sustainable should be the question. Because the financing is there, people are interested and ready to come, but they don't get the reality right. So we should provide further knowledge, information, so that the reality on the ground is clear. And then the type of mini grids that we should be looking at should be beyond just lights, to add on other services. For example, to support the people on the ground on productive use. So when we model and we are licensing these mini grids, we should be reflective of that reality, that the consumption is likely to be low, but how can we enhance that consumption in order to have the survival of these mini grids and the investors' return assured? In that way, we are looking at, other than financing models, which we get from Europe, we should also look at survival models on the ground that should enhance the survival of mini grids. The story is not good that we have a number of mini grids that have gone. We can name them. Even the investors who have come through, Some of them have abandoned. Many of these people who have taken up the licenses have abandoned them because when they come to the ground, the reality has not been fine. So in that way, in terms of investment options, what way can we make them survive is more important. The money is not a problem. How you sustain the business is the issue. And that is where the focus should be when we talk about supporting mini grids in our localities. Thank you.
A well and succinctly put argument. But let me ask, and let's take note, any one of us, before we go to the next panelist. Close your eyes and imagine a cold beer. The taste of a cold beer, especially the first one at 5 p.m., which many of us call beer o'clock. And then close the same eyes and imagine a warm beer at 5 o'clock. Beer aside, imagine, and this is not to promote any kind of chauvinism, but your partner has arrived home after a long day's work at 11 p.m. and he needs his meal warmed for his dinner. And you've got to collect firewood or light a charcoal stove to warm his sauce. That's on the other side. Or to place his dish in a microwave and within less than a minute, it's sizzling hot. Imagine having to leave your house in the morning with a well-ironed shirt, ironed with electricity, or having to light a charcoal flat iron, the one where you have to stand on the veranda and you keep swinging and then blowing to ignite the fire, keep it burning, and blow away the ash. Folks, what we are talking about is lifestyle choices. That electricity promotes a decent lifestyle. That you don't have to struggle with warm drinks when you can have them cold, that you can just warm your meal in a matter of seconds as opposed to going through the rigors of lighting a charcoal stove, and that you can have your shirt ironed on the go. Maybe for those places which you say they are populations but they are not consuming electricity, we have not sold to them a good lifestyle to necessitate living well. And money may not be a problem. Let me make my argument using the example of the telecom sector. When this came to Uganda, circa 1994, anybody would think people would be mad to invest in a telephone service because we always communicate with each other. In my region, you stand across one hill and shout your friend across the hill and say, "Good morning," and he responds. No need for this. Or where we needed to, would drive there and greet our friends. But guess what? In every nook, cranny, and corner in this country, there is a mobile phone, and in the most unlikely of hands. Why is it that the telecom industry has proliferated down to the lowest of the low? Even those that can't afford it have it. And yet, electricity, which is an enabler of a decent lifestyle, is not received with the same vigor. Maybe that's some school of thought. I see Dodge putting up his hand. Maybe tell us, why is it that in Norway everyone has electricity and in Uganda people need to first be convinced that they need electricity?
I actually just wanted to, since you mentioned beer, I wanted to just give you a super quick story about a trip we made to one of the mini grids in Western Uganda. It was a U.S. aid-funded project, and when we were at the grid, everything is working good, and good electricity battery system and stuff. So it was actually a really decent project. And USAID was really happy that they said we think about productive use of electricity, and we have this milk cooler because people need to keep their milk cold and that kind of thing. So they were really excited to show us to the milk cooler. And when we get there, we see there's a truck being powered with to cool milk with a diesel generator. And then we go inside to the place where there's a milk cooler, and we open it up, and there's beer in there. And the community, so we asked the community, why is there beer here instead of milk? And they said, well, we like the energy grid, and it's got electricity, but sometimes it's not the most reliable. So when we're storing milk at night, sometimes the batteries stop, and then the milk gets warm, and that it gets bad. And then they said, but beer doesn't have that problem. So the lady there said, when people drink cold beer, they drink more beer, which means more sales, which means more income to me. So hence this milk cooler is a beer cooler. So that's what I mean by, thinking about the communities, involving them a bit more.
Thank you very much. And you see, that's a very succinct example. And maybe, I don't know where Zelia is, perhaps these conversations really should incorporate folks who are also, you are proficient in making electricity, generating it, transmitting it, distributing it, and tariffing it. But then there are also people who are gifted in convincing Eskimos that they need to buy refrigerators. And you may need to get those services and those people and send them to those places where there's no uptake. I'll turn to you, Adramola. And I think it's important that we talk about regional power trade and integration. How about that? So let's look at what practical steps must be taken to make regional power pools and cross-border electricity trade a transformative force to enable security and cost efficiency in Africa. I think the same question was asked to Professor Inacio, and that's what he'll be discussing in Addis next week, as he said. So please give him a little more of your footnotes.
Well, thank you very much. Like you said, my name is Sam. I'm from Norwegian University of Life Sciences. But I'm also home at Makerere University Business School, where I've been for the past 6 years. So we have a program, we have a master program in energy economics and governance, and a PhD in energy economics and governance. And we are also working on the bachelor program in the same program that is coming soon. So let's look at your questions. Before then, I have something in my head I want to share. So when we talk about energy, any project, any project, we have to do a cost-benefit analysis. We want to check, does it really make sense? And one of the ratio we use that if the benefit to cost is greater than 1, then everybody have to run into that. Then we have the private run into this kind of business. But if it is less than 1, then it's a lot of risk. Nobody wants to do it. But we also know that when you do this analysis, we only look at the cost. Those what you can quantify. But there are a lot of things that you cannot quantify. The benefit you cannot quantify. The cost of life you cannot quantify. I mean, you talk about hospital, we talk about a lot of things. You cannot quantify that. And that is where I like what the professor said. There is no part, nowhere in the world today that don't subsidize one thing or the other. It is a shame that IMF will come to Africa and tell us to remove all subsidy. But if you go to Norway, I'm based in Norway, I'm also based in Uganda here. During the COVID, after COVID, then the price of electricity jumped up in Norway and Europe everywhere. The government subsidized. Up to today, government is still subsidizing. When our price above certain level, the government pays some money. And this is thing you see every day. So if any government try to negotiate or compromise that we have to remove subsidy from some of these essential commodities, they are not helping Africa, they are not helping any country, because subsidy is something that has to be there. Even in Norway, a lot of government support are going to agriculture to make sure that people get benefit. So in power markets, one of the things that we did recently, we have some students that work on this area, integration. And we also know infrastructure is one of the important things that the prof have talked about. We need this infrastructure to be there. And then we also need the harmonization to harmonize the price of electricity. Because one of the challenges is that every country still have different regulations. Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, they still have different, which is good because you also need to protect your people. But again, if you also want to attract these people, there should be a price that should be commercial. And some people should also be ready to actually pay some price. I will also give an example of Norway. About 10 years ago, when Norway is planning to join the EU, the Nordic energy systems, generally the price of electricity in Norway is very cheap. I mean, it's one of the cheapest in Europe. Even now, it's still one of the cheapest. But then the price in Portugal is very high. The Norwegians were complaining that if we integrate and then you have this common market, meaning that you are talking about equilibrium. So Norwegian price have to go up and the Portugal price have to go down. And that reality is there. And we are seeing that today. So we also understand that challenge, and probably then that is where the government of each country can come in and try to help the masses, especially those that cannot afford this. Because at the end of the day, when this issue become cost issues, then an election is coming, every government want to win the election. And then you want to do things. You want to make sure that the masses don't run away from you. So, but to have this price, to integrate properly, the issue of price how do we define the price? How do we make sure that both sides of the border have benefit? I also like what the Prof said about the issue of cross the border. Don't push charges on the way. I give an example again, when we talk about in Europe, in East Africa, we have free movement. But when I travel from Uganda to Kenya, I still go to border, I still have my passport stamp. It's not free movement. But if I travel from Norway to France, nobody stamp my stamp, my passport. If I drive from Norway to Sweden, it's like I'm driving from here to Ginger. Nobody stopping me on the way. So we need to get to a level whereby we have to look at this price, uniform, and then we also need to bring a player, which we don't have. We only have distributor. We don't have supplier. We don't have marketers. Anybody in Norway can sell electricity. I don't have to be distributor. I can sell electricity. So we need to make it free. We need to regulate to make sure that there's a lot of flexibility in our system, which we don't have at the moment. Thank you.
Wow. I like it when I'm in rooms like this and presentations are being made with words like, we need to do this, we need to do the other. I always want to ask the adjoining question. What stops us? We need to. What stops us? Or yours is to say we need to, and then someone else has to do what you say they should do. Then why don't they do it? You want to add something to that, Prof?
All right, I guess sometimes we are afraid, and sometimes we are scared. And like I said, even the politicians, sometimes they are afraid because they want to win election. So that could be one of the challenges for them. But we know that, not like I said, when you invest, when you construct roads, you plant electricity, it's not only the price. Like I said, we talk about this benefit cost ratio. There are a lot of things. When I'm sick, like you say, hospital is around, I don't have to be afraid that the power will fail. So some are ready to pay for that services to get that quality of life. We are talking about online virtual education. You can't do that when you don't have electricity. You can't do that when your internet is not stable. So it's a decision that we have to take, and then we have to, sometimes you have to make some people unhappy, and then later they will agree with you. I mean, just like us, we have parents, we have children at home. Sometimes we tell our children, sit down, and they will cry. Yeah, and after cry, and they will smile again. Sometimes we need that kind of bold step to do it. And the government has to forget it's not about election, it's about legacy. It's about long life. It's because you say something smooth, and I vote for you, and you get there and you do something else. It doesn't make any sense. So we look at it as a legacy, something beyond today. So that's why I said, if we want to do it, we should be ready to do it, and it could be painful for some people, but eventually everybody will smile.
I can see Okubo is dying
Mr.
to
Kasiata, just
make an
wanted it.
adjoiner to that, and
Yes.
just to give you a rejoiner before you come in, especially saying that that bold step may make some people sad, may make people cry. And so one would be tempted to imagine if we had a power pool that was synced, like you've said, it would mean therefore we have one electricity regulatory authority, say for East Africa or Africa. It would mean the different electricity regulatory authorities would be merged together. And when they merge them, it can only be one CEO. So every respective CEO imagines, if I am not, what am I going to become? So they fear to lose their jobs. They fear to lose their offices. So they say, let's maintain the status quo. Maybe that's what Okobo was to tell us. What do you think?
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what the professor has said, and it is the one word, that is political will. What he was talking about is summarized as political will, and I will give you an example. We have the East African Power Pool. We talked about it yesterday, that it has been around for over 20 years, but it is a conference power pool. So you meet in conferences, you meet in hotels, and you talk about it, and it has been there forever. Not until the political will of Uganda to host it is that we are going to look at it as a real market for trading of power. So what has the political will been? Is that all the challenges that have been affecting this power pool, specifically to do with the leadership, to do with the infrastructure, to do with the offices, this is something that has been handled. So the regulatory framework is in place, the leadership is in place. What is now remaining is the infrastructure for trading. And we are now looking at the point where we shall host the infrastructure for trade. But it has been in limbo for 20 years. We have resurrected it in 1 to 2 years, and this is going to happen soon. But what has that also been as an issue? In the East Africa, I can tell you, Uganda is the country with the highest level of trade in energy. We sell electricity to Kenya, to Rwanda, to Tanzania, to South Sudan, and to Congo. So all the countries that are neighboring us, we are selling electricity. But what have we done? With the infrastructure, much as it is not so good, we have tried to make sure that it is interconnected. We have a good and complete interconnection now with Rwanda. We were just selling about, it was an exchange, but right now we are selling up to 80 megawatts to Rwanda. And we can even improve and sell even up to 120. Actually, they demand more. We sell a net of up to 60 megawatts to Kenya. What have we done? We have made sure that our interconnection is robust. Although the one which was supposed to be more robust, the 220, is still a challenge, but we have not stayed back. We have made sure that we go forward and make this a reality. So it can be transformative, as we said, and Uganda, as you see in the papers every time, is a net earner from exporting. It is becoming almost the number 3 or whatever in terms of what? Of exports. When you leave gold, when you leave coffee, you are almost looking at power as a major export for Uganda. So we can look at that as a transformative project that the country can look at. To your issue, you said, what can be done? The issue about, there is this level of, do you diversify? Do you specialize? Countries are looking at diversity to look at the bad day ahead. So even when Uganda we have the potential in hydro, we are still looking at other forms of energy in order to diversify. When Kenya can think stronger in geothermal, they also look at other forms to diversify. So if we can specialize as countries, another Ayago, 840, boom, it is there. You will see So long as we strengthen the interconnectors, which we are going to South Sudan, we are going to the DRC, and we have done so for Rwanda. We are completing the one of, we have provided the resources. Just to let you understand, as a regulator, we are not seated. There was a NELSAP project which was interconnecting the East Africa from Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda. And the people who go to Eastern Uganda will see the lines stop somewhere in that is Zitmagamaga, the area which there is some connection this way, but this way there is nothing. For over 15 years, that line has been not completed. We completed the section to Rwanda, but Rwanda also had to do something. But the section between Uganda and Kenya is completely dead. But what are we doing? We have provided resources to UETCL to complete that line.
Wow.
So even when Kenya may work out, but for us, we shall do our part. That way we shall have strong interconnectors and be transformative in this space. Keep watching.
That's very reassuring. Indeed, you blink, you miss. Now, those of you who read the Holy Book, you are told of the story of Lazarus, how he was resurrected from the dead after 3 days. So Obo is telling us here that the East African Power Pool, which has for a long time been in the tomb of conference halls and hotel lobbies, has been resurrected. Now, like the story of Lazarus, we are told of the Messiah saying, Lazarus, get out, and Lazarus coming out. We are never told how long Lazarus lived after that. We don't know. But we believe he outlived Jesus, because somewhere they talk about Lazarus showing up around the time Jesus has resurrected himself. So we hope that when you resurrect fully this East African Power Pool, it lives and outlives you, outlives all of us, and stays to do exactly that for which we made it to be. Thank you. Now, the final one, let me go back to Dorothy. I think she's now cooled down. I needed to shake her up by asking her the first question. I also need to cement the offer she gave me. So by being kind to her and ask her the second question, she's the only panelist that will have 2 questions. Then I will dismiss all of you before, of course, the audience asks theirs. Now, Dorothy, as a head of the School of Engineering at Makerere, one would want to know matters of research and data in as far as the electricity sector is concerned. So let's go. What are the most critical research gaps in Africa's electricity sector today? And how can we build stronger collaboration between academia, the regulators, and the private sector to close these gaps? Briefly, in 1 minute.
I hope I have put this on. Yeah, put this on. I'm going to be a bad student. You are the teaching assistant. I'm now the student. So I'm going to take more than a minute. So I'll be right up front on that one. Because I do want to respond a bit to the issues which have come up. I think that we've really had very good concrete examples in terms of, and this will lead me to the question that you have asked. A few years ago, because I do quite a bit of work in terms of rural connectivity, that's my passion. So I went to visit this community of women that we have been working with in terms of getting access to the internet. And this time I found there was a graded road, okay? And I told them, you must be so happy, you can move around easier now. Of course, I had driven there, so I really appreciated it. And they said, yes, the road was nice, but actually we need access to water. Okay, yes, but the reason I bring that is that, yes, we have to bring in the community aspect, but I think it is more of a co-creation, because when you look from the top and when you look from the bottom, you are going to get different interests coming in. The issue is how do we align these and do the best mix of them, not to do one by one, otherwise we will take very long, but how do we integrate these for the best? And this is also where the research aspect comes in. So one that we need in terms of access, even on the research part, the first thing is that we need leadership, okay? Because I've said they are competing interests. And I think the example coming from the regulator shows it all. The pool was there, it was idle, and I wish she was here as well. Engineer Ziria and her team said, enough is enough. We are going to move. And they did that. So there was the leadership in place. The policy to get all this done was already there, which is another key ingredient. The issue then becomes, okay, so we have all this supply and we're finding interesting ways to soak up our supply. So what are we doing? We are making all these interconnections, as has been shared. But there's also the issue of the demand. And I liked also what you put in there in terms of should we get communicators to go out into the village and assure people that a cold beer is better than a warm beer. But we already know that they know that already, because the cooler is being used for beer, not milk. So they know, and using also the communication part as well. I always ask people, have you seen a mobile money school anywhere? I'm still looking for one. Have you found one? Yeah, but how many ICT training schools in Word and all those things are there? There are many, but the mobile money one, which is using that very same phone, is not there. So we have to tap into what are actually the demands. And one of the things we're looking at from the research perspective is that when we are looking at distribution of power and everything, and all the microgrids and picogrids and all that, which are looking to bring power into an energy, bring energy into an area, we also have to look at the demand side of it, or what you may see as an acronym PUE, productive uses of energy. So that because I am used every day that I'm going to use the charcoal thing, and I mean, that's how I've grown up, that's everything I know. How do we introduce different ways that can be more labor saving or more time saving? You know, bring it from the area that people care about. That's why there are no mobile money schools, although it is using the phone. We were able to tap into a need, right? So this is what we need. So part of what the research needs to do is, together with the communities, what are actually our needs? And then when we are tailoring the solutions, we tailor to those needs and plus, because we must grow. The other thing that I want to bring into this mix in terms of the co-creation required and understanding the needs is that across Africa, and this is an Africa symposium, we have the benefits that depending on if you're a parent or not a parent, we have Gen Zs. This is why I'm saying if you're a parent of Gen Zs and you know how we got raised, things are totally different. But the fact is we have a very youthful continent. How are we tapping into their desires, their aspirations as we drive our energy sector? We need more research in that. And these people are on the internet, they need to have power and all these things. So those are other opportunities for demand coming through. And we have two projects I can give as examples. One we did with Umeme in Kayunga. As we were going in with the grid, we were also going in with different ideas with the community as to what is going to drive up the demand. And we were going to start from pico, go to, you know, the micro based on the demand. We have another project in Champisi village in Luero. Of course, when we went there, we first thought, okay, everyone is going to process pineapple juice, because if you know the Luero area, it is the pineapple area. But actually the interest to use power is coming from totally different dimensions that we had. If we had just gone with our own idea, all right? And then the opportunity, and I have some pictures I really love of where we have provided solar-based routers so that we can provide energy. You can see people, even in the night, they are seated by those places which now have internet access. All right, they are very, you know, everyone is busy. They are not in the bar, they are on their phones. Okay, now I have problems with also too much usage of phone. I'm not advocating for that, but I'm saying when the energy is there and the demand is met, this is it. So the research that we need to do, number one, has to be collaborative research with the communities. Where industry comes in is a big one, because we need to understand what designs are they coming up with, what context are they putting in. I think we heard very well yesterday from the keynote presentation, we heard that when we're talking about just transition, in Europe or the developed economies, it's like, how do they transition from fossil to renewables, okay? It's just like in the telecom sector. When we are looking at the mobile phone, all right? In the developed countries, it's how do you find me where I am, all right? If I'm at the beach. Because in office and at home, I already have connection, all right? When we come to our emerging economies, and which is a lot of Africa, whether we are looking at electricity or whether we are looking at communication, it's an access problem. Okay, so, and I think the examples we had, actually I see Peter here from Geneva, is like, how do we use our existing energy sources but use them more efficiently? All right, and I did post I posted a picture of Peterson on our Makere group, and it was already raising that debate. Is like, okay, what do you mean by just, right, transition? So we need also research in that space to tell us what is just, so that when we are working with industry and coming up with solutions, we are taking that into account. But it also means we need to work with public administrators, the local governments, okay, because they have plans of where they want to take their districts. How is the energy solution coming in to support that? So we need to understand that bit. We also need to work with civil society. So I'm expanding industry to industry, public administration, and civil society that we need to work in. You talked about AI, right? And that is what we, can facilitate a lot of work, a lot of our research. I'm one of those people who I'm fine with my students using ChatGPT. They just have to declare they've used it, and they have to bring in their intelligence into it. It can't just be the thing pumped out this and then you hand it in as an assignment. But what do all these things need? They need data. So we need, and we have enough policies, by the way, around making data available. But if I were to come to ERA, for example, and ask, okay, I want to do research, I want to develop a solution, a mini grid solution in area X, okay, can I get access to data from the transmitters, the distributors, so that when I'm doing my modeling, and I don't know what experience George has had in terms of getting access to data, that is a key thing. When I go to industry, can I get access to data? Because if I don't have access to data and I am simply simulating or assuming or things like that, we are going to come out with solutions which then people will complain and say, these things are too academic. Why are they too academic? They are too academic because I've used more assumptions than actual data in terms of finding solutions to this. So in summary, what I want to say is that, number one, we need the leadership and the policy that is in place. We need opportunity for sandboxing, trying out things in a way that is favorable to all. We need access to data, and we need confidence and trust in us as academia that in all these other spaces as well, civil society, industry, and the public administrator, that we can work together to find solutions that work for Uganda, that work for Kenya, and that work for different parts of Africa. Thank you.
Dorothy, thank you very much for that very insightful conversation. Now, folks, time has certainly not been an ally on our end. And so my earlier threat to choose any one of you to ask questions or make comments may have to fall through the window, because again, like any other good thing, this panel conversation has to come to an end. However, talking about AI, I chose that for now I will use AI to make my thank you remarks to you. And so I typed into my AI model on my phone and said, I am moderating a panel at the Africa Electricity Symposium at Nesti Hotel in Kampala. I have a distinguished panel of professors. How do I say thank you to them for their presentation? And my AI tool gave me the following, and gave me 3 options, so I'm going to choose option number 2. Listen. A huge thank you to this distinguished panel for their engaging and informative presentation today. Your contribution to the Africa Electricity Symposium has been instrumental in shaping our understanding of the industry's challenges and opportunities. We're grateful for your time and expertise. Signed, Meta AI for Kasiati. So that said, I have asked it again, how should the audience react? So it's telling me, Mr. Kasiate, ask the audience to be kind enough to stand up, give them a standing ovation, clap for them until they resume their seats.
Okay, thank you very much.
And have a good day.
Thank you very much for vouching my use of AI. And maybe while I'm here, let me really say how proud I am that whichever corner I look, I'm seeing our products. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Just before the panelists leave and their moderator, we would like to hand over our gifts. Mile, do we have our gifts present? I'm sure we do. It's a custom. The chief of you, I can exhibit, but you can stay for a picture. In the meantime, colleagues, please have your seats. In the meantime, let's have our picture. Let's stand on the stairs here for a picture. Dr. Koboy, you can guide the panelists. Aha. Dr. Koboy, you hand over the presents to each. Just hand over. It's it's a tradition to take a picture with the panel host, and so Dr. Kuboy, please hand over so we take a picture with our presents. Yes. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, please. Yes, please. You're going to be in so many of them. So, a photographer, over to you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon and your panel. You've done a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I am sure you have enjoyed the discussion, the wealth of knowledge here. There was a question, a capping question. Why do we discuss these things and nothing happens? This is the reason we've been gathering here since yesterday, and we'll be here until tomorrow, and then we close with the Youth Summit. We started an hour late, and that's why we had to try to compensate for that hour. The reason we started an hour late is because we came in late ourselves. So I would like now to request us to take our tea break. Our tea break is really going to be 20 minutes or so. So we come back. We have presentations. The professor is going to come back and do a presentation. And then CP Edward is going to do a presentation. We'll have a presentation from another colleague, Vianney. We have presentations. And when those presentations are done, I'll tell you the next thing. Most likely, I am going to be your panel host. Sounds good? Okay, let's go and have our tea, and in 20 minutes, Joe and Chiton's engineer will be ringing the bell to bring us back. Colleagues, the tea is served. Isaac, please confirm the tea is served. So we have the tea, the coffee, and the water and everything outside. Okay, everyone is welcome, and let's be back in 20 minutes time.
first cable factory. It was set up in Cable Corporation Limited is located at Lugazi, Uganda, between Kampala and Jinja. Uganda got its first electricity grid in 1958 with the commissioning of the Owens Falls Dam. Cable Corporation started in 1968 as Uganda's first cable factory. It was set up in technical collaboration with Sumitomo Industries, Japan, to manufacture domestic and power cables and conductors, which before then were being fully imported into Uganda. Cable Corporation has continued to expand since then and has the capacity to meet more than half of all Uganda's domestic and industrial low-voltage cables. It can also meet most of Uganda's annual low and high-tension conductor needs. We ensure only the best quality raw materials are used in the manufacture of our cables. Cable Corporation makes all sizes of domestic copper cables from 1.5 square millimeters to 300 square millimeters. These cables are made with special properties such as flame retardant low smoke cables, FRLS, to enhance overall safety. We also make twin ECC cables, flexible cables, and multi-core unarmored cables. Industrial armored cables, suitable for both overground and underground use, are made in both copper and aluminium. Sizes range from very small, 1.5 square millimeter cables, to the large, this being 4-core 300 square millimeter armored cables. Cable Corporation has emerged as the single largest supplier to the utility sector in Uganda, making the entire size range of conductors such as aluminium conductor steel reinforced, known as ACSR, all aluminium alloy conductor AAAC, aerial bundle cables ABC, as well as metering cables, solid arm, and special cables to order. Cable Corporation is an ISO 9001-2015, 14001-2015, and 45001-2018 certified company. We also have all the relevant Uganda National Bureau of Standards certifications for our cables and conductors. We focus on quality. Our laboratory is state-of-the-art with all the necessary equipment to test all aspects of our cables and conductors, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards and International Electrotechnical Commission standards. The entire manufacturing process has various quality steps built in to ensure that our cables perform to the highest standards. Electrical cables are designed to carry electrical current safely at specified voltages from one point to another. The size and purity of the wire determines the current that can be carried, and the purity and thickness of the insulation of the wire determines the safety of the cable. Therefore, a good cable has 4 key criteria of quality. 1. The purity of the conductor, whether it be copper or aluminium. This should always be 99.95% pure. 2. The cross-section of the conducting wire. It should be as stated. 3. Quality and thickness of insulation, which determines safety. Again, it should be as stated in the IEC standards or exceed them. 4. Length of the cable. It should be the correct length as specified. At Cable, we test the cables at every stage of manufacture, from the raw material to the finished product. The process also contains safeguards to ensure perfect quality each time and every time for every single product. We test the physical quality, the electrical quality, the insulation quality, as well as the finished product. In short, when you buy a Cable Corporation product, you can rest assured of its quality, safety, and reliability. Our cables and conductors have been exported to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan. Since 1968, we have been supplying the cables and conductors that form the backbone of the distribution network in Uganda. Our cables carry the electricity to the home and provide the life for light.
It's 3 p.m. and you're 50, and some say
it's too late to start saving now.
But the truth is,
It's never too late.
every rand saved is a rand earned.
It's 10:30 a.m. You're 35, and life's good. But next door, they're living the big life. Really, really big. But so is their debt.
Six p.m. You're 60, and the work game is over. What's next? To enjoy every adventure ahead. Invest what you have wisely.
The Uganda Electricity General Company Limited, UEGCL, is wholly owned government of Uganda. Its mandate is to issue, acquire, maintain, and operate its generation facilities and promote research in the sector while running the company on sound business principles. UEGCL, generating for generations.
The company from 1906, there was already the limited use was expanded with the introduction of thermal electricity around 1915, and finally in 1954 the first hydropower plant was commissioned at the Owen Falls Dam in Jinja. The commissioning of the 180 megawatt Owen Falls Dam triggered a transformation of the country's nascent sector that in the early 2000s went through sweeping reforms that have placed Uganda's electricity sector at the highest ranking on the African continent. Today, Uganda boasts over 1,365.2 megawatt installed generation capacity from a mix of renewable energy technologies, including hydro, grid-connected solar, cogeneration, and thermal. What began as a plan to construct a single dam to support the growing economic activity in the country has now transformed into a robust, self-sufficient electricity supply industry with huge investment potential in the entire value chain of generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity.
The reforms brought about increased generation and also transmission and distribution. But the reforms also brought technology transfer because we have trained our own staff.
At the time of unbundling, we were talking about only 3 generation plants. But now, as we speak today, we have grown to 41 generation plants.
We have seen increase in generation capacity in 2000 from a mere 280 megawatts to now 1,365.2 megawatts.
Owing to huge public and private investments in the electricity sector over the 2-decade period after the reforms, Uganda is currently home to some mind-blowing electricity infrastructure, such as large hydro plants, tunneled power plants, solar plants, harnessing the advantage of being located along the equator, and mini hydro plants from rivers that contour the Rwenzori and Elgon region. Commissioned in 2012, at the peak of an energy crisis occasioned by fast-growing demand for electricity and limited generation, the 250-megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant was the first largest privately owned hydroelectric energy source, not just in Uganda, but also in the East African region. Situated across the Victoria Nile, Bujagali harnesses the energy of its namesake, the Bujagali Falls in Uganda.
Back in 2004, there was a shortage of electricity, shortage of generation. We were operating with up to 12 hours rolling blackouts in Kampala every day. So the government at that stage decided to go to international tender for the construction of the Bujagali project.
In 2019, the country also welcomed the 183-megawatt Isimba hydropower plant, the first major power project to be built under public and private financing arrangements. Located 4 kilometers downstream of Simba Falls on the River Nile and approximately 50 kilometers downstream of the source of the Nile, Isimba is currently the second largest fully operational plant in Uganda. Uganda's electricity is now welcoming on board a new hydropower architectural marvel in the 600-megawatt Karuma underground plant. Not only is Karuma a boost to the country's energy portfolio, but it is also a stunning tourist attraction for both local and international tourists. Benefiting from the rapid development of photovoltaic technology, solar energy generation as an important component of the renewable energy mix has been witnessing an exponential increase across the globe. For the past decade, Uganda's solar profile consists of 5 grid-connected solar photovoltaic plants with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts. 2 other smaller capacities serve in the Kalangala and Lolwe Islands, and a number of off-grid projects in the pipeline, expected to accelerate access to electricity in rural areas. All the energy generated is transmitted by a transmission grid stretching 3,386 kilometers and high-voltage substations that include the 60 MVA 132-33 kV Nkenda substation, located in western Uganda. Nkenda substation is central for evacuating several power plants located in the Rwenzori sub-region and supports the heavy mining and agricultural activity in the region. This substation will also be the point of interconnection with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 100 MVA 132-33 kV Tororo substation serves the far east and northern regions of Uganda and is the point of interconnection with Kenya. It evacuates the 10-megawatt Tororo Solar North plant and 10-megawatt Tororo Solar PV plant. This substation serves mainly industrial loads in the eastern region, including 3 cement factories. Commissioned in 2020, the 126 MVA 132-33 kV Uganda substation powers industrial activity in Uganda and the surrounding districts. Perhaps the largest on the list is the 400 MVA/220/132/33 kV Kawanda substation, which serves the main load centers in and around Kampala metropolitan area. It evacuates the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant and will receive power generated from the 600 megawatt Karuma hydropower plant upon commissioning. Kawanda substation is the main supply point for Western Uganda, and the interconnection with Tanzania and Rwanda through its 220 kV backbone in Masaka and Mirama, respectively, with 4 transformers serving 11 and 33 kV loads around the eastern part of Kampala city. The significance of Lugogo substation to Uganda's electricity supply industry cannot be undermined, as it houses the National Control Center, where dispatch of electricity across the country and interconnection with neighboring countries is controlled. The distribution segment comprises of 80 distribution substations across the country, which supports the delivery of quality supply to the different categories of consumers, ranging from domestic to extra-large industrial. Among these substations is the 28 MVA 33/11 kV Moniko substation, which not only supports the industrial load in Lugazi, but also evacuates the 26 megawatt cogeneration plant operated by Sugar Corporation of Uganda Limited, SCAL. Whereas Uganda's electricity distribution segment is run by 8 licenses, Umeme Limited, one of Africa's most benchmarked power distribution companies, operates 95% of the network.
We've actually made the sector financially viable and weaned it off from government subsidies. Losses have reduced from 38%, now we're talking 16.7%. Bill collections has gone up. Now we're running at an average of 99% over the last 10 years.
Our customers are now used to a continuous supply. And that goes a long way to speak to the improvement in the quality and reliability of supply. Now we are no longer talking about outages, we are talking about surges, blinks.
We are moving towards middle income. We are seeing total social transformation by giving this service.
Now we are talking about nearly 2 million households connected to the grid. But also we have done so well in creating an enabling environment for off-grids, mini-grids, solar home systems, to the extent that now 38% of our access to clean energy is through those technologies.
Right now, we can use the household equipment that we need, that we have, that we can afford.
So when you look at the journey over the last 17 years, it has been really very fast-paced. We've readied the platform for takeoff.
We promise that we shall continue to deliver our mandate as Electricity Regulatory Authority.
Has been a journey of a lot of focus and sacrifice from all of us to be able to build the electricity supply industry sector that the globe now is admiring.
We actually have a surplus of electricity, and we are building more dams, as you know, not only on all the sides of the Nile River, but even on the smaller rivers. With abundant and cheaper electricity will mean faster industrialization.
Looking back on the journey, Uganda's electricity subsector is a success story attested to by several local and international benchmarks.
Cooperation in Uganda, as Germany and Uganda celebrated 60 years of partnership following the signing of the bilateral agreement in 1964. Since then, Germany's bilateral development cooperation is implemented through 2 state-owned implementing agencies, that is GIZ, which focuses on technical cooperation, and KfW, which focuses on financial cooperation.
our main thrust of how we work together with our partners, the ministries, the civil society, is that we have advisors who are sitting at the heart of those institutions and organizations. Our approach is it's a multi-level approach. We support Uganda on a policy level, say maybe the local economic development strategy with the Ministry of Local Government. And if it doesn't make a difference to people up there, it's no use.
How we work, it's not that we are sending expertise. It's not that we are sending technical advisors, for instance, to implement a program together with the government and partners. So we depend between the German government and the government of Uganda that they agree upon focal areas of cooperation. And then basically we partner with partners in the Ugandan government to implement programs. We provide the financing for a project and also expertise together with our partners so that we can make projects work.
Working in a health setting where there is no power, it has a number of challenges. For example, having mothers delivered at night, having power within the facility, as has been availed to us by GIZ through solar. This has helped this facility in that this facility got its first permanent building because of the availability of power. And about over 9 facilities in Rhino Camp settlement transfer their patients here for management. With this, we have saved so many lives.
With the training that ZIZ gave us, they taught us on climate smart agriculture. They support us with these various seeds like peanuts, onions, cassava cutting. So all of us are engaged, and those are the major sources that we get money to save, and we also borrow money to do business in our various villages where we came from.
Previously, the refugees have not been involved in the developments that are happening at the district level or the sub-county. Generally, they were doing their work in isolation with the leadership of the district. But from the dialogue meetings we've had, it provided an opportunity for the host community and the refugees to air out their challenges that they are facing in the community that are related to service delivery. Maybe challenges that are of water, maybe challenges of roads, education, and health. They're able to talk about this, and in the dialogues, of course, we bring the leaders, the duty bearers, to make responses to those issues.
Kulika Uganda has been getting support from BMZ to implement skills development projects. One of the key aspects that we have narrowed down to is what we call the creative capacity building. This is an approach where community members come together, find a problem, and then they develop a solution to it.
Our water sanitation and hygiene promotion projects are essential to improving access to water in many of Uganda's rural and peri-urban areas.
This system was constructed to help improve the wash in the refugee hosting communities of Kerry Town Council and Oraba Town Council. This system has a production well of 55 cubic meters per hour and is powered by both grid and solar. It's one of the systems that has been funded by the German government towards helping the communities within the refugee hosting districts of Uganda.
Through these programs, we help refugees and host communities build resilience against climate change and food insecurity. As a result, many farmers are now reporting increased incomes. These interventions target both households and public institutions, including schools and health centers. As we celebrate these 60 years of German-Ugandan cooperation, we reflect on the profound impact our partnership has made. Together, we have uplifted communities, enhanced resilience, and created pathways to opportunity.
I would like to encourage the youth of Uganda to actively participate in shaping the country and shaping the future. You are the majority. You have enormous potential. The future is in your hands.
Sound team, can I get on? One, two, sound team. Sound team. Sound team. Sound team. Can Can the microphone be raised a little higher than that? When, like me, I'm talking to you, and the photographer sees that and stands and takes a picture when we are not aware. I have been saying that since yesterday. Is not doing that. Now that is why we need Pasco with the camera. What is Pasco doing? He didn't come today. Maybe he didn't have transport. Let Elijah have a camera. Did you bring our camera? Let Elijah have it. People, can we come back and we get our session running? Our next session, everyone who is outside, you're free to come with your cup of tea back to the hall so that we salvage some of the time we lost at the start. We have a very exciting mid-morning leading into lunch. And of course, you know that after lunch, we are heavily packed. We have breakaway sessions, and that's going to be crowned by a debate in the evening. Those are all sessions that we're looking forward to with anticipation for the wealth of knowledge that's going to be displayed here. So can I request the ushers and Team ERA to help me invite everyone back to the hall so we can go to the next session. The prof is not yet done with us. We have about 1 hour that we must use to do so many things. I have 1 hour with 3 speakers and then a discussant, and then we're going to have the official launch of the State of the Environment report. So in 1 hour, we have about 5 very packed activities to do. That's why I'm requesting that people come back to the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a presentation. We're going to have presentations. We're going to have Professor Ignacio come back to do a presentation. When he's going to do a presentation on opportunities for private investment in our transmission and distribution networks. When he's done, I'll have Mr. Edward Irura come and do a presentation on unpacking corporate and regulatory finance in the utility sector. When he's done, we have Mr. Vianney Mutiaba, who presents a paper on designing inclusive electricity tariffs for marginalized and vulnerable groups in Africa, not just Uganda, but Africa. And so those presenters are following one after the other, and then we'll have a discussant leading us into the next session. And just before we break for lunch, we are going to launch the State of the Environment study report, a very beautiful study that was done about how we are abusing and protecting the environment in Uganda. A newspaper article about the same was published yesterday, authored by ourselves, ERA. So this is a very good moment. So I would like to invite Professor. Yes, it is your turn to come back and delve into your next paper. Thank you so much, Prof. Our team in sound, it's a little bit hot up here. I don't know if we can increase the strength of the fans or these 3 lights here can have a fairer light on it. I leave that to you, Prof.
Well, thank you very much. Yes. Well, I need my slides. Okay, so I'm going to continue with this relationship between innovation and regulation, trying not to reinvent the wheel, but trying to be creative and use what is already available. Adaptation of what exists to the new situations here in African countries is not simple, and particularly is more difficult when there are clear differences, as in the topic that I'm going to cover, which is electrification, because advanced economies have full electrification. And it is a topic in which topics that have been discussed in the panel this morning, such as the importance of political economy and the importance of the beneficiaries of electrification, the local communities and their priorities, is also very important. But regulation is critical, and regulation is what makes possible the business that will be able to attract private capital that is necessary in large amounts. So I think it is obvious to everybody that implementing national electrification plans needs large volumes of financing. This is, for instance, the latest national electrification strategy that I have for Uganda. And in this red square, you can see that it is necessary something close to $5 billion only in investment, not including operation and maintenance. So we are talking about large amounts. And when we talk about electrification and distribution, that means not only grid extension, but also the three modes of electrification, mini-grids and standalone systems. And we cannot consider electrification in silos, trying to build all the mini-grids that are needed, ignoring solar home systems or ignoring grid extension. And you have seen here that we are talking about 1/3 of each. If we talk about volume of money, in mini-grids in Africa, we may need something like 200,000 mini-grids with a cost of about 125 billion. And in solar home systems, in Uganda, in the National Electrification Strategy, we are talking about 10 million households. And for entire Africa, we are talking about 40 billion only to get what is called Tier 2, which is about 300 kilowatt hours per year. So large amounts of money. And so far, all this has been financed almost exclusively with public funds or with concessional loans or donors, but not with real private investment. You can check, you will have access to my slides later, all these documents that talk about the very low level of investment that is happening in private investment in networks. You have seen this slide in my presentation previously this morning. So resorting to private investment is inevitable because we cannot do all this amount of funding with public money. And so we will never achieve universal access this way. This is what Einstein said, right? Remember this morning? And we have to change our approach. So we need Einstein again. And the solution should be to try to solve our problems, adopting the thinking that has worked elsewhere. So we need a comprehensive view of electrification that makes possible business models that are sustainable, and sustainable not in the environmental sense also, but permanence, so that are businesses forever. So people have electricity with a solar home system or with a mini-grid, but for any time. And scalable. People use the word scalable, but scalable means that nobody is left behind, so that the business models that we adopt will go to the most remote area of the country and provide electricity there permanently. So this is the type of business models that we need, not the ones that we have, that we continue insisting on them and failing. There is an approach that I started doing, funded by the Shell Foundation about 12 years ago or so, when I had finished a study at MIT on the electricity of the future, and they wanted to explore how could be the electricity, the utility of the future in Africa. And then that was supported later by the Rockefeller Foundation with a group of eminent people from all over the world. And I was leading the research group for them. And we came up with this concept that is now being applied in a couple of countries, being adopted by different organizations. And I believe that this is the one that we are promoting from the African School of Regulation. And I believe that it makes sense. And I'm going to describe that. Okay, so it is a framework that is not reinventing the wheel. It is bringing the principles that have been useful and that work everywhere and trying to put them together to address the problem of electrification. So the principles are obvious, but all together have very profound implications. The first one is cost effectiveness. We want to electrify at the lowest possible cost, right? Okay, and that means mixing the three modes of electrification, solar home systems, mini-grids, and grid extension. We want the models to be scalable, to reach to the most remote corner of the poorest people in every country. We want them to be sustainable, so to be permanent, to provide electricity forever, not until your solar home system goes dead. And focused on development, which is what was discussed in the panel previous to the coffee break, about the importance of looking at the needs and the priorities of the communities. How to implement these principles? Well, 4 steps, one corresponding to each one of the principles. The first step is the obvious one that almost every country that I know of has done, with support from the African Development Bank, the World Bank, IFC, etc., which is what must be done and how much does it cost. So it's a national electrification strategy. The national electrification strategy will tell you that if you want to electrify, this is a 40 by 60 kilometer in some area in Uganda, you should not do this because this is very expensive. You should do this, which is a combination of grid extension, mini-grids, and standalone systems that is significantly lower cost than the other approach. I have been involved in about 20-something national electrification strategies. This is one for Rwanda with different colors for the different modes of electrification. And this is the result of what has to be done, how many mini-grids and when, where, and how much is the cost of each one of them. And same thing for solar home systems and grid extension. If you do the same thing in Uganda, you get this national electrification strategy with the same table of what has to be done and how much is the cost, and the colors indicating what are the preferable solutions in different parts of the country. So once you have that, and the tragedy is that in most countries where I have done 23 or 24 national electrification strategies, everything stops in step 1. But we need steps 2, 3, and 4, otherwise we will not get electrification. So step 2 is who will do it and how. So this is where regulation kicks in. So what is the regulatory model? What is the business model that has to be adopted? And I would say in a nutshell that the idea is that we need a utility-like solution, meaning not a classical utility maybe, but we need a company that will have as a mission to provide electricity on a continuous way, or at least for 25, 30 years, and then will be replaced, if necessary, after those 25 or 30 years. In the same way that I have electricity at home, and I don't fear in my home in Madrid, Spain, that I will go without electricity. If my company goes broke, somebody will take over, but there will be always electricity in my apartment. Second, to expand the concept of distribution to consider the 3 electrification modes, the cost of service that I insisted this morning. Without paying the cost of service, it is impossible to have full electrification, because nobody is going to invest 125 billion in mini grids if they are not going to recover that investment with a rate of return that is attractive. And that means that as the tariffs have to be affordable, some subsidy will be needed to top up what the tariffs, the regulated tariffs could pay, to pay the full cost of service of the mini grids, standalone systems, and grid extension in rural areas. And we need some kind of public-private partnership, some concessions or service companies or whatever you may want to call it, that will provide the service and will take that business, the utility-like companies. There are many different formats of public-private partnerships or concessions, so that the government retains the ownership, but the activities of investment, operation, maintenance, billing, revenue collection, etc., it depends on the type of partnership that we define, will be done by a private entity. And if you will look at the case of Uganda, we will be facing this very complex slide. So I spent a couple of months here talking in the year 2022 and then 24 with all the stakeholders, and came up with my team with this diagram that more or less explains the arrangement of organizations that are needed, and each one with the regulation that is necessary to do the job. So this is step 2. So who has to do what? And I don't have time to go through all this, but I will tell you that you have at the top everybody putting money there, the government and development partners. We have in red a key organization that you have to define in each country which organization that will be. This is a governmental, publicly owned entity that I call Finance Co, that will be the hub of all the funding. And that hub will go to the distribution, grid extension, mini grids, standalone systems, feeding them with funding. In the case of Uganda, we know that we have a unified company that has generation, transmission, and distribution. And in this case, I think that the best solution would be a service company, a company that will do only operation and maintenance and procurement, but will not do investment. The investment will be done with the money coming from government and development partners, and of course, from for the private companies, could be coming from commercial banks, and certainly for the money coming from the tariffs. I will not dwell more into this. If somebody is interested in details, I have the reports that are publicly available, and I can send them to you. And they are in the website of the African School of Regulation, or you can write to me. Once you have decided the type of business model and who is doing what, so the organization of the electrification process, then the next thing is, well, how to pay for it? Who is going to finance this? Of course, that depends, the difficulty depends on the country you are talking about. I have done the numbers very carefully, interacting with the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Finance, the former UMEME, and the stakeholders, companies, mini grids, etc. And well, I delivered to everybody who was interested the Excel book that with all the details and all the numbers for the financial plan until 2040, and everybody was able to check the numbers. And in my opinion, in my team, it was possible to achieve, when I did that in 2022, achieve full electrification in Uganda by 2030 and become break-even financially in 2040. And now that a few years have passed and not much progress has happened, it is possible to achieve that in 2035 or 2040 and become financially viable. That means without any external subsidy, cross-subsidization, but no external subsidy by 2040. When I am talking about financing, I am not talking, as I have seen in some reports, that you have to finance the electrification process of a country tomorrow morning. It's not tomorrow morning. You have 20 years or more, because you can ask concessional funding, concessional debt, that may have 7 years of a grace period and then a very low interest rate for many years. You may play with all the financial instruments, and you could rely on the evolution of the tariff that could take advantage of people having electricity and being better off. So something that you have to understand, again quickly, is that I'm going to talk about the financial plan in 2 periods. First period is until you get full electrification. And the second period that I will show in a moment is until you get financial stability. In the first period, you have a cost that is this TOTEX at the top, which is the cost that is very high because you have to invest a lot for a few years to get everything electrified. Then you have the cost of service, which is what the regulator will put in the tariff because of the rate base, so what is in the remuneration of the assets. And that is going lower than the total cost because the regulator depreciates the assets for the economic lifetime of the assets. So you have, if you have a transformer or you have a pole or a wire, that will have a lifetime of 40 years. So the amount of money to recover that cost happens very slowly over a period of 20 years, while the investment happens very quickly at the beginning. And then if the tariffs are not cost reflective, you will have the revenue that you obtain from the tariffs that is below what the revenue requirement would be. So in red, you have revenue requirement. In green, you have the money collected with the tariffs. Now we go to the second period, and voila, in the second period, what happens is that you don't need to invest that much because you have recent investment that is in good condition, and then this line goes down. The cost reflective revenue requirement keeps growing and growing as you have more people connected and paying the tariff, and eventually the tariff altogether will be able to catch up with the cost reflective revenue requirement, and you will reach break-even point. As I said, I've done the math, and the math Uganda. It will be easier for Kenya, that has a higher level of electrification. It will be very difficult for Niger or Malawi that have very low level of electrification, and maybe you have to wait many years to get full access. This is the outcome, and I will not go through that, of the Excel book with how much is the blended financing of the different types. The first one is thinking of electrification by 2030, full electrification. The second one is 2040. And the fourth step is focusing on human and economic development. So all this that we do of electrification is to improve the quality of life of people. And of course, the the considerations that have been done this morning about paying attention to the priorities of the communities and providing the level of electricity that is needed, which is different in different communities in different parts of the country or the countries, is very important. And that means that the role of the distributor or the developer of mini-grids or the concessionaire of standalone systems is more than just providing electricity. It's making possible that electricity is used productively and beneficial for the community. There are many different approaches that have been tried or happen in the literature. I am sorry to say that the only one that I know of that meets all the requirements that I have established is this integrated framework for electrification that is very flexible, but it is very demanding because you have to meet all the requirements of cost effectiveness, scalability, sustainability, and being focused on development. And that's it. There are some references that you could go to these websites to find the corresponding documents. This is the document that is in the website of the African School of Regulation, the Integrated Framework for Electrification. This same thing applied to mini-grids. We had a workshop in Makerere University last September to discuss exactly this topic, and we came up with this position paper. And these are the two studies that I have done for the case of Uganda. All of them available at the website of the African School of Regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Perez. He's done a good job. Again, ladies and gentlemen, when these presentations are done, I'm coming back to you. So make sure that you put down your questions or your contributions, because I will open up to the audience now to respond to these presentations. Like Simon said, if there's nobody asking a question, I will just appoint anybody and say, you ask a question. So please better get ready. So may I now take the privilege to invite CP Edward Irura to come and do a presentation on uniform system of accounts. Let's have that presentation loaded. Sir Edward, over to you.
Thank you very much. I've already been introduced, and the interest of time, I will drive to my presentation. I want to make two corrections. The topic was not uniform system of accounts, but I think that's what he wanted me to present on. Unfortunately, it was not the topic that was given to me. The second thing, when I was stepping here, he warned me 15 minutes because maybe he knows that I'm not a professor. He never warned the professor who spoke before. But all the same, I don't have a lot to speak because when we started yesterday, and if you've been following, we are talking, there are a number of words that run through all the presentation. Professor today, he has shown us the generation, how some countries in Africa are really not up to the expected. Yesterday, we presented about the trends in growth in terms of the demand. Demand is growing very fast. We are talking about cost-reflective tariffs. We are talking about reliability, affordability, sustainability, all those words. That's what we've been talking about today. But the issue is that really, when you compare demand and supply of electricity, there is a problem. There is certainly a problem, and demand outpaces supply. And when you look at our history, can you kindly help me to capacitate me so that I can use this? Okay, let's press the green. There are two greens.
Okay, the big one.
Okay.
It has moved.
So,
Now here is your screen.
oh, thank you very much. So, generally, just I wanted to give you an introduction on this topic of regulatory finance vis-a-vis the traditional finance we know. Because unless we understand the background and introduction where we are coming from, it's very difficult. Because when I joined regulation, I had never worked in any regulator, by the way. But that didn't stop me from knowing finance. But it has been a learning journey up to this date of understanding that the finance we are talking about is not the one which is guided by international financial reporting standards. It's not the ones, it's a one of it, but you have to add. You have to learn more and make additional to understand. And that's what drives this regulatory finance is the industry we're in. So the industry we're in currently, especially in Africa now, demand outpaces supply. We are talking about that it is the industries require a lot of capital. They are capital intensive, and therefore they create monopolies. So there's a market failure. For my professor, Dr. Koboy knows the demand. The demand I'm talking about is of A level, where demand and supply reach equilibrium, and that is the perfect competition. But when you come to electricity, it's not like that. Since we are talking about that demand outpaces supply, there is a failure where there are few suppliers of this service. And as such, they will create a monopoly that will affect, and this will not be aligned. That's why we create regulators. So if you're in regulation and you're a finance person and you are still stuck in the traditional accounting of international financial reporting standards, you have to learn more so that you are able to give value. So Uganda created a regulator, the first, which we know this information is available, the first in sub-Saharan Africa, and because of those reforms. But the importance or the objective of regulation, one, is to encourage competition. So in accounting, when companies are competing, certainly the market decides. The market will produce a price, will make sure people are efficient because you are competing. This is different in this industry. So if you are an accountant seated there and you are coming to work with the regulator, what do you need to understand? That actually monopolies create inefficiencies. So won't you be interested to know the kind of costs, the kind of plans, the kind of, when we talk about cost reflective, by the way, cost reflective, it took me time to understand what cost reflective is. Until I joined the regulator, I did not understand. So it means that the costs are equal to the price. They are able to cover, the price is able to cover the cost of the service. This can't happen if you're a monopoly. So in regulatory finance, you must keep it in mind. Encourage efficiency. So if you're in regulatory finance, you must understand that the efficiency will not just come because you must determine, you must fight for it. Because in any case, these companies are not really having a drive unless you drive it. And how do you drive it in finance? I'll be explaining. Remember, the price we have talked about is cost reflective to ensure financial viability. If you are in a monopolistic tendencies, there are high chances that that cost may not reflect the cost of service. Because remember, the objective, as we shall see, the objective of a company normally is to maximize the shareholders' wealth, value. So if you're not regulated, if you're a part of management and the board, what you need to see is the bottom line, that the price, the profit is high. Irrespective of what, whether it reflects the cost of what you are doing or not. However, in a regulated, it is quite different because the tension between the consumer. Today we talked about affordability, and yesterday and the other day and the other day. If the regulator does not look at the costs squarely, there are high chances government will call upon you, will make a call. You are not aligning to the affordability. You know some of the pronouncements we've received, which are fair because that's what the industry requires. Now, in a monopolistic tendency, certainly this is not achieved. So until the regulator has to determine fairly. The other thing that is to encourage investment. How do you encourage investment? Is to ensure that there is a fair share. The tariff that is being set, there's a share of the investor to recover. So I wanted to give you those objectives. They are not conclusive, they are not many, but from that point, you can understand why there is a need to understand regulatory finance. So, corporate finance, I've already mentioned, is about managing resources, financial resources, which includes investment decisions, planning, and all that, based on the standards. However, regulatory finance brings in other things. You have to focus on the legal, the law. We have the regulator, and this regulator was created by the law. And this law, if you read the Electricity Act, it has specific things which drive competition. One of the roles is that the regulator must set the what? The functions. Number one is the tariff setting. Why? Why is it not in a competitive environment? Because there is a problem. So if you're an accountant and you think, why is the regulator looking at these costs? Why is the regulator interested in the regulatory asset base, which I will explain? That's why we differ. Cost allocation, the issue of cost allocation. We know there are many companies, the licensees, who are doing business of regulated and unregulated. So if you have a license, for instance, of a regulator, for instance, the regulator is interested to know how you separate these costs. It is a dilemma, it's a challenge, but we try. And the rules must be set to understand that the cost of regulated business and unregulated business, the objective is that there shouldn't be cross-subsidization of these services, so that you are able to ring-fence and separate these costs. And for those licenses in Uganda, we have already issued those ring-fencing guidelines, rules, to ensure that you are able to separate these costs. You cannot have a cost-reflective tariff. Remember the objective. If you have not ring-fenced these, there are many gas plants we have in Uganda. They have other main businesses. We have actually our distribution companies who are dealing with pole plants. They are doing other services, fiber, telecom companies are using the poles. So you must be able to separate these costs so that you are able to identify the costs that are related to the service, so that you can drive the cost reflective. You cannot achieve that. Secondly, you may not even achieve it to attract investments, because how will you recover the investment? So what the regulator has done in Uganda, for instance, one of the functions is to develop the uniform system of accounts. The uniform system of accounts, in simple terms, defines what will be in our reporting in finance or in accounting that can ensure uniformity, predictability, and comparability of these resources. And this will have developed them. So that is the difference. But the definition is not universal. This definition, as we are saying, regulation is a bit new, especially in Africa, but we've tried to research on a few things, and the ones in red for regulatory finance is what you need to pick. You must know, if you are in regulation, that you are a regulated entity. The issue of data is key, data integrity. And there is an authority. People don't like using that word. There is an authority which is governed by the law. As simple as that. And all costs, all expenditures, all investments must be guided by those agreements, those laws that have been able to establish. So you must demonstrate compliance. must demonstrate compliance and justify costs. We've had challenges with some licenses in Uganda who doesn't want to justify costs. But remember, I will be talking about the principles of transparency and regulation. If you don't justify costs, how do you have a cost-reflective cost? Service. And justification may mean anything, by the way. And they will introduce another word of reasonability and prudency. That is regulatory finance. We'll ask those questions. And quite unlikely in a competitive environment or a monopolistic tendency would be bothered to think about that. After all, I'm assured of my revenues. So, now, regulatory finance in specific terms, I've already mentioned some of the objectives, is to ensure transparency. That is it. So if you brought an asset, and we call it a regulatory asset, we must know the process of how you have acquired that asset. There must be either agreements that support, there must be the valuation. For instance, you'll see in most of the balance sheets of companies who are regulated, the regulated asset base is different in most cases between the actual book value of the assets, sometimes the book value, because there are some assets that are regulatory assets and some are not regulatory assets. To ensure transparency, of course, we do reconciliation. Cost allocation, I've talked about it already. Fair tariff setting is to ensure that the tariff, the cost, because a tariff is cost. Generally, in simple terms, you get cost of cost of capital, you get the capital recovery itself, you get the operation and maintenance, taxes, and others. That's the total cost divided by some units that you expected to sell, less the losses. I don't want to go into that mathematics because I met some colleagues during a break and they said, we are eagerly waiting for your presentation. But I told them that I may confuse you. So I hope I'm not confusing you if I start to bring those computations, but it's purposes of explanation. So the other thing is performance monitoring. Now, the issue of performance. Regulation is to drive efficiency because of the market we are in. If you recall, the market we are in is what? Few suppliers. If you have few or you are one, or what you need to put in requires a lot of capital, so not everybody can do it, then the regulator has set performance targets and keep on monitoring to drive efficiency. Now, in how do you do this? Sometimes we do what we call benchmarking. We do trend analysis. Benchmarking, we compare these costs in another country, for instance, or in another period, or in another competitive environment. How much will this cost of service be? Compare. Then we monitor and we set those targets. I will not repeat on. Now, regulatory finance, there are a few aspects. I might repeat myself, is the users, whereas the main user of a company which is not regulated is the shareholders. They are the primary users. In a regulatory finance, it is the regulator himself, the consumer, government, investors, and everybody. And what are they looking for? They have different interests. Different interests. And there are always tensions. We're not tensions of what is happening, but verbal missiles sometimes happen because of those interests. You know for sure you'll want to pay nothing. Up to now, when we ask, they say affordability. But if you look at the trajectory of this tariff, sometimes there have been reduction. But even when I meet people who know that I work with the regulator, they ask me, I said the tariff has reduced. They say, only 1 shilling? No. I said, but how much do you want it to reduce? They said it should reduce at least by half. Now you imagine that, if you are the users of this regulatory finance are even the consumers. The main purpose of regulatory finance is transparency. how we classify our costs. Remember, the traditional way of classification of costs is quite different in the regulatory environment. Because in the regulatory environment, you realize that there are assets which we call core and non-core assets, for instance. Why do we call them? They are those assets that drive value and the main core of the business. Transformers, substations, wires, etc. But if you're a regulated company and in the business of electricity, for instance, sale, and you decide to establish a real property, real estate property, you build this hotel, as a regulator, I will not accept that one to be a regulated asset. Although in your financial statements, you may show it as an asset. Why? It's not a core. It's not the core of the business. And as such, you cannot earn a return on it unless you know the objective of transparency. The regulatory finance is about that. It's about how do you classify and how do you spend in a competitive environment. Remember, we're mimicking competition. The regulator is trying to mimic competition. If there are many industries in Uganda, for instance, selling electricity, like 10 of them, do you think they will go into real estate and pick that cost into a price? Certainly they may not, because competition will drive them out of business. We have reporting requirements, yes, same with IFRS, but we modify ours to explain and disclose the issues I've already mentioned. Of course, there are challenges. As I've told you, cost allocation. How do you allocate common costs? One company is being regulated, it has one board. It has one chief finance officer, one CEO. How do you allocate those costs? Of course, we have put rules using some of the fair, acceptable apportionment methods. But it's a challenge. We must, issue of asset evaluation. It's a big issue. We've had one thing with regulation, especially in Uganda, we are looking at the cost, the actual money you have spent to bring that asset into existence. And it must exist. If there are any duplication entries in that asset, which we feel, not we feel, but they are provided somewhere, being compensated somewhere. For instance, if you have staff, you have a manager, you have all those staff, and we have provided those costs as operation and maintenance costs, and you try to apportion them in the value of the asset, the regulator would disallow, because they do not add to the asset valuation, because it's already provided, but they are also operation and maintenance. So we do a lot of reconciliations. You realize why reconciliations happen in the regulatory environment, because we want to make those adjustments at the end of the period. Sometimes the parameters we have set have not been achieved, or there has been significant changes, and we make those reconciliations. The issue is data integrity. You know, we rely, regulation is about information, and there is information asymmetry. If you look, it is the management of a regulated company to give you this information, and they may give you what they want you to know. We keep discussing with my colleagues that we know if somebody wants a regulator to approve a certain plan or a budget, and you want a certain figure, you rather start overstating it. For instance, if you want 50 million, you may present to the regulator 200 million. Then the regulator said, even if I've cut half, and he removed 100, you will be up and running, smiling. So there is gaming. So data integrity is still a challenge. We try to do a lot of benchmarks, we try to do a lot of monitoring, but still. But what is the outcome? The regulatory finance is a supportive tariff setting, incentivize efficiency. I've been talking like that. Don't think that we don't incentivize. Economic regulation will tell you that we are, in Uganda, for instance, we do an incentive and rate of return regulation, where we provide, for instance, targets on expenditure. DMC, we give targets on losses. If you achieve them, or if you overperform, you get the benefit, which shall not come back. For instance, if we've given you DMC of $1 million, you spend 400 million, 1 million, if you spend 4 million, for instance, 400,000, this will reduce the cost of DMC, but we shall not come back. We incentivize you to work hard because we'll have set those parameters. And we also enable performance tracking. I want to move quickly. What are the key components? These are components I didn't want to go when I've not mentioned them. Some of them I've mentioned them in my presentation. The issue of regulatory asset base. And I want to explain what is composed in the regulatory asset base. The asset base, one, is the value. We've talked about the value. We've talked not the book value. I've told you there is a difference between the book value and the value of regulated asset base. The book value might have many things, which are not regulated, and that will not be taken. One, you have invested. You mark those words. You must have invested. One is that's why you find tariff-funded assets, for instance, in those days would not amount to be a regulated asset base. Customer-funded. You know there are utilities where they come and you fund an investment. That investment will not be taken as a regulatory because you didn't invest. It's the customer who invested. And the asset must be eligible. Eligibility. Which asset is eligible to be called a regulatory asset base? It must be that one which is allowed. If you bought motorcycles and it will not allowed as a regulatory asset base, that will not take as a regulatory asset base. And based on that, that's where the earning comes from. Two things that happen on the regulatory asset base. One, we recover, you recover. Remember, if you are not clear and transparent in determining that value of that regulatory asset base, you will not achieve the objective of regulation, of transparency, affordability, fair price, tariff. So, depreciation. Let's talk about depreciation. The issue of depreciation, I know accountants, traditional accountants, perhaps who have not exposed themselves in regulation, we know it is wear and tear. Everybody knows wear and tear of an asset. And it's true. But I think Professor, that when he was ending, he said economic value of that asset and the useful life of that asset. It's what we are looking at depreciation in this case. And you must have invested. Cash must have moved, for instance. You cannot have assets that have been donated free of charge, for instance, and you bring them and there's nothing spent and you start recovering them in the tariff. No. Issues of IT estates, as I've told you, they may not be allowed in the asset. The next key component in the regulatory finance we need to know, as I said before, is cost allocation rules. We have issued this, but they have always brought the contradictions to some of the licensees to understand. But remember that before you crucify the regulator, remember the objective of regulation. The moment we understand the business we are in and the objective of regulation, you'll allow us to do allocation of costs to ensure that we derive a fair price. We ensure that we are able to drive sustainably support or ensure there is sustainable electricity supply. There are similarities. I've already mentioned some of them. When I talk about our traditional finance, capital decision, investment decision, financial modeling, we also do risk management, funding sources, both equity and debt, focus on value. But certainly the differences, I've already mentioned some of them. You could see the primary objective, regulatory oversight is the main issue now. You need to realize that's why they are regulators. Somebody was saying, what are you regulating? You're working with the regulator, what are you regulating? We're regulating the market because there is a failure in the market and ensuring and mimicking competition, period. That is it. And how do we do it? That's the regulations we put in place, the methodologies, and what. Of course, I've mentioned most of these things. The incentives in a company which is not regulated or in a competitive environment is profit maximization. In a regulated environment, you have efficiency mechanism and ensure their fair prices. I've already mentioned corporate finance, regulatory finance in simple terms. We talk about wear and tear in finance. Here we talk about capital recovery. Capital recovery, we are covering the money you have invested for a period of the useful life or economic life of the asset. There are many methods, but we use straight line where you apply, you divide by the number of years, and you recover that asset. And recovery means you are charging it in the tariff. I'm assuming you've bought you have put up a substation or a transformer of 1 million, and you expect it to survive for 10 years. You divide by 10 years. So it means every year what you charge in the tariff is $10,000 or something. At the end of 10 years, you have recovered. But on top of that, there is also a return. That is what we mean in a regulated environment. In a depreciation for finance, you'll apply straight line and you take the whole cost. There's no issue of regulated cash and non-cash. They are all there. Motor vehicles are there. Remember, we talked about assets that are core and non-core. We use uniform system of accounts. It is not a traditional way. It is for the business we are in and the market to ensure that we define, we are clear on what assets, on how you want accounts to look like for tariff setting, for comparability, for benchmarking. So, regulatory finance at ERA, what do we do? Some of the things I've alluded to them. We are preoccupied with investments, ensure that the investor gets a fair return and he gets what he has actually invested fairly. When we talk about fair, for us who went to those old schools, when they will give you fair, sometimes you will celebrate. You say it's not poor. It means that you have balanced, isn't it? It is balanced, isn't it? It's average. It's between 50 there. So the consumer has received, the government is okay, and the investor is also okay. So we have to ensure that happens. And not saying that what you have invested you not recover. Remember, cost reflective we talked about. We implement uniform system of accounts with cost allocation. We have issued guidelines, we have issued rules on separation of costs. And this helps us to be open, transparent, ensure that the costs reflect the service that's being offered. We perform special audits in regulatory finance, and these are not audits where we say true and fair view. You know, it's a difference. There is some licensee I'll not mention. We did an audit, and the expectation, of course, I've had challenges with some of my finance colleagues. The expectation was saying that, you know, there was nothing wrong. This money was spent and it's okay. You know, even the external auditors say true and fair view. I say regulators can't say true and fair view. Because when we talk about a cost is a cost. And if it is allowed, it's allowed, you have to comply. So we don't issue opinions of true and fair. We offer opinions based on performance parameters given. The metrics, the performance metrics were provided. We support in the multi-year tariff reviews, looking at the trends, looking at the benchmark costs in determination of the tariff. We do assess performance of licensees, both before entry, as you know that the regulator regulates the market entry, licensing. So finance provides an opinion when we're doing due diligence. And that's where the challenge is. We have gone ahead to qualify licensed audit firms by the Institute ICPAU. The reason is that we want credibility on the financial statements. We are not saying that all investors will have to go to ICPAU. We shall find out those regulatory bodies in the countries where those companies are. And it's important because we want to assess the financial capability. And this is done in the regulatory. Ex post, when you form and you're in the market, we shall continue doing performance reviews. For the targets I've already mentioned, for the performance metrics that have been set by the regulator to ensure you remain performing and we achieve those objectives of a fair tariff, of efficiency, of encouraging investments, and avoiding monopolistic tendencies in the business. So I'd like to conclude that in essence, corporate finance and retail finance are two sides of the same coin, applied in a different context. In a different context, because my first time to join a regulator, the issue of depreciation bothered me. I was lucky that, we work as a team. And my traditional and my audit background, I knew that can't be an issue to discuss about. But I was saved by my colleagues who took me very fast to explain because I was really astray in terms of this. But it remains almost the same thing. What we are saying here is that we want to fairly allocate those costs to where they fall. If you have incurred an asset and put into place based on the money you have invested, then only that money you have invested, that should be recovered. Plus the return. In finance, we can put all costs there. Wear and tear, valuation. You can do a revaluation. I know in some jurisdiction I've been reading, they've been doing a revaluation. We don't do revaluation now, but you could put a figure and you revalue the asset every year and say land, for instance, or the technology has changed, let me revalue the assets, and if you revalue them high, that cost of revalued amounts cannot go in our tariff because it's not a cost reflective, cannot be accepted. So what I want to thank you, and I want to end here. I hope I'm still within my time. Even when I saw, I saw the moderator standing. I knew he has been giving me a timer, and I've ended within my time. Thank you very much for listening, and please don't ask me hard questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Irura. You see, he has told us that the role of a regulator is a fair return on the investment. So as a man who put in time to prepare his presentation to get a fair return of his investment. Thank you so much, Edward. Topic of uniform system of accounts eventually came through. So you did a very good job. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very tight 1 hour. You'll bear with me if we get out to lunch a few minutes late because I must execute a number of things within the same other presentation, which is going to be fairly brief, but it's going to help us to have a snippet into designing inclusive electricity tariffs for marginalized and vulnerable groups of people. Remember, Professor told us that implementation must have a focus, and the focus should be service of electricity as service, and there must be a long-term view. So, Mr. Mtiaba, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. Some years ago, NTV had a game where it was called Deal or No Deal. So it's 10 minutes. Deal or no deal? Okay, fine.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Julius. My name is Vianney Mtiaba. I work as a pricing manager at TRA. I am going to use 5 minutes of the time. I don't know how it works. Centers. So how do you put it? Okay, thank you, Julius. I'm going to make a presentation, and the topic is designing inclusive electricity tariffs for marginalized and vulnerable groups in Africa. I have an outline that I'm not really going to go into. So there are some statistics in terms of how Africa is performing. According to the World Bank, energy consumption per capita in Africa is still the lowest compared to South Asia. Middle East and North Africa are way above us. Of course, we have to correct that for heating and cooling that is required in many parts of the world. Heating and cooling, that is, Julius didn't orient me. That is happening in Asia and North Africa. So I also know that if you study the economic development challenges of sub-Saharan Africa, they are really the same. So if you go to Nigeria, or you're in Zambia, or here in Uganda, we are all the same. We are facing the same economic development challenges, trying to build infrastructure, disease, education, governance. But when it comes to electricity, we're even more similar. We all have issues of attracting investment. We are trying to build sustainable utilities, have regulators. But also, if you look at a typical consumer in sub-Saharan Africa, we are also the same, especially domestic customers. So the way a domestic customer in Uganda thinks is not different from a domestic customer in Nigeria. The way they make the consumption decisions, how they spend is really similar. So we still have challenges of access in sub-Saharan Africa, and that has been alluded to by many presenters. So as ERA, we are doing our best to make sure that we design tariff structures that protect people that are marginalized. But in doing that, Edward has talked about this. Of course, we have to drive access. So I will really not go into these objectives. Edward has talked about them. So as we regulate and protect the marginalized customers, we have these 3 stages of regulation: entry and exit. You don't just come in the sector, but you also don't just exit. And of course, price regulation is very critical, and that's what we are going to look at. But also, there's consumer protection, quality and reliability of supply. So over the last 20 years of utility performance in Africa, regulation has also evolved. In the 1990s and early 2000s, regulation was about attracting investment. It was about our governments don't have money, we need someone to support us, can we partner with private sector? We have a limited resource envelope, so design models to attract investment. Right now, regulation is shifting towards customer protection. As you know, in the early 2000s, there used to be a load shedding rota in the newspapers, and people were okay with it. These days, power goes off for 10 minutes. People are more aware about their rights. They have access to information. They know where to go. So even as ERA, we are shifting our regulatory frameworks to speak more to consumer protection than anything else. So as we go further into price control, for us, financial sustainability is very important. Even when we are protecting the marginalized groups, we cannot do it at the expense of financial sustainability. So for us as ERA, this sector being financially sustainable and one of the very few in Africa is as important as issues of customer service, resolving complaints, connection. We must have a financially sustainable sector. Now, a financially sustainable sector is one that recovers the reasonable costs, but also has a framework for attracting investments. I'll not go into what Edward has talked about. Yeah, affordability is very critical, and we'll discuss that. But also, even as we protect the marginalized groups, efficient use of energy is very important, especially at this point where Uganda now sits, where we are seeing demand growing. We want to be able to send incentives for customers to only use energy in a pattern and in a manner that is efficient. This really, as we design the tariff, we look at, these are just the stages that for us, a lot of the time as ERA, we spend it in determining reasonable costs. And the analogy that we usually use is going to Entebbe. If you have a flight to catch at 4, there are many ways of going to Entebbe. You can get a chopper. I don't know whether this hotel has a roof land and it drops you in Entebbe. You can get an SUV with a lead car. You can go. You can get a car. You can reach. You can use a taxi. You can use a border. You can even walk. So, but when you walk, you might miss the flight. Or you might reach when you're too tired to fly. But the question we ask ourselves as a regulator, that if you are operating under a threat of competition, what is the most optimal way you would go to Entebbe to catch that flight? If there was another person competing for the same market share, would you hire a chopper to go to Entebbe? Probably you will not walk, but probably you will use a small saloon car that takes you to Entebbe. So we determine that reasonable costs. Now, a lot of people also ask us, why do we have industrial customers paying less? The domestic customers are paying more, and also there's been a debate that we're not giving much attention to domestic customers. But the principle is that each customer category should pay for the costs it imposes on the system. So we do a cost allocation, then we determine the tariff. I'll go into that more. So who are these marginalized groups? One are the low-income earners. We may not have many in this room. They don't come for such conferences. But as ERA, we have an obligation to protect them. We have, there's all this debate about people who are on Twitter. How should the tariff structure look like? Remove the lifeline. I want, when I vend 10,000, I receive the same units, irrespective. It is as simple as that, But for us, we know the reason you get different units is because there's a lifeline tariff of 250 shillings for the first 15 units per domestic customer. And we know that there are over 200,000 households that are barely holding onto electricity supply because there is a lifeline tariff. And that if we remove it, they will get off supply. But those people are not on Twitter. They don't tweet. They are not on WhatsApp groups. They can't defend themselves, but they are relying on ERA to exercise prudence and to protect them. They don't come for these workshops. So none of them here is going to speak for them, but we have to make sure that it. Now, customers, limited influence. You know, there is a group of customers that can call the CEO of ERA and says, I want to meet you. There are some that can call the minister, but there is a group of customers who don't know how you reach the minister's office, you know, but they are relying on ERA to exercise fairness, and that's the principle. If there is a category called extra large and the threshold is 1,500 kVA, you don't need to come to ERA. Qualify, you'll be put in there. If you don't, so there will be a customer down there that doesn't know where ERA address is, the minister's phone number, the CEO of ERA, but we are saying we are treating you the same. So there are also customers that have where the cost of electricity, their overall cost structure is very sensitive to the cost of electricity. You move the tariff by 1 shilling, and you're talking about billions of shillings, you know? And we also look out for those kind of customers. We look out for projects like street lighting and into that. Has talked about that. So there is a group of customers, especially in the rural areas, that the utility would not have served if they were not operating under a monopoly, if they were under perfect competition. That if the utility has monopoly to serve, they would rather not connect you to supply. Number one, you will increase their O&M, especially in the rural areas. They are, you know, our population settlements, customers are sparsely populated. So you will find that a customer has a loose connection on their pole, but the utility has to drive 30 kilometers to reach. And that customer is consuming 10 to 5, 10 units a month. Even their bill for a whole year cannot pay for the fuel to go and restore a supply. So their customers, when they are connected, probably losses increase, they are low consumption, their connection costs are high. So if the utility had a way out, they would not even have connected these customers in the first place, because it doesn't make economic sense to even connect these customers. But as a regulator, we are saying these customers have to be protected. So promoting the access agenda, human rights, there's all this education, you know. Look at this kid, you know. Probably this kid is somewhere in the rural area. They also need supply of electricity to do their homework. We're all living in the same world. There's a health center somewhere that is not Nakasero Hospital that needs support for it to provide service to the customers. There is a factory that they need reliable supply. We have street lighting for security. I'll go into that. So even as we design the tariff and protect the marginalized groups, one, that we make sure that we avoid giving support to a customer category that doesn't need support. For example, as you know, we restructured our lifeline tariff. So you cannot be poor and rich at the same time. So for customers that have a 6 months rolling average of over 100 units per month, they don't qualify to be lifeline customers. You don't need support. It is, if you look at like this hotel, does this hotel need support? So for example, if Ms. Steele ERA says, Ms. Steele, your electricity tariff has reduced by 20 shillings. What do you think Ms. Steele would do? Will it reduce the accommodation rate? Maybe they might even increase. So even, when they tell you a bottle of water here is 10,000, but somewhere it's 1,000, but you come here and buy it. So for them, the way we look at them as ERA is that electricity is not a big driver to their cost structure. They do not need the protection that our grandparents need in the village. So I've talked about the 200,000 customers, public hospitals. As you're aware, we restructured our tariff structure because there was all this outcry that we have hospitals in Uganda that are being disconnected. People are in the theater, they're undergoing operations, and there's no supply, and people are losing lives. So we created a new category called public amenities that includes public hospitals, especially the referral hospitals, and also it includes street lighting, because we think those referral hospitals, it is very critical for them to remain on supply, and they need that kind of support. Cross-subsidy. So we always cross-subsidize. The truth is that if we have a lifeline, someone else is paying, but the people in this room have the capacity to cross-subsidize. So I've talked about the tariff structure, simplicity versus protection of the vulnerable customers. So the people who want the same units paid, you get the same units. It's simple. Just say the tariff is 600. Even if I buy on the 2nd, on the 4th, on the 30th, I get the same units. But there are customers who don't have Twitter. So we try to balance simplicity and then protection. I've been warned by colleagues, Patrick and Michael, not talk about number 6, that this matter has been sorted. The matter, issue of the fixed charge was settled by the professor. So they want me not talk about it. Government policy is very critical. So ERA is independence, but independence does not mean lack of accountability. So the ministry cannot stand up and say, we are driving access, and ERA says, for me, I'm independent, me, I'm on loss reduction. So whatever we do is should be aligned to government policy. And we have low-cost connection. And of course, we do a lot of cross-subsidization to support off-grid solutions. So, of course, there is a lot of, but the point also that the vulnerable customers must also make a contribution. So it's not that we are just, supporting them. They also make a contribution. They pay standing fees. So the enabling framework is clear. Technology, we go a lot of configuration, the billing system to make sure everything is okay. We do a lot of data analysis to make sure that the support is targeted. Of course, we do monitoring and evaluation. Financial sustainability is very critical. We engage stakeholders. We do public hearings. We go to UMA, make sure that whatever we do, we've done proper consultation. So as I conclude, the marginalized and vulnerable groups are part of the electricity consumers. They are also Ugandans like us. They don't have Twitter, but we have to protect them. We should make sure that we give protection to only deserving customers, not everyone. And as a regulator, we have an obligation to protect these customers, but at the same time, make sure that we have a financially sustainable electricity supply industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mtiawa. You've done a very good job. I probably will be the first person to ask you a question, if you allow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had very rich presentations. When Vianney was talking about a customer who cannot walk to the minister or to the PS or even call the CEO of ERA, there is something Vianney skipped. that this customer does not even know that ERA exists or that even a ministry exists, and they are there. The law requires that ERA must exist for those people. Those who do not even know that probably the person they know is that there is an RDC somewhere, but they cannot even go to the office of the RDC. The law requires that the regulator or the law mandates the regulator to be there for those people. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Sir Edward. Thank you so much, Vianney, for the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, right from the start of these presentations, like you saw the professor was cutting through Africa and giving us comparisons. He demonstrated to us how in Europe, when a consumer in Portugal can actually electricity from Germany. And I was asking about the bottlenecks that we have in Africa. And Vianney has been telling us about mechanisms that are meant to help the electricity consumer who cannot afford, like him still, also use electricity. And from the case studies we've been given from the professor through what Vianney was giving us, before I even come back to regulatory finance and comparison, there was a demonstration of that sub-Saharan Africa is very poor at electricity consumption. Our electricity consumption CV is so poor, it's very bad. If we call it a CV, consumption per capita, it's very bad. I saw a slide here. We are the worst than Asia, worse than North Africa. Basically, it's a very difficult part of the world to be in, but this is where we are. So I have a question that will start with Mr. Mutiava. My question to you is my question. Okay. My question seems to have flowed from the papers, but I'm going to get it. I like something that Edward said before I get back to my... Edward asked he strong statement. Before you criticize the regulator, you need to understand what are the objectives of regulation. And for even a person like me, who is not a finance expert, if it was not for my mathematics teacher in senior 2, I would be a finance expert now. But he Edward showed us a comparative slide here of what corporate finance does and what regulatory finance does. And sir, you have saved the CEO a significant amount of money of sending people for training elsewhere because you've done it here. And I want to thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear from you. I just want like 2 people because I have so many things to do. In my senior 2, we had a biology teacher who used to teach while she's facing the blackboard. And after she has written what she's saying, she keeps rubbing and says, any questions? Before you answer, she says, no question. We proceed. She answers herself. So I might copy her if there are no question responses. I have 1, I have 2. Hey, there are so many. I have 3, I have 4. I have a moving mic. And please, can I have one of the people, Team Era, with a white t-shirt to help me move a microphone? I request that you do us another essay. You just help move, you just help state what is your case or what is your question. And then I go here. And then I want to do the question and answer in 5 minutes because I still have something to do. So 1 minute, officer.
All right. Thank you very much. Gilbert Crestarinite from UEGCL.
Gilbert from UEGCL.
And my question goes to Mr. Irura. It's regarding depreciation. So while I agree with most of the concepts that he mentioned, especially where a particular investment has been funded by the customer, one of the drawbacks of not including depreciation in the revenue requirement, especially for that particular component, over time it becomes more for the final consumer because they have to, at some point X, they will have to replace the asset. So over time, if the revenue requirement has not been allowing maintenance capital to sort of offer up and build up money that would replace, say, 10 years or whatever time period. We shall have scenarios keeps having sharp spikes at particular intervals. Is the rehabilitation of Nalubale. Some of these, if at all, we had gradually built up that recovery of depreciation over time, you'd find that we would not need to borrow. The hierarchy of investment, the cheapest source of replacing an asset is reserves, retained earnings. So perhaps one of the suggestions I could have to the regulator is that for customer-funded investments, they could be, you could let
Edward has noted that. We'll get a clarification and I will be able to tell where we'll do the clarifications from. Yes, Prof.
Yes, so thank you very much. I just want, we have been speaking a lot of English and some of us are confused. I think it's easy if we can have a simple equation on the board. Our electricity is a cost of production and distribution divided by energy consumed. That is the basic equation. For most of the company that produce, that we sign PPA agreement with, we already have a unit. For Kigali, for example, we have $9.67, cent dollars. So that is constant. So then the other is the distribution supply aspect. I think it would be nice to have those equations, just simple equations on the board that show the difference. And then we can play with some of the parameters that can influence, increase or decrease this cost of energy. That is for the era. But in terms of energy consumption, I will prove that in Africa we consume a lot of energy. Even though we put this 300 kilowatt per capita, but in real sense it's more than that. Do we quantify the amount of electricity we use in cooking, which is charcoal? I can tell you in most households in Uganda use almost more than 15,000 kilowatt hours of energy per year, not just this number we are looking at. We only look at electricity, we ignore other sources.
But the discussion is electricity.
Yeah, I know, but now the question that you have to...
So we add on the charcoal one.
Yeah, if you have to take those charcoal now, you want everybody to use electricity for cooking, for water, for washing, for everything, then you will discover that we need to find a way to transform we have now. Actually, the 2,000 we have now, maybe should only supply Makerere University in a scheme of things. So if we are thinking of going in 2040 with electricity, we need to quantify this energy for charcoal, for fire. We have to input that because we are telling people to move to clean cooking. And the cleanness is electricity. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I don't know if we quantified that, whether we'll still be considered as being valid with our statistics, but thank you so much for that observation. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is George Semaganda. I'm a computer science student from Makerere University. Mine is a simple one. It goes to the last presenter. Allow me to represent the startup ecosystem in here. Yes, I have a simple query or a reaction to him about how best they can support the startup ecosystems, because I do believe these will best position
it. Go to the issue itself.
Yes, they will best position us to use more power tomorrow. So I don't know if startups are also considered as businesses like me still that do not need to be represented, but some of these startups entirely rely on uptime.
Very
So
good.
thank you so much.
Very good. Start out a category where they fall, and he will clarify. Who is the next?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Chomhendo Beza Peter from UCU, Civil and Environmental Engineering. There've been two schools of thought since morning. There's demand. There's no demand for electricity. There is market. There's actually no market for the electricity. But a study by Makerere Power for All and Enogro Utilities 2.0, they used Professor Ignacio's integrated approach, and as well as something called appliance financing. And this boosted the projected demand targets from year 6 to about even year 1. So I'm wondering why we are not looking also at the appliance financing to
balance the equation. After him, I want to come here and we close. Yes, Pasco.
Good afternoon,
He's the
moderator.
last that side. Yes.
Okay. My name is Robert Waswa. I work with Youth Corporation for Ideas in the capacity of program coordinator.
Very good. Youth Cooperation for Ideas.
Yes, Sani Nikio.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Now, my question is, what policy issues are considered by government in the context of power purchase agreements? And two, inadequate financing and investment has been cited as one of the major factors for the slow access to electricity. Is that right? Especially in rural communities where people are facing this sort of conditions, people are living perpetually.
This lady here, so they can agree between the lady and the gentleman. Then we go to Mildred here on the table. Inadequate financing, that one also answer you. Although I'm not an economist. Yes, it's the problem. You see, even inadequate financing is a real problem. That one is solved. Thank you very much. Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon to you all. Michelle Lakutiza from EPRA Kenya. My question is to Professor here.
Did you say April?
Yes.
Oh, good to see you.
Thank you. But I was here yesterday.
Okay. You see, you did not talk. That's why I didn't realize.
No, I did.
Okay.
We even had a photo session and gifts. All right. My question is to Professor on the market dynamics. I'm just wondering, you mentioned bilateral contracts and the risk they pose. Does it mean that we should consider doing away with them completely? Or do we have a regulation or have them regulated in a way? What would be your advice? Should we go as a pool, as a continent? Do we go the market way? Do we go a different route? What shape should this take that would best benefit us as a pool, as a continent, as countries? Thank you.
Very good. That's very good. Is he also from EPRA? Go on. Your neighbor's giving you a microphone. Then we go to Mildred. For those of, ladies and gentlemen, EPRA is the ERA of Kenya. That's why you see the excited me by hearing they are here. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am Nahom Yamane from Eritrea, of Eritrea Institute of Technology.
Very good. The Africa Electricity Symposium is Africa.
Yeah,
Very
thank
good.
you. So my question is regarding to the second presenter, that from which that the electricity demand and the supply arises. There is inequity of between the electricity demand and the supply. So what measures should be done for that, and how are the capital expenditure and operating expenditure? So I want to explain this more a bit. And also in Uganda, for example, there are many petrol stations like Hash, Texol, and Shell, etc. But does it inspire for the electric vehicle users? For example, in each part of the petrol stations, there may be electricity charging station. The paper was about the vehicle to grid integration with a grid. So it will enhance the usage of electric vehicles, even minibuses or cars, also electric cars. So it will enhance that one if we proceed like that. So how is this treated for the? Thank you.
Your second question will be asked by Dr. Okoboy. Thank you. So your neighbor could be from Tanzania, yeah. But let's go to Mildred here. Do we have somebody from Tanzania in the house? So that I give you a chance for a microphone. Okay. Anyone from Djibouti? Okay, they say they will come next year. So Mildred, over to you.
Thank you. I think because of this, members, good afternoon. This is Engineer Mildred Nanono, Technical Manager, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited. I want to appreciate CPA Edward for moving me from engineering class to finance, but I hope my boss will still sponsor my training in finance. That said, for those that are following the sector, the 71-year-old Naluvale Power Station and Kira are going for rehabilitation. Going to rehabilitate that plant have come through EU, the banks and different players from the European Union. So I foresee that other plants will follow suit. So my question to CPA Edward, with the growing grid modernization, how can the utilities align the long-term capital investments with the short-term regulatory tariff reviews? I would want to see that when BEL is due for rehab, Uganda can be able to fund that rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's come back here now. It's long-term versus short-term. Can the speakers respond in half a minute each? Hey, Pasco, where did you disappear to? You went to tweeting. Okay. Come and give this microphone. Let's start with the engineer Ziria. She answers her part, and then the professor will answer. Then we'll come to this table.
I will only answer the good afternoon for those who are not here in the morning. For those I started with in the morning, they greeted you. I will only answer the difficult questions, and then the simple questions the presenters will answer. It is the issue of capitalization. The consumer does not capitalize the utility. The utility is capitalized by its shareholder. Our intervention is where the shareholder is not able to come in to capitalize the utility in a timely how Edward cast it. The consumer pays for cost recovery plus the pre-agreed return on investment. Once the consumer has done that, the asset now belongs to the consumer. Evaluate and continue earning from it. Now, the asset, once the consumer pays for it fully, the capital costs and the pre-agreed return, the consumer now has to only pay the operation and maintenance to enjoy the services delivered by that asset. The Ugandan law does not pre-capitalize the utility. Your shareholder, if you are a private utility, an IPP, your shareholder brings in capital. It is enshrined and recovered through a commercial agreement, the PPA. And at the end of that, depending on the capacity, the asset reverts to the consumer. And the consumer will not pay you any more coin apart from for operation and maintenance. I know that at times, especially for state-owned companies, and many times regulators are looked at as favoring private investors because they are very organized. Private investor, when they come in, they have already sat, the shareholders have resolved, that we are going to push in 100 million. We shall push it in for 5 years, but recover it over 20 years at this return. And we shall make our profit and take it where we want to take it. Now, for us, state-owned, many times that proper planning does not come through to tally with the network sector and consumer needs. That is where we come in with the non-core investment or non-core assets. Now, non-core assets are a pass-through. They are funded by the consumer. And therefore, again, you don't levy an interest on the funder unless the funder determines. And as all of them presented, we must fairly balance the interests of all stakeholders. We do provide investments, but they don't earn a return on it because they are funded by the consumer. How will I replace that asset? And that is where we are talking about competition, regulation to mimic competition so that monopolistic tendencies are not encouraged that tint efficiency. So how will I fund that? How do private companies fund? Umeme recovers and reinvests at the pre-allowed return. You recover, you reinvest, depending on your shareholders' point of interest to invest. And that is where now we are driving our state-owned utilities. The shareholder has started bringing in money and they are recovering at a return. And this money is either being sunk for future investment or the shareholder is determining in consultation with us, because you oversee the sector, how they use these resources. That is all I wanted to respond to. The rest, the team can respond to.
Thank you, CEO. So to Gilbert and Mildred, whereas what you're proposing is a good thing, it is not the thing in the law. Others would be paying taxes to government of Uganda, and then we pay for the units we consume, then we pay again to give you money to spare, to overhaul. So it's a good thing, but it's not best practice and not within the law. Let's go to Professor. Prof, you had some issues.
Receiving a phone call.
Oh.
Okay. So I think that the three questions that I've had are the most difficult ones that I could have. And it would take half a day to answer each one. So the first one is why slow progress in poor communities and in electrification. So that was basically what I tried to answer in my second talk, is that the business models that will be suitable for those occasions, which is extension of the grid when this is the least cost approach, or a mini grid or standalone systems, are not business models that are sustainable or scalable. It has been said several times that extending the grid to communities that have very low demand is something that is not in the benefit of the distribution company. So you need to have subsidies to do that, and a business model that pays for the cost of that. Mini grids and standalone systems are basically left to donors or to development partners that build a few into the market, which only will build a few mini grids in the cases that there are anchor loads where the mini grid could be economically viable, or solar home systems for the people that can afford them. So if the business models are not meeting the requirements that I have explained, then electrification, will not be accomplished and universal access will never happen. So we need to change the way in which we are approaching those business models. Then the other question was about bilateral contracts and capacity mechanisms. Again, half a day at least for each one of them. Bilateral contracts, if I think that we understand each other, means that a generator has to follow the demand according to some profile that has been predetermined. They pay for the cost of wheeling that, in my opinion, should not exist. Each one should pay the cost in the location where they are, and then they transfer the electricity at a certain prearranged price. The problem with that, as I think that you were indicating, is that maybe the generator is following that load as it has been pre-established, and it is not the cheapest option that could be providing that electricity. So that bilateral contract is declared to the system operator, and the generator functions following that load pattern, regardless of whether there is another generator that is cheaper that could provide the service. What is the solution? The solution is to turn the physical bilateral contract into a financial one. So a contract for differences that will have the same economic impact, but that will be financial. So the generator is not forced to be operating. The dispatch will determine which is the cheapest generation that will meet the demand, and the financial arrangement will be equivalent to the one of the physical bilateral contract. Why do you have physical bilateral contracts? Well, sometimes because it was considered convenient and they could be replaced easily by a financial one. In other cases, it is more difficult because maybe the generation is attached to some source of fuel, for instance, a coal mine, and there is a back-to-back contract to, or maybe a back-to-back contract with a natural gas supply. And therefore, if the generator does not function, they don't use the fuel that they were committed to purchase. So that means that something has to be done to have some transitory arrangement to finish with those contracts and to go back to the financial one. The other consideration is security of supply. So you have a physical bilateral contract because the demand wants to be supplied no matter what. If there is a shortage, they will be, they want the power plant to be operating. So in that case, you have to replace the physical bilateral contract by a financial one that will be operating basically all the time, except when there is a shortage. When there is a shortage, you could claim that that generator will be supplying you, and if the generator is available, then that demand will have priority. There are more considerations, but it will take more time. So capacity mechanisms. Well, capacity mechanisms is something that was invented by the first country that started liberalization, that was Chile in 19. And they, what they invented was a payment for existing. So if taking into account the average availability of a power plant, if it is hydro, it depends on the variability of the hydro inflows. If it is a thermal power plant, it depends on their average reliability. They were paying for the average availability as a contribution to the adequacy and therefore security of supply of the system. That was a very imperfect method because you pay for average availability, but you don't pay for the power plant to be available when needed. So that was imitated by Argentina later, and then Colombia, and then other countries in Europe. Spain was one, etc. And well, it was clear that the method was not functioning well. Then I was invited to go to Colombia to consult for the Association of Generators there. And with my team, I came up with an approach that has been adopted in power pools in the United States, several countries in Europe, that we call reliability options. There are other methods. So one is the capacity payments that is very imperfect because you give money in exchange for nothing. There are sophisticated methods that the reliability options that is based on some, well, we can talk later for lunch or something, that makes sure that there is an incentive for the power plant to be available when needed. And at the same time, there is a security for the consumers that the price in the pool or the market does not go beyond a certain value when there is scarcity. And there are other intermediate methods such as incentivizing investment in peaking units, depending on the type of system. So there is a variety of methods, and it depends on the characteristics of the power pool in particular, or the country in particular, the one that is advisable. But I would say that the more sophisticated ones are the ones that perform much better. Okay, so
Great.
this is all.
Thank you, Prof. We can continue that discussion over lunch if anyone wants to engage Prof. I want to turn here. 1 minute side, but 1 minute, Dr. Okoboy. Where is Mr. Mtiaba? There's a thing for you, half a minute. So those are 3 minutes for the three of you.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute. There are 2 questions. Just to add, the CEO has already responded to these questions. Gilbert, there are 2 sources of financing. One is debt and one is equity. I want to ask, the customer funded is neither of those. So you cannot recover what you have not invested. Finished. Second, Madam Nanono. Currently, Narubale has been fully recovered and paid by customers. Any additional capital should come from the 2. If it has not come from the 2, you cannot recover unless a policy changes. But last one, if a cash flow investment is about, you remember when I was presenting, you must have invested either through debt or equity, and money has come into the company. Then you recover it plus the opportunity cost of that money, which could be a charge of 15, 10, whatever percent. In instances that has not happened, it's not a fair recovery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Okoboy, over to you. Over to you. I think where there is enough resources in the government envelope to go to countries, then Gilbert and Mildred would not be making these proposals.
The PP, I think I will say something about the policies that are considered when looking at the PPAs. I think that is what the question was from a colleague behind who is dealing with the youth. But most important is that a PPA or a power purchase agreement is a commercial document. Parties, that is the one who is intending to generate power, enters into with the one who will offtake the power. But to offtake the power, this document, which partly is an investment policy of government, because once you need to attract investment, you need to identify the policies that will attract such investors. And in this case, if you want an investor to come and you assure the investor to be able to recover their money, then you provide into the document incentives that will attract him to come and invest. As an example, we had PPAs which had deemed energy. Deemed energy is a mechanism to attract an investor to invest, and that in case your power plant is ready to evacuate to provide the power, and in one or another we don't have the evacuation facilities, then we shall consider your plant ready, deemed to be able to produce and supply the power, and we shall pay you even if no single unit of power has been dispatched from your power plant. So that becomes a government policy to encourage such companies to come. And there are other aspects within the power purchase agreements that are at the level of policy to ensure that you bring in this investment. That is the purpose of the PPAs, where there are challenges with the dispatch, where there are issues to do with the cost or the price that you are going to charge for the power that you are going to generate. All these are aspects within the PPAs, but they align with government policy. So in Uganda, we had the renewable policy, and in that way, we had to cascade it down into what can go into the PPAs in order to encourage and interest the investors to come into the country. The other questions which were there were from our friend from Eritrea. We shall have a further discussion on this, because these are issues that you have mentioned to do with, for example, how can we align the charging stations to look like the fuel stations. Yes, so that is something we can talk about. And the other one was about how do you treat the OPEX and the CAPEX, and that is something we can also talk about. And there are clear ways that is done. So for purposes of time, I summarize it at that so that we go into the next aspect and close it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koboy. Vianney, do you have a thing, or yours? They have all been answered. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am out of time for this session. However, I know that every investment requires a return. We have our sponsors in the house. I was supposed to have Cable Corporation and then Sanlam speaking to us about who they are and what they do. If I don't do that, be sure that the next symposium I have no money. But where is Sanlam? Where is Cable Corporation? Yes, but okay, I can see them now. This is what I want to do. Prime time is usually the best time. We have a debate coming, a highly anticipated debate. Even people online are saying we are waiting. I am considering that I'll give you 2 minutes just before I hand over to the debate moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, if you came but you do not know, we have a very hot debate here. It's the last activity of the day today. It's a debate between two sides of very powerful brains in the country, hosted by Oscar Semoya-Msoke. So we're going to have a simulation of the Capital Gang, not as a talk show, but as a debate. You remember in primary school, we used to have water is better than fire. Eh? Then there's an opposing and then there's a proposing side. Mother is better than father. Now it's not going to be that. The topic is not mother is better than father. It's a different topic. And we're going to have 2 podiums here. One side there, another one this way, with the moderator in the middle, and me, I'll be the timekeeper. So that time is prime time for my sponsors. I'll give you opportunity to say what you have to say. 2 minutes, each one of you at that time. I am consulting on a few other things right now that I need to configure. But when we come back from lunch, like yesterday, we are going to split our classes. Session A is going to be in Bunyonyi Hall. And session A is going to be moderated by Dr. Jane Namaganda. It's going to look at research papers, adoption and experience of solar water heating, enable decision support system for grid modernization, advanced smart grid resilience in Uganda. This is going to be in Bunyonyi Hall. So if you want to listen to those papers and the discussions around those, okay? Some of the authors are the GIS working group. You go to Bunyonyi Hall. The group that stays here is going to listen to financing and investment, financing of electricity and infrastructure. The theme is financing and investment for electricity infrastructure. We're going to have presentations on making PPPs work. We're going to have presentations on innovative blended finance structures, and then PPP for energy infrastructure. That is going to be here. And because we don't have time, once we say that it's lunchtime is done, we are here. Whether there are 5 people, we'll start and we'll finish on time, because there's going to be a reorganization of the seating arrangement up here that we have to accommodate. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. Mr. Kasita, can you confirm that there is a readiness to distribute the lunch coupons to everyone who is supposed to do lunch? Okay? Okay, very good. We're supposed to unveil our State of the Environment report now, but I've been guided that we can push that to the afternoon post-lunch. I'll consult on how we do that effectively so that there is satisfaction that we've given it the real due it deserves, because this is a very important report for the country, Uganda. Why don't we say a prayer for lunch and then we go and have lunch? Pastor Eric, why don't you bless the lunch? Yes, Pastor Eric Olanya. Eric Olanya is my OB at the university, and when we were there, he was the pastor of Northcote. He was the pastor of Nsibirwa Hall by then. The name Northcote had been dropped. He's still a pastor, by the way.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for the meal that we're going to have. We ask you to bless it and may it be good for our bodies. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pastor Eric. The coupons are out there with Team ERA. As you step out, you receive your coupon. They are going to lead us to the halls where we're going to have lunch, so that it's an interactive lunch and we can continue our conversations out there. Thank you so much and have yourself. Colleagues, it is 13:47. I want to request that by 14:30, let's be back here. Either you go to Bunyonyi or you come here, but by 14:30, that means at 2:30, we should be seated somewhere for the next series or sessions of the presentations. I thank you.
She had delegated to Namagana, but she's not here, so she's going to chair it herself. Okay. So you announce.
I still need you before you go sit. Oh, Professor Dorothy is going to chair a session in Bunyonyi Hall. She had delegated, but she's present. She's going to chair a session there. Thank you so much. The session here, those of you who come, I'll tell you who the moderator of this session is, or the chair of this session is. But let's have lunch quite quickly so that we are back in time. Thank you very much.
The commissioning of the Owens Falls Dam. Cable Corporation started in 1968 as Uganda's first cable factory. It was set up in technical collaboration with Sumitomo Industries, Japan, to manufacture domestic and power cables and conductors, which before then were being fully imported into Uganda. Cable Corporation has continued to expand since then and has the capacity to meet more than half of all Uganda's domestic and industrial low-voltage cables. It can also meet most of Uganda's annual low and high-tension conductor needs. Good cables are made from electrolytic-grade copper and aluminium. We ensure only the best quality raw materials are used in the manufacture of our cables. Cable Corporation makes all sizes of domestic copper cables from 1.5 square millimeters to 300 square millimeters. These cables are made with special properties such as flame retardant low smoke cables, FRLS, to enhance overall safety. We also make twin ECC cables, flexible cables, and multi-core unarmored cables. Industrial armored cables, suitable for both overground and underground use, are made in both copper and aluminium. Sizes range from very small, 1.5 square millimeter cables, to the large, this being 4-core 300 square millimeter armored cables. Cable Corporation has emerged as the single largest supplier to the utility sector in Uganda, making the entire size range of conductors, such as aluminium conductor steel reinforced, known as ACSR, all aluminium alloy conductor, AAAC, aero bundle cables, ABC, as well as metering cables, Solidar, and special cables to order. Cable Corporation is an ISO 9001-2015, 14001-2015, and 45001-2018 certified company. We also have all the relevant Uganda National Bureau of Standards certifications for our cables and conductors. We focus on quality. Our laboratory is state-of-the-art with all the necessary equipment to test all aspects of our cables and conductors to Uganda National Bureau of Standards and International Electrotechnical Commission standards. The entire manufacturing process has various quality steps built in to ensure that our cables perform to the highest standards. Electrical cables are designed to carry electrical current safely at specified voltages from one point to another. The size and purity of the wire determines the current that can be carried, and the purity and thickness of the insulation of the wire determines the safety of the cable. Therefore, a good cable has 4 key criteria of quality. 1. The purity of the conductor, whether it be copper or aluminium. This should always be 99.95% pure. 2. The cross-section of the conducting wire. It should be as stated. 3. Quality and thickness of insulation. It should be as stated in the IEC. 4. Length of the cable. It should be the correct length as specified. At Cable, we test the cables at every stage of manufacture, from the raw material to the finished product. The process also contains safeguards to ensure perfect quality each time and every time for every single product. We test the physical quality, the electrical quality, the insulation quality, as well as the finished product. In short, when you buy a Cable Corporation product, you can rest assured of its quality, safety, and reliability. Our cables and conductors have been exported to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan. Since 1968, we have been supplying the cables and conductors that form the backbone of the distribution network in Uganda. Our cables carry the electricity to the home and provide the life for light.
It's 3 p.m. and you're 50, and some say
It's too late to start saving now.
but the truth is,
It's never too late.
every rand saved is a rand earned.
It's 10:30 a.m. You're 35, and life's good. But next door, they're living the big life. Really, really big. But so is their debt.
Six p.m. You're 60, and the work game is over. What's next? To enjoy every adventure ahead. Invest what you have wisely.
In the heart of Uganda is a story of power, transformation, and a vision that shines brighter than ever before. The Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, UEGCL, is wholly owned by the government of Uganda. Its mandate is to establish, acquire, maintain, and operate electricity generation facilities and promote research and development in the electricity generation sector while running the company on sound business principles. UEGCL, generating for generations.
According to records of the Uganda Company, from 1906, there was already electricity in Uganda, powered either by generators, steam, or suction gas, although it was only for limited use. The limited use was expanded with the introduction of thermal electricity around 1915, and finally, in 1954, the first hydropower plant was commissioned at the Owen Falls Dam in Jinja. The commissioning of the 180 megawatt Owen Falls Dam triggered a transformation of the country's nascent sector that in the early 2000s went through sweeping reforms that have placed Uganda's electricity sector at the highest ranking on the African continent. Today, Uganda boasts over 1,365.2 megawatt installed generation capacity from a mix of renewable energy technologies, including hydro, grid-connected solar, cogeneration, and thermal. What began as a plan to construct a single dam to support the growing economic activity in the country has now transformed into a robust, self-sufficient electricity supply industry with huge investment potential in the entire value chain of generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity.
The reforms brought about increased generation and also transmission and distribution. But the reforms also brought technology transfer because we have trained our own staff.
At the time of unbundling, we were talking about only 3 generation plants. But now as we speak today, we have grown to 41 generation plants.
We have seen increase in generation capacity in 2000 from a mere 280 megawatts to now 1,365.2 megawatts.
large hydro plants, tunneled power plants, solar plants, harnessing the advantage of being located along the equator, and mini hydro plants from rivers that contour the Rwenzori and Elgon region. Commissioned in 2012, at the peak of an energy crisis occasioned by fast-growing demand for electricity and limited generation, the 250-megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant was the first largest privately owned hydroelectric energy source, not just in Uganda, but also in the East African region. Situated across the Victoria Nile, Bujagali harnesses the energy of its namesake, the Bujagali Falls in Uganda.
Back in 2004, there was a shortage of electricity, shortage of generation. We were operating with up to 12 hours rolling blackouts in Kampala every day. So the government at that stage decided to go to international tender for the construction of the Bujagali project.
In 2019, the country also welcomed the 183-megawatt Isimba hydropower plant, the first major power project to be built under public and private financing arrangements. Located 4 kilometers downstream of Simba Falls on the River Nile and approximately 50 kilometers downstream of the source of the Nile, Isimba is currently the second largest fully operational plant in Uganda. Uganda's electricity is now welcoming on board a new hydropower architectural marvel in the 600-megawatt Karuma underground plant. Not only is Karuma a boost to the country's portfolio, but it is also a stunning tourist attraction for both local and international tourists. Benefiting from the rapid development of photovoltaic technology, solar energy generation as an important component of the renewable energy mix has been witnessing an exponential increase across the globe. For the past decade, Uganda's solar profile consists of 5 grid-connected solar photovoltaic plants with a combined capacity of 60 megawatts. 2 other smaller capacities serving the Kalangala and Lolwe Islands, and a number of off-grid projects in the pipeline, expected to accelerate access to electricity in rural areas. All the energy generated is transmitted by a transmission grid stretching 3,386 kilometers and high voltage substations that include the 60 MVA 132-33 kV Nkenda substation located in western Uganda. Nkenda substation is central for evacuating several power plants located in the Rwenzori sub-region and supports the heavy mining and agricultural activity in the region. This substation will also be the point of interconnection with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 100 MVA 132-33 kV Tororo substation serves the far east and northern regions of Uganda and is the point of interconnection with Kenya. It evacuates the 10 megawatt Tororo Solar North plant and 10 megawatt Tororo Solar PV plant. This substation serves mainly industrial loads in the eastern region, including 3 cement factories. Commissioned in 2020, the 126 MVA 132-33 kV Iganga substation powers industrial activity in Uganda and the surrounding districts. Perhaps the largest on the list is the 400 MVA/220/132/33 kV Kawanda substation, which serves the main load centers in and around Kampala metropolitan area. It evacuates the 250 megawatt Bujagali hydropower plant and will receive power generated from the 600 megawatt Karuma hydropower plant upon commissioning. Kawanda substation is the main supply point for western Uganda and the interconnection with Tanzania and Rwanda through its 220 kV backbone in Masaka and Mirama respectively, with 4 transformers serving 11 and 33 kV loads around the eastern part of Kampala city. The significance of Lugogo substation to Uganda's electricity supply industry cannot be undermined, as it houses the National Control Center, where dispatch of electricity across the country and interconnection with neighboring countries is controlled. The distribution segment comprises of 80 distribution substations across the country, which supports the delivery of quality supply to the different categories of consumers, ranging from domestic to extra-large industrial. Among these substations, is the 28 MVA 33/11 kV Monico substation, which not only supports the industrial load in Lugazi, but also evacuates the 26 megawatt cogeneration plant operated by Sugar Corporation of Uganda Limited, SCAO. Whereas Uganda's electricity distribution segment is run by 8 licenses, Umeme Limited, one of Africa's most benchmarked power distribution companies, operates 95% of the network.
We've actually made the sector financially viable and weaned it off from government subsidies. Losses have reduced from 38%, now we're talking 16.7%. Bill collections has gone up. Now we're running at an average of 99% over the last 10 years.
Our customers are now used to a continuous supply. And that goes a long way to speak to the improvement in the quality and reliability of supply. Now we are no longer talking about outages, we are talking about surges, blinks.
We are moving towards middle income. We are seeing total social transformation by giving this service.
Now we are talking about nearly 2 million households connected to the grid. But also we have done so well in creating an enabling environment for off-grids, mini-grids, solar home systems, to the extent that now 38% of our access to clean energy is through those technologies.
Right now, we can use the household equipment that we need, that we have, that we can afford.
So when you look at the journey over the last 17 years, it has been really very fast-paced. We've readied the platform for takeoff.
We promise that we shall continue to deliver our mandate as Electricity Regulatory Authority.
Has been a journey of a lot of focus and sacrifice from all of us to be able to build the electricity supply industry sector that the globe now is admiring.
We actually have a surplus of electricity and we are building more dams, as you know. Not only on all the sites of the Nile River, but even in the small. With abundant and cheaper electricity will mean faster industrialization.
Looking back on the journey, Uganda's electricity subsector is a success story attested to by several local and international benchmarks.
Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2.
Hello.
Check. Hello.
We are trying to test because we have an online participant.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello. Check 1 2.
Are you able to see my screen?
Please switch to presentation mode.
Okay,
Say
that's okay.
something.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're okay. Adeo? Ziri bbiri? Jose, we are having an echo. Kati, we are requesting osokoddeyo tudemu tutestinge nga bwe bakajjamu waneeno. Ham?
Hello.
Ham?
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Hello.
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Ham?
Hello.
Kazora Hamdan?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Ham?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ham? Okay.
Yes.
Kazora Hamdan?
I can hear you, Aisha.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
It's recording. It's recorded. No, it's like it's recording because you have just said that like. Ham?
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ham? Okay.
Yes.
Kazora Hamdan?
I can hear you, Aisha.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ham?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ham? Okay.
No, I can hear you, Aisha.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Ham?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
No, I can hear you, Aisha.
Can you hear? That's what it is.
Yes, I can hear you now. Aisha.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear.
Is the other thing strong? William.
I can hear you, but
You're still hearing the other recording.
yeah, but it is recording. Aisha.
Yes, I can hear.
No, it's not.
William. I can hear you, but
You're still hearing the other recording.
yeah, but it is recording. Aisha.
It was set up in technical collaboration with Sumitomo Industries Japan to manufacture domestic and power cables and conductors. Uganda. Cable Corporation has continued to expand since then and has the capacity to meet more than half of all Uganda's domestic and industrial low voltage cables. It can also meet most of Uganda's annual low and high tension conductor needs. Good cables are made from electrolytic grade copper and aluminium. We ensure only the best quality raw materials are used in the manufacture of our cables. Cable Corporation makes all sizes of domestic copper cables from 1.5 square millimeters to 300 square millimeters. These cables are made with special properties such as flame retardant low smoke, suitable for both overground and underground use, are made in both copper and aluminium. Sizes range from very small, 1.5 square millimeter cables, to the large, this being 4-core 300 square millimeter armored cables. Cable Corporation has emerged as the single largest supplier to the utility sector in Uganda, making the entire size range of conductors such as aluminium conductor steel reinforced, known as ACSR, all aluminium alloy conductor, AAAC, aerial bundle cables, ABC, as well as solid arc. Cable Corporation is a quality of the conductor, whether it be copper or aluminium. This should always be 99.95% pure. 2. The cross-section of the conducting wire. It should be as stated. 3. Quality and thickness of insulation which determines safety. Again, it should be as stated in the IEC standards or exceed them. 4. Length of the cable. It should be the correct length as specified. At Cable, we test the cables at every stage of manufacture, from the raw material to the finished product. The process also contains safeguards to ensure perfect quality each time and every time for every single product. We test the physical quality, the electrical quality, the insulation quality, as well as the finished product. In short, when you buy a Cable Corporation product, you can rest assured of its quality, safety, and reliability. Our cables and conductors have been exported to Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, and South Sudan. Since 1968, we have been supplying the cables and conductors that form the backbone of the distribution network in Uganda. Our cables carry the electricity to the home and provide the life for light.
2024 is a unique year for the German Development Cooperation in Uganda, as Germany and Uganda celebrated 60 years of partnership following the signing of the bilateral agreement in 1964. Since then, Germany and Uganda have worked hand in hand to uplift communities and enhance development in various sectors and regions across the country. Germany's bilateral development cooperation is implemented through two state-owned implementing agencies, that is GIZ, which focuses on technical cooperation, and KfW, which focuses on financial cooperation.
Our main thrust of how we work together with our partners, the ministries, the civil society, is that we have advisors who are sitting at the heart of those institutions and organizations. Our approach it's a multi-level approach. We support Uganda on a policy level, say maybe the local economic development strategy with the Ministry of Local Government. And if it doesn't make a difference to people up there, it's no use.
How we work, it's not that we are sending expertise. It's not that we are sending technical advisors, for instance, to implement a program together with the government and partners. So we depend between the German government and the government of Uganda that they agree upon focal areas of cooperation. And then basically we partner with partners in the Ugandan government to implement programs. We provide the financing for a project and also expertise together with our partners so that we can make projects work.
Working in a health setting where there is no power, it has a number of challenges. For example, having mothers delivered at night. Having power within the facility, as has been availed to us by GIZ through solar. This has helped this facility in that this facility got its first permanent building because of the availability of power. And about over 9 facilities in Rhino Camp settlement transfer their patients here for management. With this, we have saved so many lives.
With the training that GIZ gave us, they taught us on climate smart agriculture. They support us with these various seeds like peanuts, onions, cassava cutting. So all of us are engaged, and those are the major sources that we get money to save, and we also borrow money to do business in our various villages where we came from.
Previously, the refugees have not been involved in the developments that are happening at the district level or the sub-county. Generally, they were doing their work in isolation with the leadership of the district. But from the dialogue meetings we've had, it provided an opportunity for the host community and the refugees to air out their challenges that they are facing in the community that are related to service delivery. Maybe challenges of water, maybe challenges of roads, education, and health. They're able to talk about this, and in the dialogues, of course, we bring the leaders, the duty bearers, to make responses to those issues.
Kulika Uganda has been getting support from BMZ to implement skills development projects. One of the key aspects that we have narrowed down to is what we call the creative capacity building. This is an approach where community members come together, find a problem, and then they develop a solution to it.
Our water sanitation and hygiene promotion projects are essential to improving access to water in many of Uganda's rural and peri-urban areas.
This system was constructed to help improve the wash in the refugee hosting communities of Kerry Town Council and Oraba Town Council. This system has a production well of 55 cubic meters per hour and is powered by both grid and solar. It's one of the systems that has been funded by the German government towards helping the communities within the refugee hosting districts of Uganda.
Through these programs, we help refugees and host communities build resilience against climate change and food insecurity. As a result, many farmers are now reporting increased incomes. These interventions target both households and public institutions, including schools and health centers. As we celebrate these 60 years of German-Ugandan cooperation, we reflect on the profound impact our partnership has made. Together, we have uplifted communities, enhanced resilience, and created pathways to opportunity.
I would like to encourage the youth of Uganda to actively participate in shaping the country and shaping the future. You are the majority. You have enormous potential. The future is in your hands.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get into our seats and we resume our sessions? The breakaway sessions have already started. The team that went to Bunyoni Hall has already started, chaired by Professor Dorothy. They have been flagged off and they are moving. We have a little bit of adjustment here. We'd like to perform a noble function before I invite Mr. Nicholas Mbaga to share the presentation of papers. Before he comes, we have a noble cause of launching our State of the Environment report. And it's going to take us about 20 to 30 minutes. We'll try to squeeze in so that it doesn't go beyond 30 minutes. But it's a very important activity that we need to do. And with that regard, I would like to cede ground now to my colleague, Mr. Peter Chitio, to manage the presentation. I will be watching. If you go overboard, I will just open the veil before you finish the talking.
Okay. Thank you, Julius. Dear delegates, I want to welcome you to this session where we are going to launch our first industrial sector state of environment report. And before I do that, I think I need to introduce myself. My name is Peter Kitio. I work as a manager for environmental monitoring and compliance at the ERA. And I'll be able to moderate this session. And this launch is going to be preceded by a short presentation to highlight the findings of the report. And then we shall have statements from the National Environment Management Authority and also from the Directorate of Water Resources Management, who are represented here. And the idea is that they are able to give deeper insights into the presentation. And this then we shall then follow with the unveiling of the report, and then we shall also give out copies to the lucky ones, and especially those who will be seen as active. The unveiling will be done by NEMA, ERA, and DWRM. So I wanted to, before the presentation, I wanted to give just some kind of context to this report. And I wanted to give this context because I've realized that there are some students who may not know exactly what a state of the environment report is. And I want to say that is a tool for monitoring changes in the environment, and the changes we are talking about either in form of the quality of the environment or the quantity of the resources. And this could be a result of, say, the kind of activities that the ESI or the sector is, implementing in the process of trying to achieve its need for the 52,000 or so megawatts that we are out to ensure that we have to drive the economy of Uganda. Now, this report basically gives a comprehensive review of the environmental and social impacts due to the ESI activities, and it points out mainly what is happening, why is it happening, and the changes observed, and whether they are significant or not, and how we are responding to those changes. It could be in form of policies or societal kind of response. The other aspect that is brought out in that report is where we find that where there are no responses according to the findings, or the responses are inadequate, we've given some kind of recommendations. You may also be wondering, why is it that Electricity Regulatory Authority, which is an authority for electricity matters, is now talking about issues of environment? And I want to give a context on the mandate regarding this. Maybe for those who may not know, in Uganda, environmental management is decentralized, right from the national level to the village. We have it decentralized from national, district, you go then to sub-county, parish, and to the village down there. Now, at the national level, the issue of environmental management is centralized at lead agency level. And for the case of the ESI, it is ERA that is the lead agency, and being a lead agency, there are roles that are outlined in the Environmental Act of 2019, yes, or Chapter 181. And one of those roles is to prepare a state of the environment report. And just for your information, even in the in the Electricity Act, the Act itself underscores matters of environmental preservation in different sections, 29, 33, 37, and 48. So I want you to take that background to contextualize what my colleague Andrew Aloka is going to present in the make in the presentation. So what he's going to do is just to highlight what are some of the issues arising or the findings within the report, so that you get to appreciate what we are trying to bring up. But before I invite Andrew, I think I would love to introduce the team from NEMA. We have Dr. Jerome Sebaduka Lugumira. Is representing the ED NEMA. Then we have Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, who is the director at DWRM. So those two are going to give us deeper insight into the presentation. I hope Andrew is around. Yes, please come and take us through the presentation. Let's have the presentation up so that we stay within the 30 minutes that we were given. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think you better use this. You prefer moving mic? Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, now look. This is your screen. This one is your screen. This big one. Yes, good afternoon. I'm Andrew Aloka. I work with Electricity Regulatory Authority as the Principal Environment Officer. We have been hearing a lot of stories on how to innovate in the grid, how to increase the electricity supply, but our presentation is going to give a check. We want to see whether your goal is going to be met. While preparing this report, there is a framework that we used. It's called driver, pressure, state, impact, and response. This framework identifies the interaction that the site is having on the environment, identify the issues, and also document how are we responding, what are actions that we are implementing to mitigate some of these impacts. It has 5 components. The first component is called a driver. And in electricity supply, we have a mandate as the industry to increase our generation install capacity to 52,000 megawatts by 2040. We also have a goal of increasing our per capita consumption to around 3.6 megawatt hours. Because of this need, Electricity Regulatory Authority is required to license quite a number of projects. We license generation projects so that we meet this demand. Now, these activities, these license activities that we are doing, introduce a pressure on the environment. Every single activity, like constructing a dam, constructing a transmission line, those are pressures on environment. Once the pressure is exerted on environment, it changes the condition of the environment. And here, the condition I'm talking about, for example, the quality of air, quality of water. Those are the conditions that are interacted by some of these pressures. And in our model, we are calling it a state. Once the condition has been interacted on, it results into change in quantity or change in quality of the environment. If you have poor air quality, poor water quality. Now that's become an impact. But once some of those impacts have already been realized, the institution or the country implement some actions. And those actions are geared toward either mitigating the negative or improving the positive. And that cycle continues. You can either direct the response towards the driver, or you can direct it towards the pressure, or it can even go towards the impact. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the sector and where our focus is. For people who are not familiar with the electricity sector, this is basically how the sector is arranged. We have the generation component, where electricity is generated, and from the generation, electricity is taken into a transmission grid. From the grid, it's taken to the distribution, and from the distribution, each and all of us get. Now, when preparing this report, we're identifying what are some of the impacts associated with generation, what are the impacts associated with the transmission, distribution. Then the end consumer side, we did not tackle in this report because of lack of data. That's just an overview of our transmission grid. The grid is everywhere in the country. And as we are going to see, the grid is not moving in atmosphere, it's moving on land, and is going through natural resources that have impact. In terms of generation, if you look in that graph, we are 82% hydro, and because we are 82% hydro, that's where we are going to concentrate most. Most of our energy comes from water, meaning that all the pressures we are exerting is going direct to the water resources. We are impacting on the quality of water, impacting on the quality of, on the quantity of water. Where are some of these power plants located? Are you seeing this circle? And also this side? The same also this side and this side. You find that our hydropower facility, they are congregated in one locality. On the Elgon area, which also doubles as a national park. On the Rwenzori, which also doubles as a national park. And our backbone is located along the Nile. And as we are going to see, there are a lot of national parks along the Nile, meaning that we are actively exerting pressure on some of these environmental resources. So let us dive deep now into some of the impacts that we have observed from this assessment. And we are beginning with water resources because this is our backbone. 90% of our energy is from water. Hydropower plants, we can categorize it into two. We have a large dam, which is represented by this picture. For a large dam, most of it, you block the water, and then you install a turbine just below, as you can see in the picture. And the next type of power plants that we have in Uganda, which is the most common one, are the small hydropower facility. What this facility do, they block the water and divert the water, which is different from large. Large, they block and generate within that pond. But this one block the water, divert it for several kilometers. The longest kilometers we have seen where water has been diverted is around 12 kilometers. So it's leaving some section of the river devoid of water, as we are going to see. I'm going to use this figure to demonstrate two impacts that we have documented on our river resources, which is affecting both the quantity and the quality of water. We have a dam at this point. We also have a dam at this point. They constructed a dam and diverted the water. Is this yellow, orange? Yes. To this section and generated electricity at this point and then took the water back to the river. That's one power plant. The next power plant is at this point, the lower one. They also diverted water through the yellow line and generated electricity at that point where you see an arrow. The red line you are seeing is where water has been devoid. And by the way, whenever we divert water, we are not diverting only something small. Almost 95% of that water is removed from the river, meaning that the red section you are seeing, the quantity of water has reduced to almost 5%. Some are even only 3%. Now, another impact that we are seeing on the lower river, are you seeing that the water is not taken back to the original river? Instead, it is poured to another river, making even the affected section here longer compared to what should have been. And all these have an impact on the habitat. There are people, as you can see, that are settled here. They depend on this water for either irrigation or for drinking or even for their animal use. But we have diverted water away. Another thing that we are doing from this section where now we brought water from 2 power plants to 1 river, we have increased a lot of water. There is now more water along this line, meaning that this line is prone to flood, and people were not used to that kind of water. Also, the aquatic habitat were not used to that kind of water. So you're seeing that we have transferred water from one basin to another basin. We have reduced the quantity of water. We have fish that are used to that water. They are no longer getting adequate water. This is the typical impact for all our small hydropower projects. Now, what happened with the large dams? I think that picture speaks for itself. This side here, the dam was not yet constructed. You can see that the river is flowing normally. The socio-economic activities are booming along this line. Once we constructed the dam here, we created a lake, as you can see. All the socio-economic activities along this line are now underwater, if I can use that word. And the aquatic habitat, the fish that was adapted to a flowing water that is moving rapidly, cannot survive here. They have to get somewhere to go. And then probably they can either go upstream or they go downstream. Now for this section, if they are to go downstream, there is a turbine blade waiting for them. So I'm not sure whether they can survive through that facility. But we are implementing some mitigation measures. Like now we reduce the quantity of water for small rivers. Are you seeing that water from the pipe? That's actually the only water we are leaving in the river, and that's what we are calling the environmental flow. During dry season, that's the only amount of water. If the river was flowing 10 cubic or 10,000 liters, we are leaving only 1 liter within that river, which is used by both the community and the environment. Those are some of the mitigation measures, and this amount of water is prescribed by the Directorate of Water Resource Management. Yes, we have been talking about water. This is one of the fish that do migrate. When I talk about migration, it doesn't mean they are pastoralist. We have some kind of fish that when that time comes for them to reproduce, they cannot produce in a lake. They say, I'm going to move through the river and go and produce up. Once I finish my reproduction, I will come back with my children. And by the time the children reach the lake, they also mature. Few months ago, they also go up. We have those unique fish in Uganda. They are also very unique in Rwenzori that are only found in that ecosystem. But what are we doing? We are constructing barriers. Everywhere we are putting blockage. We are not allowing this fish to go upward, to go and produce and come back. With time, we are going to start losing commercial fisheries. The previous fish that I showed you, it's called Ningo. It's no longer available in Lake Victoria because most of it, they could not reproduce, people overfish them, and their population is dwindling. And this is what we are directly doing by constructing too many dams, cascaded dam, and we are not allowing them to move upward. But we are doing something. We are doing something. We are doing some mitigation measure. This is one of the power plant in Uganda. The dam has been constructed here. The fish can no longer move up to go and reproduce. But we created something that looks like a river for them to move along this line. And once they reach here, they can continue their movement, go reproduce, and come back along that line. And that's what we are calling a fish pass and a fish ladder. To bring it closer, the other picture that you saw, we created something like a pool. So this fish, as it's moving upward, it jump. From one pool, it first rests a little bit, gather some energy, and then jump until it reaches up. Go and then reproduce, then come back the same way. This is also another kind of design we are mimicking because when fish are migrating, they want that pool system where they can jump, go and rest, jump, rest until they reach up. These are some of the mitigation measures that we're implementing, but they are not enough. Not all the river system have this kind, maybe because the assessment probably during the environment impact assessment was not adequate enough to identify all the fish that are found in that river. We also assessed what are the pressures on social environment. Our facility are located within community. In Uganda, land belongs to people. Most of these projects have to acquire land from local people. And then because of acquiring land, they have to displace some people. We are not going to go deep into the safety aspect. As you can see, there are people settled here. All that is safety, and then there is a high pressure pipe going along that line. We shall dwell more into land and displacement. Not only hydro displace people, you can see solar. This solar plant here needed like 50 hectares of land just to give you 20 megawatt. I've put this picture here to show you what was there before. This is one of the projects. You see how amount of land that it took away, and compare it when the project was not there. You're seeing all these lines, all these dotted points, all those people were displaced, both economically and physically. So we assessed what is the pressure, how much pressure we're exerting to the community. And by this, we considered how much land did the project say they will acquire, and how much land was actually acquired after the project. There are only 2 projects that managed to reduce their land take, but the rest, we are seeing up to 300% increase in the amount of land that they needed. The same trend also applies to amount of people who are displaced. They say we are not going to displace anyone, but at the end of projects, more than 4 times have been displaced. And these are some of the mitigation measures we are doing. We are constructing resettlement houses for them. We didn't put the picture for before because it's so alarming, but this is way, way better than before. And then the project is also constructing CSR. This is an health facility that was fully funded by the project and fully stocked by the project. We also tackled in waste and pollution. Here I'm going back into water resources. During maintenance of our dam, we do what we call sediment flushing. We open a gate and allow the sediment and silt to go back to the river. As you can see in the picture, you can see the color of that water. Everyone downstream were affected because they couldn't get any clean water. And then we use, in some of our installation, we use chemicals. And these chemicals are very hazardous to both the people and the environment. An example of them is polychlorinated biphenyls. And what the sector is doing, we are testing all our transformers to see how much chemical we have. And then we come up with a plan of replacing those with PCB. And lastly, we tackled in climate change. And unfortunately, we are very, very vulnerable to climate change. Why? Because of the resources we are using are affected by the climate change. Where there is drought, we shall reduce our electricity generation. When there is too much flood, we have to close, and we can't generate when there is too much flood or when there is drought. And these are some of the impacts. One of the projects was washed away because of landslide. A river burst its bank, and that project was affected. That's inside the turbine was like that, but it was submerged. That's also one of the impacts from the climate change that we have observed. You can also see from that picture, the networks are also not spared here. When it comes to flood, you cannot give customers power. We're already affected by that. But what are we doing? We are doing post-mortem. That's one of the post-mortem we are doing. We construct a barrier along the river so that water cannot come to our facility. It's something like that and like that. But there are also other measures that we are doing. Number one, now we are very keen in assessing the feasibility. You have to assess the impact of climate change on that project. Design consideration. Initially, when we were designing, we never used to mind about the return period of flood. Now we have even moved the threshold from 50 years now to 100. You have to assess if the 100 years flood come, will your facility withstand that flood? In the morning, we had a discussion on special particular projects, or we diversify. From the environmental perspective, diversification is needed. And we need to tackle in other renewable energy technologies like geothermal, biomass, even nuclear energy for domestic use, not for Iran. And then we also, as a way of managing our waste pollution, we can do waste to energy. And finally, we have gas to power, that instead of sending out that gas, we can burn the gas, generate electricity instead of just emitting the methane that is going to affect the climate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much, Andrew. This young man, when he starts talking about difficult terminologies of the environment, you keep watching and watching and watching. And I would like us to move to the next step. Let me invite the CEO ERA to come and now preside over the next session. And she will invite the other executives from DWRM and NEMA to come and support her in providing over the next session. And then we will delve after that back into the presentation of papers. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not announce prior I'm keeping it under tabs, but our debaters have already arrived and they're in the house. See, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. In the interest of time, allow me to invite the two doctors, the doctor of the environment and the doctor of the water, to come and undertake with me a very critical assignment, which is in the interest of time. We wanted really to have a long debate, and we will continue with this debate on environment. But the debate that is planned for this afternoon is both physical here and online, and the whole globe is waiting. So we must start it on time. So we will not go into the discussion, but I'm going to request each of them to use 2 minutes to greet you and relay their regards from their supervisors, the MD, and the minister. And then we will launch the State of Environmental Report. Copies are available. We've already shared that we need to ensure that the planet, the people, and prosperity move together in an equitable and inclusive way. So, I think the Calist, you are our supervisor policy. We start with you and then my colleague from the agency.
Thank you very much, CEO. From Ministry of Water and Environment, I just want to thank ERA for developing this report. It's the first of its kind, and I think it will provide a lot of guidance to us. From water resources point of view, you need water to turn your turbines. If there is no water, you cannot generate. And I would want you to give attention to the chapter on water resources, but also to remind you that water is not only for hydropower generation. Our first priority according to water policy is for drinking. So when we have water, we first provide water for drinking, for irrigation, for other uses. So when we are allocating water, we actually follow that prioritization. So don't design your scheme and you think water will be available. Already right now we're having a challenge that some of especially the small hydros, in the dry season they don't generate, almost nothing. So we are actually suggesting that you give attention to the chapter on water resources so that water is available, the safety of dams. If Naruba and Chira gave way, CEO, I would want you to think about it. And in 2020, it almost gave way. When we were having the floating island, actually, and the president was very much concerned. If Naruba and Chira gave way, Bujagari will not be there. Isimba, Karuma, most of Uganda would be underwater. South Sudan would be underwater. Sudan would be underwater. Egypt. So the issue of dam safety, we need to give it attention. But also availability of water, we protect the areas where the water is coming from. Again, that's where issue of catchment protection, and as the ministry, we have developed what we call water source protection plans. And every hydropower plant has a requirement, has to develop a plan to protect where the water is coming from and implement it. Thank you very much.
NEMA, the police.
Police CEO protocol observed. Greetings from NEMA. And of course, I must congratulate ERA for a job well done with very minimum guidance, I must say. But I have read the report. The report is good. There are quite a number of things that are quite interesting for policy, but also for the managers of the different segments of the environment. The activity you undertook to develop this report is statutory. It is a requirement by law for all the agencies to produce these reports because they feed into the national report and help guide the policy on many things, including planning and budgeting. I want to highlight one of the things that I found very, very interesting in the report and certainly appears in the newspaper that was in yesterday, just to emphasize what my colleague Dr. Calist has mentioned. The last paragraph reads that the report also highlights the growing risks of climate change, warning that Uganda's heavy reliance on hydropower makes it vulnerable to changing weather patterns and drought. Of course, it emphasizes drought, but there's also the effects of flooding that happens. It implores the need to diversify energy sources and investing in resilient infrastructure as presented in the report. Of course, we encourage everybody here to read the report. We encourage the sector, broadly speaking, to take into account the recommendations, study, and guide as necessary. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Just also to note that we are the first agency in the country to finish and publish the State of Environment report. So thank you very much. We will now move over there and unveil the first ever State of Environment report in the country by the lead agency. Thank you very much.
So in the unveiling, the executives are going to unwrap the report, and each one of them is going to sign on the report as a way of endorsing its significance for use by the Republic of Uganda. Thank you very much. Congratulations, ERA, on this very timely report, State of the Environment. Go ahead, endorse it by sending your signatures anywhere where you want to. Thank you, CEO. Thank you very much. Andrew, you look like you want to be in the picture, but you're so scared. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Yayiru, you went very far. I would like to request you to come and help Andrew to get our report in a good position. Thank you so much, CEO. Thank you, doctors, for this. Ladies and gentlemen, issues of the environment, as Dr. Kalist said, are important. Water first for drinking. He did not talk about water for cooking, but it's also important for drinking and cooking food. It's 15:30. The debate is supposed to start at 15:40. Okay. Are the Oscars the debating teams? Okay. I would like to request our stakeholders who are going to take us into the debating session to identify themselves so that Isaac can see them. Isaac is familiar with Angelo. Angelo is seated here. Julius, my namesake, is also present. I have not seen Oscar anywhere. If anybody has seen Oscar, please whisper to me. But I have been guided that we have the reports. We have the State of the Environment reports. They are available. Anyone who wants it, you can put one per table so that people can read them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have brief papers to present. I would like to request that I invite Nicholas to come and preside over. Nicholas, you're going to have a session co-chaired by me. Please come. For the interest of time, we are going to be two chairs. And as you come over, I would like to request Julius. He's the first presenter. Where are you, Julius? And then after Julius, we are going to have Nicholas. Because we have a time factor, so we are going to try to be quite brief in each of the aspects that we are doing. Mr. Mbaga.
Thank you. Thank you, Julius. 20 minutes with you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to session 2.3B, and our theme is financing and investment for electricity infrastructure. It's a very important theme considering that we need to achieve 52,000 megawatts by 2040, which is 15 years away. And out of that, we only have 2,000 so far. So we still have 50,000 to go. So the topics that are here are very important because all the 50,000 megawatts will need financing. Since our time is fast spent, I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to invite the very first presenter to present the paper on making public-private partnerships work as a creative source of financing for energy infrastructure projects in Africa. Julius, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator. We co-wrote this paper with my professor. He taught me at the British University in Dubai. He's an expert in international investment law. He's Dr. Abba Kolo, and he's online. I don't know whether the organizers have invited him in so that he can participate. I hope that can be sorted. Oh, Doctor. Welcome, Dr. Abba Kolo. Like I said, he taught me at the British University in Dubai, extensive experience in investment and advisor in investment law, international. As the title suggests, we are looking at making public-private partnerships work as a creative source of finance for energy projects in Africa. Since morning, the noted lacuna in the power sector, energy sector, was the lack of financing. Most of the energy projects are heavy on capital investment. Now, governments do not have those resources because, well, they are meager, which now requires to find alternative ways to find financing for these projects. That's why we are discussing right now how to make public-private partnerships as a source of creative finance for energy projects in Africa. First, what are public-private partnerships? There is no universal description of them or definition, but briefly, they are, I need somebody to help me move. A computer guy should come and help. Which one? So, like I said, there is no universal definition for that. But briefly, if we can give the characteristics of what they are, we can have an appreciation of what they are. They are long-term contracts for starters, and involve collaboration between a private party and a government or a government entity. For example, ERA as a regulating authority could partner with a private entity, whether local or foreign, so that they can work together with the aim of providing a public asset or service. And in this arrangement, the private party bears significant risk and management responsibility. And then finally, remuneration is linked to performance. If the project fails, then certainly the remuneration fails. That is briefly the description of public-private partnerships. Why do countries choose to go for public-private partnerships? Countries choose to go for public-private partnerships, as I noted, because of the shortage in financing. For example, the financial gap for funding of energy projects in Africa stands at about 35 billion annually, which is about 85% of it. The general financing for public services is 35 billions, of which 85% relates to power. In Uganda, for example, that stands at about 1.4 billion US dollars. The other reason is to enhance value. Enhance value for money through transfer of project risks to the private sector, which can maximize efficiency. The example was, for example, before the Electricity Act of 1999, UEB was managing everything electricity, generation, transmission, distribution, billing, and everything. And you saw the capacity to produce power, to transport it, even to bill, was very, very, very low. And then once they achieved the transfer, once UMEME was disintegrated and they created several other entities, there was a remarkable improvement in power distribution in the country. There was improvement, reduction of loss of power, and above all, there was generation of income and revenue for the government in form of taxes. The other issue is to accelerate infrastructure development. As I was being introduced, they said we have a target of power to be achieved for power generated because of the projected development that we see in the country. But government does not have that money. If we were to wait for government to raise the capital, it would mean that something that is supposed to be achieved in 15 years, it is true, the Minister of Finance is known to say, colleagues, money will come, but the money may come very late when we are past the targeted time within which we must deliver the power. In Africa, we have examples of PPP projects. These ones include, which I would read for you briefly. I'll talk about the major ones. We have the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program in South Africa, which is supposed to produce 6,200 megawatts of installed capacity, and the estimated investment is $17.32 billion. There is the Bemban Solar Park in Egypt, expected output 1,650 megawatts. The estimated value investment is $4 billion. We have in Uganda here the Bujagali hydroelectric power project. The estimated capacity is 250 megawatts, and the estimated investment is $862 million. There is the rehabilitation of Kainji and Jeba hydroelectric power plants, combined installed capacity, that is in Nigeria. That's about 1,338 megawatts. Estimated investment is $452 million. Like I intimated, energy investment and infrastructure is heavy on investment. So in partnering with private sector, you can see that government is delivering on key services and delivering a key good, which is electricity, that is supposed to power the anticipated or the expected or yearned for industrial development to create employment. One thing you must note is that Africa suffers one of the highest population in terms of youth population. Now, that means that there is pressure to create jobs, there is pressure to improve livelihood, say that if there is a lacuna in the energy, remember energy is energy, it powers everything, then it means that Africa cannot deliver on that key obligation to provide services and to avoid future social problems when many people are idle and can't meet their daily aspirations. The other issue that we discuss is arguments against PPPs. We've been talking about why PPPs are needed. Now we are talking about why people think PPPs should not be the route for which government should take. One of them is that they are generally more expensive than publicly financed projects. You will note one thing, that when a private investor invests in a project, many times if he goes to the bank, the rate at which they borrow may be higher, as opposed to when government goes to borrow to maybe World Bank, maybe Africa Development Bank if it is in Africa, which would give a relatively low interest rate, and maybe the requirements like security. When it comes to private individuals, the bar is rather high. If it is in Uganda, they may tell you to bring the title of your home, sometimes bring the logbook of your car. Before you know it, you may not afford it. And if they give you because of the risk of default, usually the interest rate is high. Add on that the need for profit. A private investor is not going to come and invest in Bujagali hydroelectric power project because maybe he loves Ugandans, but it must make business sense. So it means the markup to meet the profit in order to satisfy maybe the needs of the shareholders. Like you saw, Bujagali Energy was public listed with many shareholders for whom investment must make sense. So it is generally more expensive than when it's done by government. The other issue is it's said to be a breeding ground for corruption. Why? The process of procurement is very long in order to identify the right partners to deal with. And now, because of the red tape, there is a fear or there is a possibility that corruption may be bred. PPPs take several models, and in this one, we are talking about purely contractual collaboration. The collaboration is premised on contract. FIDIC has a form which is used in order to contract, that is between government and private individuals, just as the World Bank also has a standard form. It could take design, build, operate, and transfer. It could be design, finance, operate, build, transfer, and operate, rehabilitate, operate, and transfer. You saw at the bridge Ginger, that is the ESCOM, they rehabilitated of that project already it existed, and because of that they started producing power, improved efficiency and capacity, and then after a period of time they transferred it back to the government to operate. Then also there is the institutional collaboration within the arrangements of a distinct entity. That one, in Uganda we have the example where SINOC entered into a JV with Uganda Oil Corporation with respect to the Tiranga project to operate, which is operated together with Total Energies. Now, This one is an arrangement. This one allows the entity to exist but work together as a JV. Each one retains its independence. Now, to overcome the drawbacks, because in our belief, PPPs are the best option to bridge the financing gap. To overcome the drawbacks, it's good for countries to set up frameworks, PPP frameworks. In Uganda, we have the PPP unit in the Ministry of Finance. Now, it's not enough to set up the frameworks, but also comply with them, enact the necessary laws. That one, it can help to identify the right partners to work with. The biggest problem in Africa, we have very many sham organizations that come here. And once they access the powers that be, they become speculators with licenses, and before you know it, the project is not delivered. Then build local capacity. The good thing in Uganda, there's been an emphasis for local content. And then finally, when you build capacity locally, it means that local companies in due course can be able to be partners with governments. Of course, to fight corruption, you need to enforce anti-corruption laws. Conclusively, because of time, I don't want to, we're going for the debate, and I'm told the debaters are here. Conclusion. We believe PPPs provide a good ground for Africa to meet its energy needs in order to address the infrastructure need development that we target, and addressing the limitations that have been experienced can enhance their effectiveness. I don't know if Doctor has a word to say, but for now, that's what I conclude. Doctor can't be heard. Yes. Oh, he's online. Just.
All right. Thank you. I just want to emphasize, thank you for the comment that you can now hear me. I just want to emphasize the last point regarding enforcement of anti-corruption laws. In the context of investment disputes, especially in the energy sector, subsequent governments have used, especially in developing countries, not only in Africa but also in Asia and Latin America, they have used, they have weaponized allegations of corruption by their predecessors as a basis to cancel or as a basis to cancel previous energy projects, including PPP projects. And although it is difficult to prove corruption in arbitration, nonetheless, governments hide behind that excuse. And governments are sovereign, they can always cancel contracts. Whether it is legally done or not legally done, at least it disrupts the project. And so my point is that enforcing anti-corruption laws through transparent process, PPP process, I think will help a lot of African countries to have a continuity in the execution of projects, not only by government that started them, but also by subsequent governments. I think I would like to stop here, and maybe we can take up some of the arguments later during the debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have references. You look at them later. For now, thank you so much.
Just before the moderator speaks, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize that we have way run out of time. If you look at our program, we should have ended this by 15:20. It is now 15:51. To the presenters, you will bear with us for giving you little time when you should have had enough time. I would like to request Ms. Ambaga to request our next presenter, but to just give us a highlight, a key highlight of what your presentation. If you can do it in 5 minutes, that would be very good, because we need this ground reorganized for the next session. I thank you.
Thank you, Julius and Dr. Abakolo. So the key takeaways for me were the realization that Uganda's annual funding gap is 1.4 billion US dollars. That's a huge mountain to climb. And also that although PPPs shorten the development of infrastructure, they are expensive. So it's a catch-22 right there. So without wasting time, let me invite the next presenter, Nicholas Agabarugaba, and co to come and present the innovative blended finance structures for large-scale hydropower. Thank you.
As they come to set that up, I will be very quick in the interest of time. Okay, a lot of this has been explained where we are, but when you see the green is the charcoal and firewood that all of us use back home. As far as energy is concerned in this country, the red is the oil and gas we use for our cars. So you see there's a very thin blue at the bottom, that's the electricity. If you look at the energy transition plan report, electricity is still a very minute part of the energy that is consumed in this country. A lot of this has been explained. Everyone has raised these problems. How do we get to Vision 2040? But the fourth bullet is the pain point for us, that we are now coming to the stage where there's limited concessional financing for hydropower. Of course, our debt is well known. In the interest of time, I'll be so fast, but the paper is available. We can have a discussion much later. Now, some of our colleagues have raised the other aspects of the problem, that you do have the financing coming into hydropower in this country is willing to stay with you for 10, 15 years, but then you are trying to build an asset for the next 50 or 100 years. And so that mismatch is also a problem for us. So with our experience on Karuma and Isimba, and also drawing lessons from the Get Fit done by ERA, we try to see how we can model the next generation of power plants. If you have a 100 megawatt plant that is going to be running maybe for half the time in the year, and that's the money you're using to build it, and it has a life system of 40 years, how would things look like as we look at developing new hydropower? We tend to believe that that's the kind of financing you have available. So, but the most important one, some of the most important ones we are looking at in our paper are, first of all, equity provided by government. We think you want to do a lot of hydropower in this country unless government is still putting in heavy equity investment and at those low costs. Concessional loans, MDBs financing, then bonds. We are looking at the opportunity for bonds. Grants have dried up. Some countries do use resource-based financing. You put the oil on the table, they put the power plant on the river. So we've looked at a cocktail of how we think we can finance hydropower in the next 10 years in this country. We are looking at the blue, mainly we are saying that's government financing, especially in form of equity, and coming at around 20% of the project's cost. So if you have $100 million that you need to put on the table for hydropower, government should put 20. Then we try to see where we can get the 80 from the different other options, which include concessional loans, looking at infrastructure bonds, and also some project financing coming from MDBs. When we did some of this, when we tried out these options, this is what we came up with. That for 5 years you're building the plant, then in the next 15 years you have a mountain to climb, trying to pay back that financing, and then in the last 25 years of your license, you can chill at the beach and while the elections are flowing. But our worry is that concessional financing has dried up. Kenya is going to China to float an infrastructure bond in Shanghai for the SGR. So we are not sure the next Kiba or Yang will get concessional financing. If it does, well and good, but we see that could be the best if you're able to get it. Then we try to look at modeling infrastructure bond. You go to London or you float it here at around 10 to 13%. We see you're starting up with a very huge mountain of debt payments, because bonds by their nature, the day you issue the bond, within 6 months you start giving people interest, even when you're still constructing. So we realize that can be a bit of a mountain to climb. So now we try to start moderating that bond with some financing from multilateral development banks, which may not be very expensive. We see, but there's still a mountain, still a challenge to climb, but after construction. Our proposal now, we try to see, can we blend? Can we have a bit of infrastructure bond here, a bit of multilateral development bank financing here, a bit of NSSF financing, UAP, all these local players. From our study, we found out over the last 5 years, government of Uganda has come to the local bond market to look for around 37 trillion, to look for around 20 trillion. Guys put 37 trillion on the table. So there is demand from you investors on the local market who are interested in these government securities. So we are saying, can we transfer some of that appetite to infrastructure like hydropower, because it's still needed. Our conclusions are that we need to have a proactive policy shift to see how we blend the financing that is going to build the next generation of plants, to see how we mitigate the interest rate, and also come up what the director mentioned in the morning. How do you make sure you optimize that weighted average cost of capital? The other key thing we look at is that project management is still key. Construction delays do hit and hammer power projects, because if you delay the project for 5 years, that means interest during construction is piling up, and it means you start off with high interest expenses, and that can affect your levelized cost of electricity. Those are some of the references we looked at. Thank you very much, and we'll be glad to share insights later. Thank you.
Julius. Is this on? Okay. Okay, thank you, Nicholas. I think the key takeaways were there is no one option, but when you blend them and mix them together, taking care of the average weighted cost of capital, you can get an optimal financing for some of these infrastructure projects. So in the interest of time, I think I'm going to take 2 or maximum 3 reactions from the public, and we close this session. Thank you. Where are the mics? Someone can. Okay, if there is nobody, thank you very much. Oh, there's a hand there.
Team ERA, can somebody help us move the mic to the person who has put up their hand? Okay, Josephine has a mic. Can we see the hand up?
It's right there.
Josephine, right next to you.
Yes. My name is David Debong. I'm sorry I've lost my voice, but in reaffirming to the presentation for blended finance, According to World Economic Forum report, 83% of the global resources are owned by philanthropists who are less than 1% of the global population. So strategically, tell me how you will reposition in meeting the scale of this demand without having a comprehensive strategy for attracting private equity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Nicholas, yeah, that's yours, I think. It's about financing, blended financing. One more, and then Nicholas, come and answer this because we are short of time, really.
From our paper, what we look at is you use government equity to, especially to develop the project. Then when you have the project in O&M phase, when it's now less risky, the elections are flowing, some revenue is being earned, then you can have some private equity come on board in form of a yield company or some of an SSF. So there's an opportunity for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, presenters. They are very sharp brains. A hand of appreciation. Thank you, CEO, for leading on that. Thank you so very much. Nicholas Agaba Rugaba, thank you so much. Julius Galsonga. We apologize to Mr. Mtiaba, but he has willingly and gracefully said he will present his paper tomorrow because of the time aspects that we are constrained with. The presentations are very rich. We want to apologize that we couldn't give you enough time because of the challenges here and there. I want to think that at our next symposium, these synergies, this knowledge, this will even going to be more helpful because we are looking forward to now a very engaging moment. Then we have got our lessons we have learned and we have seen the response of the audience that you are ready and you have the material. People are always researching and putting out information there that needs to be used. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, the team that was in the main hall in a session that was chaired by Dr. Dorothy. The moderator was Engineer Chizito. Thank you so much, all of you, for walking back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing to go to our next session, which is going to take a little longer than the session that I've been telling you about. There's going to be a little bit of reorganization up here to create 2 podiums, but I want to acknowledge that our team of speakers for the next session is present. The moderator, Mr. Oscar, is present. He has arrived. And teams of the people who are going to be speaking on both sides are also present. So now is the time that we've been asking for. Madam Noor, where are you? I would like you to whisper something to me. And we get done. Let me find out from the audience. Do you want to sit and get started, or do you want to pick tea and bring it in and you sit? Let me hear some responses. We are ready. We don't want tea, isn't it? Nobody wants to go for the tea. Oh. Nobody wants to go for the tea. We are ready. We want to get started. Okay. In that regard, let me ask the sound team to just give me a short interlude, put in a little music interlude to help us reorganize this. People have said they've just had tea and lunch. They are ready. I want to invite the speakers for the next session when this scene is ready. And in that regard, let the sound team put in a bridging moment as we get this reorganized. In 5 minutes, I'll come back. Meanwhile, Professor left his shades here. There's an announcement. He left his, if he's looking for them, they are with me. There is also somebody who lost their diary. It's a Bank of Uganda diary. It's brown. That diary is with me. So if these things are yours, please get to me and have them. Thank you. People, even though you said you're not interested in the tea, if you feel you want a coffee, pick and come. Don't stand out there. Just pick and come with your coffee back in the house if you want. If you want to have a coffee, but do not go and stand out there. One, two. Very good. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, can we get back and get started? I would like to straight away, without wasting time, invite a gentleman who needs no introduction. The whole of Uganda knows this deep voice behind the microphones of 91.3 Capital FM. Oscar Semoya Msoke. Musomesa. Let's receive Oscar with some enthusiasm, guys. So, Oscar, there are so many microphones, including this one. What you prefer is what you use.
I'll go with that one.
Okay.
Thank you. And maybe we need this mobile one at some point. Okay. Good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. I've seen the ED of ERA, Uganda, and I will see many people as the evening progresses. So to begin with, I'd like to invite the proposition, Mr. Angelo Izama and Mr. Julius Galisonga. So take your seats. Best to sit next to each other. Angelo Izama, I call him the young old journalist, and he's a thinker, an intellectual, and he'll engage you on any topic with a lot of research. I have had debates with him live and off air, and he continues. Mr. Julius Galisonga is a successful lawyer in Kampala. If I run through his CV, we may not finish. I'd now like to invite the opposition. Mrs. Manuela Molondo and, I don't know, should I say soon to be Dr. Robert Kirunda? Robert Kirunda has completed his PhD in law in many areas. He's also an advocate, a lawyer. And Mrs. Mulondo is an entrepreneur in the field of education, where I hail from, and they are all seated. Let's give him a huge hand clap. When Julius invited me, he said I should hold an Oxford-style debate. So I did ask him, what's an Oxford-style debate? Then he said, it's like those things you teach in primary and lower secondary school. So since this is an Africa Electricity Symposium, I'll change it to a Uganda-style debate. For that, I deserve a hand clap. And I am Oscar Semoya Msoke, seasoned mwalimu, seasoned educationist, amongst many things. And I would like to move that this House believes that Africa's energy future depends more on political will than technological innovations. I'd like to invite the first proposer, who will have 6 minutes. Julius, could we have a timer at 5 minutes? You shout out 1 minute to go.
All right. I came ready to do battle, but I think it may be easier than I had anticipated. I am not overestimating or underestimating the opposition, but if at the end of this debate they cross the floor, don't be hard on them. Okay? Be easy on them.
Before your minutes start, you've reminded me. Ladies and gentlemen, put up your hand if you're for the proposition. Hands up. Proposition. Yes, proposition. Okay, I'm doing a mental count. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, put up your hand if you are with the opposition. It's pretty even. The proposition is a little bit higher. Okay, so we start.
All right. I stand on the proposition, of course, that Africa's energy future depends more on political will than technological innovation. It is self-evident. But before I start, let me describe what is Africa's energy sector. I know all of you have been spending time here. You're professionals. You know the field. I am an observer, but I'm also, at times, either a beneficiary or a victim of this particular energy sector. So, what defines Africa's energy sector? First, Africa is energy poor. Okay? 600 million people lack access. And even before we get to whether that is dependable access, whether it's sustainable, whether it's affordable, whether it can be guaranteed over time, that is our situation. Africa is energy poor. Electricity access in Uganda is, of course, under 50%, and a major dilemma for most African countries, as we have seen from the conversation we just had on financing, is the disjoint between the installed capacity and the infrastructure we need for transmission and distribution. That is why you see all those big figures about what the challenge is to get to an optimal level. More of that later. So we also know that Africa's potential is huge. In oil, gas, wind, renewable energy, Africa can meet its energy needs, but we lack the investment finance to do it. Take hydropower potential, for example. You have 350 gigawatts of hydropower potential. Only 11% of it is utilized currently. I'd like to give an example of the big missed opportunity here, which is just next door in the Congo Basin. You have the Grand Inga Dam and water system. The potential for that is about 60,000 megawatts. That's about 3 times, by the way, the capacity of the Three Gorges Dam in China. I know the engineers here would, well, that's just for context. You know, that capacity is there, seated, unutilized, next door here in the Congo. Now, you would need about 13 kilometers of transmission lines to take that capacity, if we ever get to it, to distribute it around here to help Uganda, Egypt, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, name it. Why is it that we are in a situation where the INGA project is still largely on the books? The answer is political will, but we shall get to that too. You need about almost 100 billion to make the INGA project work and provide about roughly a 1/3 of what Africa needs today. So we are rich in our energy potential, but we also have the problem I mentioned earlier about the disjoint between what you have and how you use it. So take Nigeria, for example. Nigeria has got about 15 gigawatts of stranded power. They don't have a transmission and distribution grid to take advantage of it. That's an example of a country where the lack of political will is the crisis. And by the way, when we say political will can move things, we do believe in it. But it can also be the absence of political will that shows you what you would otherwise have achieved. Am I right? Because I think from the hands I saw in the opposition, you might think that I am here to argue that political will always does good. Sometimes it does bad, sometimes it's absent. It doesn't make it any less relevant. So African energy systems are based in African countries, and African countries have a certain DNA. They are weak, they are divided, they are unable to implement a common vision.
1 minute to go.
Oh dear. So anyway, when we talk about strategic security, strategic energy security, that depends on political will and organization to bridge that gap between Africa's energy potential, its needs, and the realities we would like to see. So because for an energy system to succeed, first, we need to get the policy right. You can't unite these African governments around a single standard of policy, a single system of guarantee of property rights, even just to raise money together. That is what political will would do. And finally, let me just conclude. My opponent, the doctor, and we from time to time share the same area code, Dr. Kirunda, he may come here and he would argue that when we talk about technological innovation, we're not only talking about machines. He may say, well, democracy is a form of technology. If he makes the argument, okay, that innovation is all about strategy, political strategy, he would be making my point. And at that, and when he does, ask him to cross the floor and join our side. I thank you.
Thank you. Within the allotted time, thank you. He deserves another hand clap. Whether you believe that it has been an easy battle, time will tell. I'd like to invite the main opposer for their 6 minutes. Start. Please start.
The government of Uganda conceived the Karuma Power Dam project to generate 600 megawatts of power in 1999. 25 years later, after various countless scandals and allegations of bribery, Karuma finally limped into completion in 2024. Meanwhile, in the same period, M-Copper across the road in Kenya connected 5 million Africans to solar power, not in 25 years, in 10. Not through political will, through technological innovation, not by building dams, by harnessing the sun. My very dear brother and friend Angelo Izama argues that Africa is energy poor. Africa is not energy poor. Africa has politicians who do not understand the strategic initiative it takes to transform those natural resources, such as sunlight, God-given, into dependable, reliable, affordable energy that is consumable, that is usable at every homestead. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I speak against the motion, and I offer you 5 reasons why. Economic reality, leapfrogging, scale and speed, jobs and prosperity, and the fundamental question, what came first? I wish I could start with what came first, but I'll let my colleague, Manuela, deal with that question in far more substance. Let's talk about economic realities. Technology creates the reality that forces political action. In Morocco, we have the world's largest solar project. The Noah Solar Complex, 580 megawatts, required 9 billion. Angelo talks about the lack of funding in Africa. Investment flowed in, and that project powers 1 million people, offset 773,000 tons of CO2 annually. Morocco's political commitment to 52% renewable energy by 2030 came after technology proved solar viable. Let's not talk about the 20 billion that South Africa attracted to its renewable energy independent power producer procurement program. With all its political problems, South Africa sucked in $20 billion in investment to procure 6,328 megawatts from 112 projects. Solar tariffs fell by 68%, wind tariffs dropped by 42%. South Africa achieved more renewable energy investment in 4 years than the rest of Southern Africa did in 25. And by the way, in this entire time, Namanga still remains unbuilt. Why? Has anybody checked the political climate in DRC lately? I would propose to you that is the reason why Namanga isn't built. Now, Angelo would want to argue, I actually thought he had come to argue that political will create these frameworks on which these projects are done. But you see, here's the problem. Politicians don't create economic miracles, technology does. Technology creates the business case, politics just signs the papers. Now, let's talk about leapfrogging innovation. Leapfrogging innovation bypasses political infrastructure every single time. M-Copper is a good example, but let's go to Nigeria, where Angelo quoted from. The DARES project provides 17.5 million Nigerians with renewable energy access, but builds on existing private sector systems. 5.5 million already connected through mini grids and solar home systems. Now, I know my friend and brother Julius very well. He would probably argue and say, government programs scale these solutions. No, 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 no. Technology does not wait for elections. M-Copper's customers pay 50 cents on the dollar for solar power, less than they did for toxic kerosene. That's technological disruption, making and relegating poverty to history. Let's talk about innovation scaling faster than political systems. The speed of technology, the facts speak for themselves. Africa's solar market stands at 42% annual growth. 18 countries are said to install at least 100 megawatts this year alone, going up from just 2 countries. Solar generation doubled globally in 3 years. Battery costs crashed 98%. And by the way, speaking of speed and time, it took 25 years from conception to reality to develop Karuma. In those same 25 years, actually in 13 of those 25 years, the global energy system invented new ways of generating efficient solar and then reduced solar efficiently into the most affordable source of energy across the world, perhaps except in Africa. And you wonder why? Because people are going to be asking for more money to go into campaigns. Now, somebody says I have 1 minute. Well, let's think about it this way. Technology creates political will.
I will tell you at the 1 minute mark. Okay.
Technology creates jobs that political miracles cannot manufacture. Here is the reality. Morocco's NOAA project created 1,000 construction jobs, 60 permanent positions. Lake Turkana, 2,500. Karuma, the contractor, at some point said they were short by 2,500 jobs. That's because a project is getting built, not because a minister made a decision. And by the way, this point about what's innovation, it's not about strategy alone. It's about, before you craft a strategy, you have to have the creativity to come up with that idea, think it through faster than a political debate can happen, and then begin to make it happen.
1 minute.
Technology creates political will and not vice versa. I would propose to you, ladies and gentlemen, that when solar became the cheapest power source, suddenly every energy minister on earth became a renewable energy champion. Engineers, entrepreneurs, innovators are building Africa's clean energy future, making it cheaper, more accessible, more reliable than the alternatives. They are not waiting for permission. Political will follows success. It does not create success. No wonder we recycle politicians every 5 years. It takes us a generation to get disruptors. And if you think I am lying, ask yourself, when was the last time you had someone so involved in politics as Elon Musk? What does that tell you? Elon Musk is not an elected politician. Elon Musk is simply a guy who came from South Africa. I wonder which continent that is. Went to the US, used his brain, and developed the energy sector.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't work out at all engineer Ziria Tibarua Wako's side, because she seems to be clapping for every side. So before Mr. Julius Galisonga comes on, I'm giving the audience 1 minute. Whisper to your neighbor where you are now. 1 minute. Physically whisper to your neighbor where you are now.
Where are you?
Where are you? Where am I? I'm taking notes. Okay. People have finished whispering. Are we good to go? Shout out yes if we're good to go. Are we good to go? Good. So your time starts now.
Thank you so much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed brother, Mr. Chirunda Robert, makes a passionate case and articulates it well on the pivotal role of technology and innovation to Africa's future. But I'll tell you one thing. He doesn't tell you the gripping reality that in Africa, more than anywhere in the world, politics is not just a player, but it is the game in everything and every aspect of life. And I have reason to say that. He talked about the solar project in Morocco. He didn't tell you that the solar technology was innovated in Morocco. On the contrary, the enabling political environment in Morocco made it possible to set up a solar farm in Morocco. I could add, in Nairobi, in Kenya, he talked about the Karuma Dam from conception to execution, and then M-Copper connecting so many people. Thank you so much. Good to innovate solar. He didn't say that the Kenyans created those solar panels. They were imported from China. But the political environment, recognizing the energy poverty in Kenya, made it that the politicians appreciated it and created an enabling environment to set up a solar farm in Nairobi. I could say in Africa, politics not only holds the cake, it wields the knife. It cuts for each sector and determines the policies which can facilitate everything that happens. That's why in the USA, if you recall, many of you may be aware of the Keystone pipeline. In 2015, Barack Obama, because of the Democratic Party pursuit of environmentally clean energy, terminated the permit for the construction of the Keystone project. When he was elected in 2017, one of his first actions Donald Trump did was to reissue a fresh permit. In 2020, when Biden became president, in order to pursue the green energy project line of energy, what did Biden do? One of his first actions in January, on the 20th of January, 2020, was to terminate the permit that was granted by Trump.
1 minute.
Should I tell you what Trump did when he came in power in 2025? One of his first actions was to issue an executive order to reinstate the construction of the Keystone project. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be deceived. Do not be deceived. Innovation is good, but politics makes it possible to innovate. That's why the Manhattan Project would take place in the USA to harness the power of atomic energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We shall now have the second speaker, Mrs. Manuela Mulondo, to use your 4 minutes now.
4?
Yes.
That's easy. Let's go.
Hold on. I'll enable you to start promptly.
Oh, okay.
You may begin now.
40 years ago, Nigeria's politicians announced Mambila hydropower project with great fanfare, political backing, just like my former proposers said. There definitely was, and they were in support. However, it still remains a promise on paper. Meanwhile, in that same time that it took politicians to debate this single project, technological innovation connected 1 million homes. You might say no, but I tell you, we need innovation over political will. Every now and then, African media does an amazing job of exposing corruption and failures, but today I'll show you something equally devastating. The truth is, innovation reaches where politics cannot. Across Africa, millions remain off-grid, not because politicians don't care, but because traditional infrastructure models have failed. Yes, you may say all you want about M-Copper and the political environment being wonderful, but the truth is, over anything else, the government grids never, existed in Kenya, even without political will. DI Light now operates 70 countries powered by market demand, not political declarations. In fact, what one government couldn't do for its people, one company has done for 70 countries. Are we still there? I hope so. Don't worry. Secondly, political will without innovation equals spectacular failure. In that hydropower project in Nigeria, 40 years of political backing still gave them an incomplete hydropower dam. Across Africa, we've witnessed governments launch large-scale energy projects with immense political support. But political will without innovation is like blueprint without a builder. Did we talk about my proposer said earlier that I'll tell you about innovation versus political will? Which one came first? Before there were politicians, there were problem solvers. Fire, the wheel, irrigation, farming tools, stone tools. These were innovations created by humans, especially Africa, actually, right here in the cradle land, long before there were any formal politics in our land. In fact, might I argue that it is because of this political will and politics that we are no longer the cradle land of innovation. When political leaders promise electricity, they are promising solar technology. Have you realized that? Grid, decentralization, and energy storage systems are what they will promise you when they say, in this place, I'll be bringing electricity. When they promise clean water, they are promising boreholes. They are promising purification innovations. When they promise digital payments, they are promising mobile money.
1 minute.
Political will can set agendas and control budgets, but what are they funding? Innovation. And yet we didn't even need the funding in the first place. Just a private company can do that. My opponents want you to believe that political will is the engine of Africa's energy future. But I've shown you that innovation is not just innovation, it's the fuel. And it's not just the fuel, because what's an engine without fuel? Then it means innovation is actually the vehicle. When Nigerians politicians were still debating Mambila, after 4 decades, innovators connected 1 million homes with clean energy. When Uganda's grid failed its people, solar technology succeeded. When traditional infrastructure couldn't reach remote villages, pay-as-you-go systems blaze the trail. Politics can promise tomorrow's electricity, but only innovation delivers tonight's power.
Time.
Politics can announce grand visions, I'm almost done, but innovation creates working solutions. Politics can control budgets, but innovation transforms those budgets into light and into opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aha. I still cannot work out where Engineer Wako is. She's given a hand clap to both teams. Your 1 minute is here. Whisper to your neighbor. Where are you? Whisper, whisper. Where are you? I came with a teacher, senior teacher, Mr. Lukwago. Step up and take this microphone. Where are you? Whisper to the person. Where are you? Okay. Are you opposition or are you proposition? Have you changed your mind or you haven't changed your mind? Mr. Lukwago, I need 4 speakers. 2 who think they may be proposition and 2 who think they may be opposition. Entirely your decision who you choose. Perhaps by their smile, their annoyance. Entirely your decision how you choose. Just say your name without saying what you do and then fire away.
No, thank you. My name is Ivan Okuda. I'm a lawyer with keen interest in the energy sector.
Sorry, I should say 2 minutes maximum. So yes, no introductions needed.
Mr. Robert Chirunda, who had the benefit of presenting earlier, made a very passionate case for innovation and technology. He cited South Africa, Morocco, MCOP, and several other case studies. What he does not complete in that equation is that none of those countries is innovating anything in respect of that solar technology. What they're doing is simply importing technology from China. China today accounts for 80% of the world's global manufacturing in terms of solar. In fact, The Economist recently had a headline saying the solar age, in which China's oversupply in terms of solar manufacturing is now becoming a serious issue in China. Why? They're manufacturing more solar panels, modules, batteries than the market can absorb. So all you're describing is simply African countries importing technology from China. They're not innovating. The innovation is happening in China. And that innovation is happening. Why? You've talked about recycling of politicians in Africa. The Chinese have been recycling the Communist Party for decades. And that manufacturing revolution in China is happening because they got the politics right, thanks to the politics of the Communist Party. Thank you.
Next one.
Opposition, proposition.
Answer the question.
Thank you very much, Oscar. I initially was for technological innovation, but I have moved. I am Benon Mogulusi, and there are two reasons why. The first one is novelty is not innovation. Something being new, okay, let's differentiate between something being new and something being technological. I feel many people have spoken about technology, but not about the innovation. So talking about solar that was designed 60 years ago is not something, it's not an innovation. The second piece is we are mistaking political will, unfortunately, for incompetence. Ethiopia, a very good example, the Grand Renaissance Dam, was a product of political will. The government decided we will build a dam against so many hurdles. I will not accuse people, but some people promised to bomb that dam if it goes up. There are people who promised not to finance it, and they didn't. But because of political will, they found the resources, and we have a dam. So please, let's not compare political will and incompetence. They are not the same. They are not being used simultaneously here. And two, because something is new does not mean it's technological. And because it is technological, it doesn't mean it's an innovation. Thank you.
Yeah, well within the time.
Thank you.
You need two opposers now.
Opposers,
two
where are you?
opposers now. They're at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Ronald Businge. By simple definition, politics is the science of managing society. Under whose space will you innovate if the politics does not allow the same? That's a big lie. Goodbye.
Were you opposition?
We had invited opposition.
Opposition, where are you?
Two hands. There's a hand here for opposition. Two hands. Okay, there's. Mr. Lukwago, there are two people up front here who are for opposition. There's this gentleman here. You found someone? Opposition, please.
Okay, yes, thank you. Like we had said earlier, the political will we are looking at in this case, okay, for Africa's case study, because we are all looking at Africa, and that is what we are looking at as political will being the, okay, depending more on political will for Africa's energy future. But now what we have in Uganda is incompetence. We've already had the policies, we've already had all the sitting down and talking and all these conferences. But in terms of technological innovation, why don't we just innovate around all these politics, all the different agencies that are the end sayer for if this will happen? Why not innovate around them? If the technology says and the research says it works, why not work around them to have energies, to have Africa's energy fast-tracked and brought on board faster than if we had to first sit in a thingy and debate?
I'm not clear. I'm not so clear where you are.
Thank you.
If there are two hands here, come, Mr. Lukwago, come up here. They put up their hands earlier. There's just this gentleman here in glasses, and the other gentleman in a suit.
He changed.
Opposition, please.
Opposition?
Okay, thank you. I am from the opposition part, but we have to consider
your name?
My name is Engineer Noam Yamane.
Muemis.
Noam Yamane from Eritrea.
Okay.
So we are discussing about the Africa's energy future. So what's politics first? A political system is the integration between governmental structure as well as citizenship interaction or citizenship participation. So technological innovation comes from the citizens of the country, different countries. For example, Uganda, the transmission system or the generation system is done by the Ugandans, not by China or other countries. So the technological innovations for the energy distribution or transmission system is done by Ugandans. So the technological advancement is better or more African energy future. It depends on Ugandans or on their technological innovation, not the government election or others.
Thank you. Finally, gentleman in the corner. Oh, he's got a microphone as well.
Thank you very much. Technological innovation is like...
You have to say your name.
Patrick Tutembe. Technological innovation is like a stream of water. You can only divert the water, you cannot stop the water. What the political will often does is to divert the water or to try to block the water, but the water will always flow. Most times, what is referred to as political will is more of political correctness. People want to sound politically correct to ensure, to sound like politics is driving innovation, but actually, innovation will always move with or without political will. I beg to submit.
Thank you. We are back to the 1 minute. Where are you now? Whisper to your neighbor. Whisper to your neighbor. Where are you now? You are not whispering. You need to whisper to your neighbor. Where are you now? This is a contest. Where are you now? Okay. We are giving them time to have a decision on who's coming. Conclusion, one from each side with 5 minutes each. So, are we ready for them? The yes is not strong enough. Are we ready for them? Okay, please start.
Thank you, Oscar. I was going to yield my time because I said earlier that this would be easier because the proposition I stand up upon speaks for itself. I had tried to problematize it by saying politics sometimes gets it wrong and stands in the way of progress. When it does get it right, as my colleague here has said, in Morocco, which is the monarchy, good things happen. Ivan Okuda mentioned that the Communist Party of China has turned China into the manufacturer of the world. This last year, I've been reading, because of global geopolitics and geoeconomics, I've been reading biographies of various Chinese leaders. And the hero of that story is Deng Xiaoping, who, by the way, was not very well educated. He was purged by Mao, spent time working in the fields. He came and recognized that for China to catch up with the rest of the world, the Chinese government must embrace. So he took an embassy, basically, went to even non-communist countries, created the system of industrial development in China and the coastal towns like Shanghai, appointed the right people, and even went against the taboos of that time set about by Mao about how China should approach the rest of the world. Deng Xiaoping is a politician. He allowed China to grow. And there are many models we can go about this. We can talk about Singapore, but we can also look closer to us here. And you talk about iron political will. Has anyone visited Kigali recently? Isn't that an example of where political will succeeds despite everything? Despite a genocide there? Despite the environment in which that place has come from? So political will sometimes gets it right. And I agree with many of you who say that let us not conflate incompetence, even political evolution, especially where we Ugandans are now. We are in a place where we want a better type of politics. Politics is where innovation can succeed, right? So the proposition still stands. It is Africa's destiny that its politicians must get it right for the energy system that we deserve, that potential we have to succeed. I'm going to leave you with one problem, because someone mentioned the problems we have in Karuma. Because there's a dilemma there. I just heard while doing research for this debate that the entire installed capacity of Karuma has been promised to 2 data centers, and they're Chinese. Of course, we need data centers are the next technology in the world, but it is politicians who will come and say, if one data center is taking 300 megawatts and the other one is taking 400 megawatts, and the president of the country has said, let us, ring fence that data. What do we do with providing electricity? Because this is the why of it, okay? To homes, to businesses, to towns that are needing it. That is a decision that politics will have to deal with. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, that my colleague Robert Chirunda would come and make arguments here that simply demonstrate the importance of politics to innovation, which he has done ably. And with that, I ask him to join me and Julius on the other side. Thank you very much.
Concluded well within your time. Okay, let's have a conclusion from the opposition.
I'm wondering why I'm not being invited to the proposers' side. No, I'm not coming. But I just wanted to answer a few of the questions. When you say we're not innovating and we're actually importing, I just wanted to correct you that, first of all, that's not entirely true. Some technologies are imported, absolutely. But the innovation is how we are adapting, how we are scaling, and how we are distributing. So in ways that work for Africa, because they might work in Kenya, but they don't work in Africa. So immediately they get here, we are the ones who are applying innovation to it. I mean, M-Copper is the one that created the pay-as-you-go model, not the Chinese. It was the Kenyans. Innovation, by the way, is not just invention. You're right. They are 2 different things. So we don't need to reinvent solar panels if they've already been invented, okay? But we innovate the business models, period. That's what we do. So our payment systems, our delivery models, that's what we are going to do here. That's how we are going to innovate. We don't need to create any more new solar panels, okay? Think about M-Pesa, mobile money. It's here. Now, just because of solar panels, we completely say that there's no innovation in Africa. Not at all. But also, let's talk about political will not being incompetence. If political will is not incompetence, then it is also not capacity. Having the will to act does not automatically mean that you have the tools to act effectively. No matter how passionate you are about your people and how much you love them, no matter how much, if you do not have the right innovations to bring water to your people, all you will have is what? A borehole and no water, period. No matter how well you think for your people. Africa doesn't need just sincerity. It actually needs solutions. We are tired and exhausted with promises. Now we want the actual work being done. I'm going to conclude with these 4 questions. ESCOM had 30 years of political backing and it is collapsing. Solar costs fell 89% in 10 years with 0 political help. Which track record do you honestly trust? It's midnight. The hospital needs power for surgery. Do you call the energy minister? Or would you rather flip the solar switch? You have 100 million to electrify Africa. Do you give it to politicians who built Karuma in 25 years? Or engineers who built Lake Turkana in 5? In 20 years, what will Africa remember? Dangote's industrial revolution or politicians' energy promises when they campaigned? Mining companies choose private solar over national grids for reliability. If businesses don't trust political energy systems, why should our families? Why should you? Nigeria lost 400 billion to political corruption. Private renewable actually helps Africans. Your grandmother needs power for her medical. Political will promises, someday we are bringing power. You even know the roads you own. They've promised the roads for years. You've never received your dust. You come here and you first clean your shoes because of where you what? Where you passed. Technology delivers today. What will save your grandmother's life? What will save your pregnant wife's life? Except energy and technology that has been brought to her.
You have
and as
1
if
minute
that's not
left.
enough, oh no, I will not need 1 whole minute. I'll provide it to a proposer. They will need it. A child in rural Kenya gets light to study from a copper's 50-cent solar, which they got from China, isn't it? Another waits for government electrification promises. Who's reading tonight for PLE? Thank you.
Aha. The opposition, they're very catchy in that government will provide a borehole and technology will give you mobile money. So, where are you? Let's conduct a series of votes so that the judge speaks. So, which side, first spell this word. O, write it down please, because people have been inactive. Write down, O-M-P-H. O-M-P-H. You know I hate teaching by lecturing. Just that one word can take you 5 minutes of teaching it. Then say the word. It's oomph. Okay, oomph. So we are going to first choose who has won the oomph in the presentation. Hands up if you think it is the proposition. Did they have oomph? Ah, okay. We can. So, should we scan those? Scan it, and this is for oomph. Okay. Hands up again if you think proposition have won on oomph. Proposition, please stand up so you are seen. Have they won on oomph? Okay. The hands seem to have reduced. Okay, thank you. The opposition, please stand up. Have they won on oomph? Okay, that's a clear win. So on oomph, they have won. Okay? On presentation, who thinks proposition have won? Proposition, please stand up. In that it was an easy battle. On presentation, who think they have won? Okay. Okay, thank you. On presentation, who thinks that opposition have won? Hey, let's. Eh, eh, eh? No, 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 no. It's not a draw. Okay, and the final vote. Please choose carefully. And before you vote, I'd like you to take the 1 minute whisper again. Where are you? The panelists as well. Panelists, whisper again. Where are you? Okay. In your opinion, who has won the debate? Proposition, stand up. Is it the proposition that has won the debate? Put up your hands. Okay, thank you. Opposition, stand up. In your opinion, has the opposition won this debate? Right. Thank you so much. Now the results. In terms of oomph, according to your vote, the opposition has won. In terms of presentation, according to your votes, the opposition has won. In terms of winning overall, in your opinion, it's a draw. Considering, as a true judge does, I've taken copious notes, and I'd like to inform you, announce the overall winner. Just wait for it. And before I announce the overall winner, take the 1 minute. Where are you? Where are you? So, ladies and gentlemen, the overall winner of the debate on the motion that this House believes that Africa's energy future depends more on political will than technological innovations, the proposition has won. I thank you very much. Let's have a handshake all around. Julius. Here, handshake here. This is the political problem. That's how you need your debate. Yes, and can we take a photograph here with the panel?
Oscar has skewed our voting. But we can have you can continue voting for the popular vote. You can continue scanning. People know you scan and it will take you to live vote. So we have a
photograph, please?
Yes, the cameraman is there. And team gifts, can I have the presents here for the debating team? The presents are Mire Nachimuli, Costa Nantume, Elijah Ephraim. Can we have our presents? People, please scan the QR code and let's see the popular vote. If it's going to differ from Oscar's judgment.
Just a few announcements. I don't know if you noticed that Dr. Ziria Wako, she voted with a proposition. I'd also like to inform you that Julius Galisonga is also soon to be Dr. Julius Galisonga. A lot to celebrate. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't expect winners to get the same as
Yes, but they have to get.
The vote, we are still protesting, but thank you so much. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, the debating team. Thank you. Okay, doing some more pictures. But then I also realized that the different sides would like to take pictures with their teams. Isn't that so? Especially the opposing team, eh? That is our team. So, thank you so much, Oscar. Thank you so much, Mr. Chirunda. Thank you so much, Julius. Thank you so much, Angelo. Thank you so much, Mrs. Munondo. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for making our evening a beautiful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the debate has lived its billing, isn't it? Should they come back tomorrow? Thank you so much. A quick overview. Edward. Oh, people are still voting. Technology, please keep voting, keep voting. Technology, there is also a chance for multiple voting. Please keep voting. Thank you. Thank you so much, friends. So we have come to the end of day 2 of our symposium. And so we have tomorrow lined up. We have more presentations for tomorrow. We have more papers to present. We will be having a discussion by the champions or the captains of the sector from generation to distribution. They'll be having a discussion here on the future of Uganda's electricity sector. Let's come tomorrow and see whether they are going to continue this debate or not, because they are going to discuss the future of Uganda's electricity subsector. They will tell us whether it's political will or they will tell us whether it's technology. We're going to have the ED, UEGCL, UET, and UED here in this place tomorrow discussing, and that's the first session. We'll have a second session where we'll have presentations. We have the first presenter and the second session is the Managing Director of Uganda Communications Commission, Mr. Honorable Nyombi Tembo. He's going to be the first presenter tomorrow. And after he has done the presentation, then we'll have a team of people discussing his presentation. Then thereafter, we'll go into the presentation of research papers. We have a research paper by Dixon Mugerwa and Wamema Joshua. We have a paper by Richo James, maintenance scheduling. We have Professor David Ato Kwansai from the Kwame Nkrumah University, who just arrived early morning today. He will be speaking to us tomorrow, all the way from Ghana. You don't want to miss that. And then we have a policy paper. Now, there is voting here which I don't understand. How is it happening? At some point, Isaac and the poll must close. But interestingly, even with multiple voting, the other group is still leading us by one vote. By one, and it could even be a spoiled vote, by the way. Team Technology, Thank you very much. Oscar didn't allow me to speak, but I wanted to say that the gorges that we have, there is a model. There is a model in the voting. There is a model in the voting. I am sure Vianney might be in the model somewhere. That is actually the true vote. This is what they call technological innovation. It's not the will of the masses. Technology.
Thank you so much. So, colleagues, we have the day tomorrow, and when we crown tomorrow, we'll crown it with awards, and the awards will go to our sponsors, but also go to some of the authors who have had a very good time speaking to us. I want to encourage you, let's come and conclude this tomorrow, and on Saturday, we leap into the Youth Energy Symposium. On Saturday, the young people. Let me see the youths who are here. Let me see your hands up. I hope you have invited your friends for Saturday. I told you we are starting with an exercise break in the morning at 8 a.m. with the Golola Moses of Uganda. No, he's going to lead the exercise, and then he will take his break. So let's be here tomorrow. Let's be here on Saturday and close this very powerfully. Thank you so much. Our team proposition, team opposition. Thank you so much, Oscar. Thank you all the presenters of today. Thank you everybody who has come around. Engineer Ziria, why don't you come and invite people for tea, and then the interactions can continue. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for our Masters of Ceremony. He has been so wonderful since the beginning of our symposium. But before I invite you for tea, I know that we have potential investors across the value chain: generation, transmission, distribution, sale, export, import, net metering, name it. The sector, led by the sector heads, transmission, distribution, generation, will be presenting the investment opportunities in this country tomorrow. So if you came to look for, they call them deals, opportunities, please don't miss the sector debate, because they will be laying bare those areas where the $1.4 billion, the funding gap that they have presented here, needs to be prioritized. With that, I would request that we give ourselves a round of applause. I've enjoyed this, no dozing despite the heavy lunch, and allow me to invite us to crown it with an evening break tea. Thank you very much. Johnny Massis, and keep time. Keep time. It's going to be even more interesting. We are going to dive into cyber security, how the availability and reliability of electricity is depending and dependent on the availability and reliability of ICT and AI. Thank you very much. May God bless your evening.
Can we brag about to go do? Can we do it for the rest of the day today? When I start to talk about God, you will need to know the man.
Somebody left their diary. It's a brown diary by Bank of Uganda. If you're the owner, find it on this podium. Team Technology, let's go and have tea.
So you will not see him changing. No, at your weakest he is stronger. When you're blinded he still sees. Oh, you will not see him changing. So can we brag about to go do? Can we do it for the rest of the day today? God, we love and love and love you. We love you. We love you. Hey. We love and love and love you. We love you. Lord, we love and and love.
Corporation Limited is located in Ugazi, Uganda, between Kampala and Uganda got its first electricity grid in 1958 with the commissioning of the Owens Falls Dam. Cable Corporation started in 1968 as Uganda's first cable factory. It was set up in technical collaboration with Sumitomo Industries, Japan, to manufacture domestic and power cables and conductors, which before then were being fully imported into Uganda. Cable Corporation has continued to expand since then and has the capacity to meet more than half of all Uganda's domestic and industrial low-voltage cables. It can also meet most of Uganda's annual low and high-tension conductor needs. Good cables are made from electrolytic-grade copper and aluminium. We ensure only the best quality raw materials are used in the manufacture of our cables. Cable Corporation makes all sizes of domestic copper cables from 1.5 square millimeters to 300 square millimeters. These cables are made with special properties such as flame retardant low smoke cables, FRLS, to enhance overall safety. We also make twin ECC cables, flexible cables, and multi-core unarmored cables.